The sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. West Virginia's governor is very unhappy. He lashed out at the men's NCAA tournament selection committee after the Mountaineers were among the teams snubbed from the tournament. He's now tasked his attorney general to investigate and work closely with the NCAA to ensure that this process is transparent and fair. But there is something that's raising eyebrows even more than just the process itself. It's Bubba Cunningham. He's North Carolina's athletic director, who also happens to be the chairman of the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee. And as you know, North Carolina was one of the last teams to make the field. So it seems like this might not be a coincidence that North Carolina made the tournament. Speaking of UNC, the team plane that was provided by the NCAA was having a lot of issues, delayed UNC's flight by more than 3 hours yesterday. They initially had a press conference and open practice scheduled for Monday night that had to be moved. Now they're hoping that this won't affect how they play tonight because they are scheduled for tip-off at 9:10 p.m. as part of the first 4 game. We got another round of NCAA tournament basketball on tonight. That's the matchup between the first 4 16 seeds. That's St. Francis versus Alabama State. That game tips off at 6:40 p.m. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody?
Yes,
10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're getting closer and closer to the NCAA tournament. I am fired up. Good morning, Brian.
What up, dog?
I know what's up. March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game with us, me and B. Mitch. Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join 106.7 The Fan, me and B, and Grant and Danny, Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tournament. We're doing our shows live at Tap with mouth-watering game day bites and tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor.
Woo, woo.
That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that.
I can't wait, man.
That Terps game is Friday at 4:30. Mr. B's, I'm going to need some space. I'm going to need a private area. I'm getting a lot of people asking me about our not open to the public NCAA pool.
And I already told them if they text me, they could be in. If they don't, they're not in. In other words, you don't have my number, your ass not in. you don't have to worry about that. Just pass it on to me.
Do
not give anybody my number.
Very few people have, I feel like a lot of people have your number too.
Yeah.
Because you've had the same number for a long time.
Since 19, woo, Lord.
So
you're right, Jay. It's been, damn.
We'll figure it out.
Like 99.
To get in the non-public pool that we're running, you need a physical bracket and a physical $20 bill. There is no funny business about this.
Yeah.
All right? And B, it's going to be a lot of moving parts. I could see our non-public pool having as many as 11 people and as few as 2. Because we'll see. I don't think Tap's open till noon when the game starts.
All I know, I already have two brackets in.
With a physical paper and a $20 bill?
I didn't get any money from White Ryan yet, but I got his bracket in my bracket.
Hold on. Can I tell you something? White Brian bets 20 cents a game.
No,
until you get his $20 in cash.
No, he gonna
that joint don't count.
He suggested the $20 yesterday.
He did. he thinks he's real hot stuff when it comes to this NCAA tournament.
Tomorrow.
What's that?
He said what?
I'll have a $20 bill for B. Mitch tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
We'll see.
Okay.
Jeff Walker's back.
Rose gonna allow you to take a 20?
Yeah, we'll see. Rose,
or she gonna give you 2 dimes.
Rose is gonna be like, "Listen, dog mom, you ain't in that thing.
Dog mom, you're not in it."
Jeff, you're back. You worked full week last week. Needed a day just to compose your thoughts.
Nah, I actually was in a video shoot.
Okay,
and it was a
OnlyFans.
Multiple state video shoot. I'm about to be famous.
Attaboy. We're waiting. You can buy lunch once.
Yeah, damn it.
I am excited tonight. We get to watch some basketball games for all of the consternation, the anger about University of North Carolina getting into the tournament. They play tonight, and I think if they win, that will, whether it should or shouldn't. And I was listening to this interview that I thought was pretty fair. It's like, listen, you can argue that Carolina shouldn't have gotten in, but that doesn't impact now that they're in. There's nothing stopping them from winning some games.
Yeah,
right.
If they go and win, like if they go and win games and all, then you have to question, were they not one of the better teams?
Well,
but if they just go lose outright first game, you know something was wrong.
Well, I believe, and White Brian maybe can confirm this for me, that one of these Dayton teams, one of these first 4 11 seeds has at least gotten to, so there's first 4, then the first round, then the second round. They've at least won one game every year since they've had it. Isn't that about right, Brian? Something like that?
I'm not sure if it's every year, but it is very common.
Well, and at least I know VCU did it. There have been multiple Final Four runs out of the first 4. I think Syracuse did it.
UCLA did it.
UCLA did it. That's 3. So Carolina plays San Diego State tonight. Tar Heels are 4.5-point favorites, depending where you're shopping. It looks like pretty much 4.5, unless you're going really off the board. It looks like the Tar Heels are the smart money. We'll get to some bets later in the program. That under looks pretty juicy, I would say. But it's going to be interesting. And I'm sure, like there's the college hoops people that this is their life that are kind of like hipsters about it when everybody pays attention beginning in late February through the NCAA tournament.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think they're probably like, oh, everybody watches the first 4 anyway, man. It's not about getting Carolina in the first 4.
That's a lie.
You're wrong. It's about getting
Everybody
Carolina.
don't watch. Everybody does not watch the first 4.
No.
I promise you, I haven't watched one yet.
But will you watch tonight?
North Carolina?
Yeah.
I will check it out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of cheering for them to lose.
Are you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a juicy matchup.
I'm doing that. I got a few friends that are North Carolina fans. I'm trying to piss them off.
I love that. And I guess the 16s that they make play, which I hate, but the coaches of the 16s will tell you they like it. St. Francis against Alabama State tonight. Here's the only thing I can tell you about St. Francis. I feel like Big John Thompson used to schedule them every year, and I remember this absolutely vicious highlight of Allen Iverson dunking on some St. Francis dude. That's the extent of my St. Francis knowledge. Hold on. For all the screaming about who should and shouldn't have gotten in, St. Francis is 16-17. I guess they won their conference tournament.
If they won the tournament, they're in.
And they're 16-17, and they're only 3.5-point underdogs. I might have to take the Red Flash or whatever they are. Alabama State is the Hornets. So you can watch that game at 6:40. Then the Carolina game comes on around 9. I'll be watching the Carolina game. That much Did you watch any TGL last night, B?
No. I started watching a little bit of Golden State and was it Utah?
I didn't watch it.
And they lost. Or was it Denver? Whoever had a lot of their players.
Clearly, you were locked into this.
No,
game.
they ended up losing. I fell asleep on the game, and I just looked and see Golden State lost, and that team had like 3 of their top players out.
Landfill, you watched some basketball last night that you really enjoyed, right? What was it?
Yeah, I was watching the Sixers and the Rockets. I'm 100% convinced the NBA it's a terrible product. It seems like it's almost designed to infuriate people.
You watched the 76ers, Landfill.
The last 5 minutes of the game somehow takes 35 minutes. And I just think that everyone needs to be fired. everyone from top to bottom. Stop it with all the nonsensical reviews. Stop having the officials go back and look at a monitor for 5 minutes every time a play happens. You need to take timeouts away. You need to take challenges away from these guys. Reduce the number of fouls for players to foul out. Enough of the let's just foul for 5 minutes at the end of the game. It was awful. I think if that was the first basketball game you watched, you'd never watch another basketball game, and you'd be correct. It was horrible.
Sounds like you enjoyed it.
It was horrible.
Can I ask why you watch Sixers Rockets?
I was betting on it.
My man.
That's your fault.
All right, hold on. Over under $3 was the wager.
I was over.
$5.
$5?
It was 10.
Whoa, big action.
And see, he was over there.
Who'd you have?
Sweating.
The Rockets laying the points?
He was sweating.
I
That's
had the
why he
under.
watched the whole damn game. Normally, he don't ever watch a whole game.
Did the under get home?
Nope, it went to overtime.
That's because of you.
Funny how that works. You put $10 on it, and it'll keep your attention.
Get a little interested in the game.
Even if it's god awful.
I'm sitting there when he sent it last night. I'm like, there's no damn way Lanford watch a whole game just to watch a whole game. And he was like upset, so I'm like, something has to be going on.
Sixers Rockets is a tough watch. The Sixers, that's a tough season up there, man. You got.
Well, look, they basically
Embiid and playoff P.
They wanted Embiid to play. He didn't want to play. Then you get Paul George. He comes in. Now he's out for the year. Maxey was trying to give you something.
Going all in with Embiid. My best Embiid comp is Aaron Rodgers. Like, when they're right, they are incredibly excellent. And Rodgers did it for a much longer period of time.
Rodgers did it. He just got crazy late in his career.
Rodgers' body of work is much more significant than Embiid's.
Embiid is in his prime right now and refuses to be an athlete.
I don't know. Do you have a comp for him then? I'm just saying, both men seem like giant pains in the ass.
Well, but I'm saying one guy won a Super Bowl already.
Yeah.
And he's like on his downward slope. This dude is like one of the best guys in the league and refuses to be that. I don't know who his comp would be.
I don't either. Maybe we'll ask DA. David Aldridge joins us at 10:30. Barstool Nate at 11. Patrick Stevens. Nobody knows more about local hoops than Patrick Stevens joining us at noon. And then really excited at 1:45, head coach of the Maryland women's program, Brenda Frese, will join the program as the Terps get ready to host a game this weekend in College Park. There was something, though, that we got to listen to. This is not a political statement, but I do think we'd all be better off if our politicians had a little less emotional, constant urgency to everything that happens. Brian, North Carolina got into the tournament, and you can look at it as Carolina got in, so West Virginia did not, basically. My man, I should be respectful of this politician. The governor of West Virginia's name is what? Patrick Morrisey. Okay.
We discussed this yesterday.
Have you heard it, though?
I saw it.
All right. Here is West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey talking about a basketball tournament.
6 quad one wins. And that was combined with an undefeated record against quad 3 and quad 4 opponents. 3 wins against top 10 teams and the 24th toughest schedule in America. West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament. This was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest levels. Now, who was the last team to get into the tournament? Ahead of the Mountaineers. That would be the University of North Carolina. Now, let's see how their resume stacks up. The Tar Heels went 1-12 in quad 1 games and even had a quad 3 loss. And we keep hearing about the importance of these quad 1 wins, but UNC couldn't even get 6 quad 1 wins.
I mean, I preferred when he got into the miscarriage of justice and all these really kind of egregious terms. The governor ain't wrong, okay? West Virginia had a better body of work to get in the tournament than Carolina. Mm-hmm. But Carolina took Duke to the wire, who is considered a 1 seed in the ACC tournament. Carolina might have won that game if the kid didn't have a lane violation. Oh, by the way, they're Carolina oh, by the way, you're the governor. Go govern.
Yeah, but I think when you start looking at it, they are playing in a rivalry game. So normally you could just throw all the taking them to the wire stuff out the way. It's not like a typical game. On top of it, they did not have the quality wins. And then when you look at the fact that the guy is from one of the guys on the committee is from North Carolina, that kind of just throws little things. And so he claims he after the fact he said, well, I took myself off of that. You believe it? Hell no. He probably discussed it about pushing him in. Then he decided to back off after he influenced like you do sometimes. You try to lead the witness. They did exactly that. So I understand the governor's part, but I agree with you totally. It's not your damn job, dude. And the tournament is going to go on. So stop worrying about it.
Part of me loves that the governor of the state is that invested in the state college sports, right? Like in West Virginia, I know what those Mountaineers mean. I get it. It's wild and wonderful. Ryan Russillo has this bit that I think is really good where, have you ever noticed how everything always becomes the most important thing ever? Like if we're just in this constant state of this is the most important election ever, this is the most important winter storm ever, this is the most important drought ever, this is the most important construction project ever.
That's what we've become in this country.
Right. And I just think we'd be cool if we could back off that.
Why do you think I have the attitude I have? I really don't give a damn about much because I have been through 8 snowstorms that's going to be the last one. And I refused to go to the store. They ran out of everything, and I was able to go to the store. After the snowstorm happened, a day or two, I'm at the store, and then all of a sudden now, guess what? There's a truck bringing new stuff in the back. What happened to the fact that we're going to be stuck in the house for all these times? I hear it all the time, so it's probably going to catch me one day, but I just don't believe it over here.
By the day it catches you, eggs are going to cost $25 a dozen, so don't even worry about it.
Yeah, and the eggs, they're still going up.
Speaking of catching you, I beat you this morning.
In what?
Driving here. I saw your car. We were both coming under the little bridge. You went Main Avenue. I went 395.
Yeah,
and I said to myself, I wonder if I'll beat B-Mitch this morning.
Well, I always go that way. I wouldn't race you.
I had parked and was walking to the stairs when I saw your car pull in.
Yeah, I go that way all the time.
You always make fun of how I drive.
No, but that's your route. I go the other route because that route got me stuck one day and I'll never go it again.
When the damn moron sat down on the highway?
Yeah, I would have just made them into speed bumps that day. But I don't go that way. So
there was
So I didn't know we even had a race. He's racing me like when I don't even know he's there.
I won.
That's basically cheating.
Yeah, I mean, you won.
Hold on. The same thing happened like last month, and you were like, man, you drive like such a dork. So why can't I point out when I beat you?
You claim we were racing. I was sitting right next to you, and you never saw me.
I don't claim we were racing. I'm just telling you I won.
And Landy, I'm sitting next to him. Let him in. He never knew it was me. That's why I say you drive like a dork. You straight ahead with 2 on. Yeah, what 6 and 9?
No,
3 and 9.
Damn, get your head out of the gutter. 10 and 2, dog. 10
you were 3 and 9 though. Yours wasn't up there.
You said 6 and 9.
Yeah, I said 6 and 9. Been there before. 1969. I was a year old.
David Aldridge is going to join us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can be even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. And you know who the underdog's going to be this week? It's going to be North Carolina. Everybody thought they shouldn't be in. North Carolina might shake things up. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Yoshinobu Yamamoto threw 5 strong innings. Shohei Ohtani had 2 hits and scored twice. And the defending World Series champs Dodgers beat the Chicago Cubs 4-1 in MLB's season opener at the Tokyo Dome. Now, playing in front of their home country, Yamamoto and Cubs lefty Shota Imanaga both pitched well in the first all-Japanese starting pitching matchup on opening day in MLB history. Japanese rookie Roki Sasaki will make his MLB debut for the Dodgers, while left-hander Justin Steele takes the mound for the Cubs on Wednesday night in the final game in Tokyo. Then it's back stateside for opening day for the remaining 28 clubs. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement to a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, coming up at noon, we're going to be giving away Nats opening day tickets. So make sure you are around for those. Opening day is always a great time. Beer is cold, the grass is green. Right now, though, time to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Mr. David Aldridge. DA, how are you, man?
What's up, gentlemen?
We are great. I got to confess something. I did break the I don't know what wall that would be, the 7th wall perhaps. And I told B Mitch what you put in the Commander's text thread that you're already breaking down Mount St. Mary's tape.
Correct.
How many Mount St. Mary's games have you now watched?
2. I'll probably watch another one tonight. I went to Dayton.
What's the favorite thing they like to do, Dave?
They use a lot of pin downs to get to their bigs. A lot of different looks to kind of get to their 2 big guys.
Mm-hmm.
They do high lows to them. They get them posted up off of some action on the weak side. Sometimes the 2 bigs are pretty athletic. It's going to be a problem for us. But we've been very good at ball pressure the last month. We don't let people get to what they want to do. We don't let people post us up because we really trap the ball pretty well. So if we keep that up, we'll be in decent shape, I think. So I'm optimistic.
We've been rooting for you.
That love for your alma mater, baby.
Yeah, man. We had Coach Simpkins on the show yesterday, talking with our friend David Aldridge from the Athletic DC. DA, a very proud American University alum. AU takes on Mount St. Mary's tomorrow night. DA, this time of year, you're obviously an NBA guy. You've covered professional basketball for so long. What do you enjoy most? It's got to be different when your AU Eagles are in it, but what do you enjoy most over these next 3 weeks of college hoops?
I just think especially obviously the first weekend is all about upsets, right? Where everybody's looking for those big upsets, for those 15-2s, or there's those 13-4s that come up every year. So you want to see that. You want to find out. You want to learn about people like the kid at Oakland last year that just came out of nowhere and started raining threes on Kentucky.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like those are great stories. And there's great coaches like Oakland's coach that's been around forever. And people that really follow college basketball know him, but most people who don't follow him don't know much about him. So those great stories come out about players and kids that have been doing it, just haven't been getting noticed, but they do it on a big stage, and all of a sudden they get noticed. And then you think about what was St. Peter's a couple of years ago and got to the Sweet 16. I mean, it's just that you love stories like that, right? And Everybody wants that. That's what makes March Madness beautiful, right? Once you get to the Sweet 16, it's all about the blue bloods, and then it's about watching Duke play Kansas and things like that. And that's fine. That's good too. I mean, that certainly matters because you want to find out who the best team is in a given year. But I think the real tournament that most people are excited about is that first weekend. When anything is possible. If your team plays at its best on a given day and gets a little luck, you can be UMBC. You know what I mean? Like that's just, and that's forever. That's forever. And so that to me is what I love about it. I've covered a few tournaments over the years, and there's just nothing like the bands being there and the cheerleaders being there and the student bodies from the various schools that are able to come to sites. And I'm glad that, a few years ago, for the most part, I mean, they kind of jobbed you Terps, man, sent them out to Seattle. That's terrible.
They sure
That's
did.
just awful. That's awful. It's really bad. Like if AU got sent out to Seattle, I probably wouldn't be able to go. You just can't fly to Seattle. That's asking a lot of people.
Especially when Arizona got the 4 seed in the East.
That
doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. And I know Maryland travels, so they'll have people out there, but still, they say they make every accommodation to make it easier for people to send their fans out. We're going to be in Dayton, and if we win, we'll go to Raleigh. I mean, those are doable things for us.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I can get to Dayton today. It would be hard for me to get to Seattle today if I had to.
Chris Russell usually takes the bus, but it might take a while. I mean, seriously, if you look at the 4 seeds, Purdue is the 4 seed in the Midwest. You can argue where these should have been slotted, and I think perhaps Maryland should have been ahead there, but whatever. Purdue in the Midwest makes sense. Texas A&M is the 4 seed in the South. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Somehow Maryland is in the West and Arizona's in the East.
That doesn't make any sense.
Not
I agree
whatsoever.
with you.
They
it doesn't make any sense.
Could have left Arizona right there.
It's totally unfair to a great fan base that would happily go to North Carolina or to Florida or to wherever. You know what I mean?
Providence, whatever it was, right?
Yeah, well, you can get there in less than a half a day.
Right. It's a reasonable trip, and Seattle is not, man.
That's not reasonable.
DA, for you, with how much AU means to you, how do you feel about the play-in game? Because we had Coach Simpkins on, and he said, listen, man, for us, it's great. We are the game nationally. But I feel like I don't want any of my 16 seeds to not get their chance at being UMBC.
Right. No, I mean, that's the gamble. But, at first, reflexively, and this is, we've kind of known for the last really month or so that if we win the tournament, we win the Patriot League champion, no matter who it is probably going to be a 16. It's just Patriot League's having a down year. It's not it's not one of the lower D1 leagues this year. So you kind of just knew. And at first I was like, I want to be in the play-in. That's terrible. But then you think about it, you're like, not only, like Coach said, you're the only game in town on Wednesday night, but if you win, that's a tournament win.
Yeah.
And you get a tournament win and you get a tournament unit. You know what that is? You get paid. And for us, we're a small program. That's a big payday for us if we win a tournament game. And so the opportunity to win an NCAA game, get paid, get some national attention on your program is well worth it to me. I would if I have to play Duke, and if we win, we play Duke. I'm not under no illusions about what's going to happen on Friday if we play Duke. So if we have to play Duke, let's at least get a payday out of it before we play Duke. You know what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
So
And
that's
you get
what
the-
I'm looking forward to, hopefully.
Duke will probably be on nationally too. I mean, if it's about, exposure and getting more
Absolutely.
kids to see the brand.
Yes.
You're going to see it with Duke out there.
DA, how excited are you about Dwayne Simpkins, just as your coach?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
No, it's been great. He's been great. I'm so glad that, we had, a lot of people apply for the job, which is, that's every D1 job. So that doesn't mean we're special or anything like that. Like every school has dozens of people applying for their job when they become open. But I've said this many times to people because it's the truth. Like, over the course of many years of covering the NBA, you talk to college coaches all the time about players and guys that they like and guys that they think can be good pros. And so I would always, I've known Dwayne for 20 years, so I've called him a lot of times to ask him about guys in the CAA, that had a chance to be pros that he saw at Mason and in other places he's been. And Dwayne always was, while being very respectful to the existing coaches that were at AU at the time, he always said this to me: if that AU job ever comes open, I'd be very interested in that job. Always, and we're not a big time program. You know what I mean? Like that's not a job that you automatically think, God, I can't wait for that job to open. I'm going to be all over it. So for a guy to say that to me consistently over the years, for him to get the job meant that he wanted the job, and he wanted the job for a minute, and he's thinking locally, and the crowds that have come out this year are just different from crowds that we have seen at Bender for a long time. There's more people, obviously, but even more than that, it's much more reflective of there's people that you see that you ain't seen in Bender in 10 years. Local guys, coaches, some AAU guys, but not a ton, because Dwayne doesn't, he hasn't kind of affiliated himself with an AAU program.
Yeah, he said
but just local guys, local high school coaches, people that have known Dwayne since he was at DeMatha, that just because he's a good dude, everybody knows him. He's a good dude, and people are rooting for him. And it's just been great to see a local school have a real local flavor in terms of not just the kids that they are recruiting and bringing in, because we've got a bunch of kids from Maryland. We've got a couple kids from Virginia, from right around the way. We got a kid coming in from DeMatha next year, but just a guy that's been rooted in DC for a long time. It's been a fun year, man.
That's great.
It's been a really fun year.
And ultimately that's what this is about. There's what are there now? 68 teams. 67 of them are going to lose their final game.
That's right.
It's about being fun. And I think especially when you're a smaller school, it's about building that sense of community, developing a program. And, I just, it seems like Simpkins is doing it the completely right way.
Absolutely.
I'm curious if you have looked past to tomorrow night for your boys, if you've got Final Four, if you've got champion predictions, all that kind of stuff.
I would say this. I think Houston's really good. Houston's really, really good.
They're tough.
So I kind of look at them as, I think they might have it this year. I have a feeling that team is just, they are so good defensively. They are so good. And I've watched Duke a lot this year because the local pro team might have an interest in one of their players.
Sure.
He comes out. So I've watched them a bunch this year, and they're really good. Like, Cooper's really good. Like, he's going to be a really good pro. And they've got some other guys that are really good. But to me, a great defensive team in one game can be so disruptive that they really, really make it hard for a good offensive team. Like they just good offensive teams aren't used to not scoring. You know what I mean? Like
sure.
they're used to they have more talent than you, and over the course of 40 minutes they just wear you down. But if you're a really good defensive team like Houston is, they can really put sand in the gears and frustrate you. And so I just have a feeling that whether it's Duke or somebody else, I don't know. I'm not an expert on college basketball. I'm not pretending to be, but having watched Houston a couple of times this year, you just come away going, boy, they're really good. They're really good. They're really good defensively. And
Sampson knows what he's doing, man.
Yeah, and he's a really good coach. And so, and they've been in Elite Eights and Final Four. So if they get there again, they're not going to be fazed by it. You know what I mean? As a program, they kind of know how to do it now. So that doesn't mean I'm right. That's just you asked me a question. That's the answer that came to mind.
I love your humility, DA, to suggest you're not a college basketball expert.
No,
You very
I'm
much
not.
are. But You know what's funny?
Hey, we know you watch more film than most people.
Yeah, I know. There is nobody in the country that isn't on the AU staff that is grinded more Mount St. Mary's tape than you. I know that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Weird for us to not talk football, but we'll circle back to that after the madness, all right?
Anytime, guys. Anytime.
All
You
right,
guys
Dave.
do that. My pleasure.
Thank you,
Appreciate
DA.
it, brother.
Give
Yes, sir.
DA a follow at David Aldridge, DC. I really hope AU wins. I know that would mean so much to him and the folks in Tenleytown.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking to win on your own real estate transactions, what you need to do is call our guy, John Leahy.
Just like George and Sylvia did. They had recently retired, and thanks to that, they were able to relocate to Florida so they could be closer to their daughter and their grandchildren. But all that didn't go according to plan. Why? That's because they initially tried to sell the home themselves. And given the fact that they needed to sell their home quickly and at a certain price to be able to afford their new place in Florida, Sylvia and George quickly discovered they needed an expert. That's where John Leahy and the Fine Living Group came in to save the day. Needless to say, they worked their magic, getting the property sold in only 3 weeks with a cash offer of $15,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
You heard me talk about the home valuation tool on John's website. That has so much value because really, if you are thinking about selling, how much you stand to make is what matters most. Because if you're thinking about selling, odds are there's somewhere else you want to be, whether it's you want to retire, move closer to your kids, your grandkids, I don't know, maybe get away from your kids, whatever it is, you need to know how much your house is worth. Check out the home valuation tool at johnsellsdmv.com. John with no age. You'll get an idea of the equity you're sitting on 30, 45 seconds. Then you can make an informed decision. Then you can have an informed conversation with a guy like John. That's why he's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or it's even easier. Just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. All right, folks. We're all in on March Madness. We got the official non-public B. Mitch and Finley pool that we're getting. We have 2 submissions.
Yeah.
What are the chances Jeff remembers to physically hand B. Mitch a paper?
0.
Landville's got it at 0.
I need them by Thursday.
What are the chances Jeff remembers to
Thursday
give you
morning before the first game
to
kicks
give you
off.
both a bracket and a $20 bill?
He might be. I don't know if he's gonna give me no. He better give me a 20 or he won't be in it.
All right, we'll find out.
Hold on. How y'all
Biaggi,
gonna,
you're in, dude.
how y'all going to say when will he, if he will forget? Y'all never even told me about this. Y'all just started talking about it.
No, Jeff.
We actually did a whole show.
We did a
on it
whole
yesterday.
segment on this yesterday.
But did you fill me in? Was I in
You just wasn't
yesterday?
here.
You were supposed to be here, because it's kind of, we're all here 10 to 2, Monday to Friday. Kind of the gig.
I had coverage, but don't we have a text thread? Y'all could have been like, "Yo, we doing this." Da da da.
Usually you pay more attention to the show when you're not here.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna be paying attention.
Listen,
I
hey,
get more text from you when you're not here than you when
listen,
you're
J-Dogs
I didn't
forever.
talk to
You got to
y'all
have
yesterday.
a physical bracket. You got to hand it to B with a $20 bill before Thursday at noon. Okay? We all
Cool.
caught up?
Got you.
Great. I got Commander Tequila texting me about an ESPN.com. That's not what I want, Commander Tequila. That's not what we're
Commander
looking for.
Tequila. Text ESPN.
If you want to hang with us Thursday and Friday, we will be at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join all of us, 106.7 The Fan, B. Mitch and Finley, and Grant and Danny will be out there Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tournament, doing the shows live. We're going to be eating. We're going to be drinking. We're going to be watching. They got
I'm gonna be eating
a billion TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. I wanted to play this because I fear we will lose track of it later.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be very clear that I don't think folks should get upset about this. Maybe upset's the wrong word. OZ, Olamide Zaccheaus, signed with the Bears. Okay. And he got asked some questions by Bears reporters, and he said he got asked about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
And of Caleb, he said, the biggest thing I think is just the mental aspect of it for any young quarterback, especially Caleb. He has all the talent that you need to be a top-tier quarterback of the league, and a lot of it's just going to be the mental aspect of it and kind of just slowing the game down.
I think he said exactly the truth.
And then he's talking about his connection with Jaden. The biggest thing is just the connection. That was one thing that we prided ourselves on, is just to be able to connect as quickly as possible. That's how you really take off, the connection throughout the building, not just player to player, player to coach, coach to players, but entire team to player, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think OZ doesn't really make a comparison here, but he just signed with a new team. Of course he's going to say the right thing.
He just signed with a new team, and all he said was Caleb is a young quarterback who has to get more mentally into it. He has to get a connection with all of his teammates, and also the coaches and stuff got to get a connection with him. He said the truth. He didn't make a comparison. He didn't make him higher. He said the truth. Now, the comparison is they both were drafted in the same year. One was drafted for the other. They both brothers, play quarterback. One guy seemed to be a little bit more mentally there and stuck in and had a better connection with his supporting cast than the other did. And he's saying if Caleb wants to get there, that's where he has to go. I don't think it's a comparison. I think he's basically saying what needs to happen for you to reach your full potential.
Yeah, I think he's saying, because one of the most fascinating subplots of this kind of this offseason is, can DQ keep that feeling of brotherhood in that burgundy and gold locker room? Because it's not that easy. And every time you change that recipe, every time you get new players, it's going to change the chemistry. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it shifts.
It does, but what I've heard from guys speaking is exactly what they were preaching last year.
Yeah.
The guys that just signed are saying the exact same things, which tells me people like a guy, Bobby Wagner, who signed back, and I thought was a very important signing, reaching out to guys and talking to them. letting the guys know what's up, letting them know they're welcome. Just the mere fact that guys that were already here reaches out to guys as soon as they sign, that does a world of good for guys. Some guys have a thing going on and you bring in new people, got rid of one of their buddies, they don't want to say nothing to you. It happens. But what OZ said, I don't see that as anything negative.
At all.
Yeah.
You never know. If you're looking for something negative, Barstool Nate will join the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. itcadre.com. Hockey fans in Sweden have watched superstars like Sidney Crosby and Steven Stamkos for decades on television, but never in person. But that's going to change next season because the NHL has just announced that the Predators and the Penguins will play a pair of regular season games next season as part of the Global Series in Stockholm, Sweden. Crosby and the Penguins will play Stamkos and the Preds on November 14th and November 16th. This will be the Penguins' first trip to Europe in 17 years. Although this will be the Preds' first venture to Sweden, it'll be their third time in franchise history that they're playing outside of North America. And now it's time to turn our attention to college basketball because March Madness is finally here. First Four is on tonight with action starting at 6:40 p.m. between Alabama State and St. Francis. Later tonight, 9:10 p.m., we got tip-off between UNC and San Diego State. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. When you hear OAR, means we're about to talk to the dog. Nate Dogg joins us. Barstool Nate, Little Nate X. What up, man? How are you, buddy?
Fellas, happy March.
Happy March, man.
Happy March.
Happy race to the playoffs for the Caps. Happy #1 draft pick season for the Wizards. It's all happening.
It's all happening. Let's start with March Madness, dude.
Yep.
I've never understood this crazy game you guys do at Barstool, but you get like a team and you're all in on that team. Help me understand what the hell it is.
Yeah, we've been doing it for probably 10 years now. Everybody gets a 9 through 16 seed, and if your team makes the Sweet 16, you win a cash prize. I'm 0 for 10 in this contest.
Who are you picking this year?
So this year, I have the winner of the play-in game between Texas and Xavier. So if they make the Sweet 16, I win something.
Dude, one of those play-in teams usually makes a run. Now, there's nobody that says it'll be Texas Xavier over.
He's 0-8, he said.
Yeah,
no,
I've never.
Isn't it picked at random, or do you actually pick?
So the order of when you pick is picked at random. So but remember when St. Peter's made that sick run 2 years ago?
Yeah.
They were literally the last team picked in this contest. So you can do all the studying and all the research and think you know what you're talking about, and then a St. Peter's comes out of nowhere and makes a run to the Sweet 16. So I feel like it's a coin flip. Everybody has about equal chance.
So your game tonight, Nate, the winner of the game tonight is your pick.
Yes, sir.
I thought Carolina was tonight. I thought Texas was tomorrow night.
Is that so?
You're clearly locked in.
Yeah.
Carolina's definitely tonight. I think.
Yes, Texas Tech.
He has Texas Xavier, the winner of that.
Okay.
It's tomorrow night. You're right.
Yeah, great job.
Sure
Who was the number one pick in a 9 and below draft?
It was Colorado State, who are favored currently over Memphis, who Maryland would play if we beat Grand Canyon in the first round.
Wow. I'm surprised Colorado State is the top pick there. I
guess
think
Memphis
they could beat
has
Memphis.
An injury, and Colorado State is a 2.5-point favorite as the 12 versus the 5. So, yeah, they were the first pick.
All right, let's get to local college hoops. I know you, like me, care greatly about these Maryland Terrapins. Scale of 1 to 10, how much should they get jobbed getting sent out to Seattle?
The whole thing, the committee, it makes no sense at all because first of all they do is shaft Maryland year after year. We know that. They send us out to Seattle. They make us play, on West Coast time. I saw a tweet that the closest to College Park Maryland can possibly play during March Madness this year would be the final game, the Final Four in San Antonio. That's crazy. It makes no sense. They should have been in the East. They should have been setting up a Maryland versus Duke game in the Sweet 16. The committee probably got a call from Coach K on their Batmobile phone, and they said, don't do that. Send Maryland out west. We're still mad about them leaving the ACC 55 years ago. They'll continue to shaft us until all those old dinosaurs are in the dirt. I think it's erroneous. I think it's dumb. It's a bad bit that the committee does, constantly shafting Maryland. That being said, we do have a fairly easy path, according to the experts, to the Sweet 16. So I'm not going to complain too much. I'll take a soft path over a region any day. But I do think it's crazy that they just continue to bury Maryland on the West Coast.
Nate, as you look at this thing, which number one you think will have the toughest battle or struggle the earliest?
I'll say this, and I take no pride in saying this. Duke is easily the best team in college basketball this year. You can look at every metric, including the eye test, and it's just blatantly obvious Duke is very, very good. Just head and shoulders better than any other team. That being said, they have the entire world rooting against them, and that has to mean something. If it's a close game, and it's one of my favorite things about March Madness, is when it's a close game in the second half, the neutral crowd will just get behind the underdog so passionately, and it becomes a home game for that underdog. And that's what we're rooting to happen to Duke. We're hoping that teams just play them tough and close, and that the underdogs feed off that energy and we can get an upset. I really, truly do not want to see Duke cutting down any sort of nets in April. Besides that, I mean, Auburn, very good all season. Florida, people are saying could actually beat Duke in the final, in the championship, if it gets there. And then Houston's the other number one that I don't know much about, obviously. But
David Aldridge was just on with us and said he really likes Houston. Said they're a hell of a defensive team.
Yeah, I was going to say Houston just plays this defense that is just you just can't score on them. People keep saying it's a very chalky tournament this year, but I'm going to challenge that because, again, nobody really knows anything. The college game, because of AAU, and these kids grew up playing super competitive. You get 12 seeds that have, 4-star recruits at this point. Everybody's just not going to Duke, Kentucky, Kansas anymore. And especially with NIL, guys are just jumping ship back and forth everywhere. So, yeah, I think you can watch 0 college basketball games all season and then get super into the tournament. I still think it's the best postseason out of any sport, maybe besides the NHL. I'm very excited to watch it. I'm very excited Maryland is good again. JP, we've waited a long time, not including the 2020 season that was cut short for Maryland to be good again. Yeah. So, yeah, I've never been more into college basketball in probably a decade than I am right now.
All right, a few things. The NFL is the best postseason. Let's not
no, because that wild card weekend with the 8-8 Texans always falls flat.
They're one and done, brother. You got one game to get it done.
I don't agree with you, but you're allowed to have your own opinion.
Hold on, JP, the serious question. You think NFL playoffs is more exciting than the March Madness tournament?
Yeah. If I get to pick one thing for the rest of my life, I'm taking NFL playoffs over March Madness. And I love March Madness, but I'm taking NFL playoffs. Are you not?
I'm very surprised to hear that.
The divisional round? I mean, conference championship weekend, the freaking Super Bowl? You're not taking that?
I think just top to bottom in terms of upsets and excitement levels and passion and how much the country rallies around it, the tournament is better.
The entire country watches the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. Yes, the entire country watches the Super Bowl, but it's just different. It's a different sort of energy. I'll take March Madness.
B?
I think it's exciting, but I don't think March Madness is better than the NFL playoffs.
I love March Madness. I don't want to get into a position where I'm downgrading March Madness, but this isn't even close.
We'll open the phone lines and see what the people think.
Maybe we will. I do want to ask you this. You said something interesting earlier, talking with our friend Barstool Nate, the ever provocative Eric Nathan. You can follow him at Barstool Nate. Joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. A lot of folks think that Carolina getting into the tournament over West Virginia in some level is a result of, one, I think just Carolina's brand value, but two, the Carolina AD being the chairman of the selection committee, which I think is it's not a really far bridge to draw, right? But you said something that made me laugh.
I don't think you need to be drawing up diagrams and connecting dots on that one.
It's not
they got in because the guy who runs the committee is the AD at UNC. It's not.
And he got paid extra money.
Yeah, and he got a 6-figure bonus for UNC making the tournament. And I like that he put himself into a playoff game or a play-in game. It's like, oh, we're not really in. We're in the play-in game.
But you said something else that, like, Maryland will continue to get boned until all these old, frustrated ACC people are out of their positions of power. And I wonder if there's some level of truth to that. And I wonder if the reality has shifted so completely that now that basically the Big Ten and the SEC run the world and the ACC is holding on to a life raft, how much do you think the old school ACC people are just furious about Maryland leaving?
It happened so long ago. They have to get over it. It makes no sense. It's not like Maryland's the only team to leave.
I know, everybody moves.
Maryland was a little early. Like now it happens every other day. Like sometimes you forget who's in the Big Ten. It's like, Stanford. Like what are they doing in the? Or sorry, it's just like Oregon. What conference are they in this year? Everybody just jumped ship every other year. Maryland was just kind of early to it, and they just keep getting punished for it. I hate it. It makes no sense. As for the UNC dinosaur, I can't blame him for putting his own school into the tournament. If you have that sort of power and you're looking at the two options, do I want $100K in my bank account or do I not want $100K in my bank account? I'm going to take the $100K in my bank account. It is what it is. I don't know how they allow him to have that job while also being the AD at North Carolina. That's the crazier thing. It's like a judge being on trial and the judge gets to decide if he's guilty or not. I think he's going to take not guilty. So I don't really understand how he's allowed to do that, but I can't really blame him either. I would do the same thing.
Let's do a little Caps talk before, or just tell me how far you think Maryland gets. You got a Sweet 16 arrival against Florida?
Yeah, but, why not us? It's one of those things. We have the best starting five in college basketball, in my very non-biased opinion. You can go far in the tournament with a great starting five. We don't have depth. We know that. But, why not beat Florida? Who's to say we can't do it? Every year there's a team that comes out of nowhere. Maryland's the 4. I wouldn't say we're out of nowhere, but Florida is a wagon. I would love to get to Florida and give them the business. So, yeah, why not Maryland? Maryland Duke final.
Now you're talking. All right, let's get to Caps. Ovi scored Sunday. He's now 8 away. They play tonight against the Red Wings. If you're trying to get to a game, take your kids to a game, this is the week to do it because there's 3 home games. Red Wings, I think, Flyers, Panthers. That Panthers ticket's going to be a hot ticket, but the Red Wings and the Flyers, you should be able to get in.
What happens tonight and Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a hat trick or something.
Hat trick and get,
but I think the really pricey tickets are probably coming in another week or so. Mm-hmm. So if you want to take the family, I would try to go. When are you starting the Barstool Nate tour where you're not going to miss a game?
The Barstool Nate tour starts on Sunday, March 30th at home against the Sabres. Assuming he scores a couple, between now and then. If he's still at 8, I might not come home to watch, him go from 8 to 7. But if he stays on pace, and I think he's going to, I should be at every game from 3 goals on down. So at home against the Sabres, March 30th, at Boston, April 1st, back down in Raleigh, April 2nd, at home against the Blackhawks, April 4th. The Amtrak is going to get to know me very, very well.
That Blackhawks game on April 4th seems very, very interesting.
I have my train ticket and my hockey tickets for that. And
I like April 4th, our first
game.
That's what you have in the pool?
Yeah.
I have March 30th in the pool. More and more, I wonder if it's not Columbus at the end of the year. Is there any part of you, Nate Dogg, and you generally are an optimistic fan about your sports teams, is there any part of you that thinks he doesn't get it done?
It's possible. I think he gets it done. I think he can put a couple in the Flyers at home on Thursday. The Bruins are a mess. We go up to Boston April 1st. Bruins are bad. The Blackhawks are terrible. That's the April 4th game. He beats up on the Islanders nonstop. And we have, 2 more against the Islanders. And then that final regular season game at Pittsburgh. I want to say, and this might sound insane, if he's 1 away from tying and or breaking, somewhere in there, I don't know if he plays that final game at Pittsburgh, because nobody wants to see him break it in Pittsburgh when he can break it at home next season. I assume it's Ovi. He'll play, of course, but we should have everything locked up by then. So there is that chance that he doesn't break it this season. I think he does. I think the goaltending he's going to see in the next few weeks is poor enough. And the Caps, are so good. We're just so good. He's still a power play machine. This team is just clicking on every single level possible. I think he breaks it this season.
I do too.
I wouldn't care where he breaks it. If it's broken on the road this year, who cares?
I agree.
I understand it would be great to be at home, but you can't pick and judge that. If a person decides, well, I'm not going to do it, I want to try it next week. You don't know what can happen.
It's one of the great differences to me in my lifetime. This record reminds me a lot of Cal Ripken hunting down Lou Gehrig, right, for the consecutive games played. But that was just about playing in the game. So it was very easy to schedule it out.
Yeah.
This thing, the way it's going with Ovi, he's going to take the goals wherever they are. And I think if he's 1 behind going to that Pens game, he's going to play and try to score. I also think he wants this thing over with. As much as it means a lot to him, I've been in the dressing room a little bit now and will be more down the stretch here for the Caps. But all my friends that cover them every day and are there every day, Ovi tries to deflect on this topic all the time. I think he'd rather this be about the team than himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think we're so fortunate that he's breaking or doing the hunt for the goal record, breaking it, whatever, while the Caps are so good this season too. So it's like I don't know if it's 2 birds, 1 stone or what the phrase is, but when a lot of times when these guys are going for huge records, like the Cardinals with McGuire, they were bad. Ripken on the O's, they were bad. This Caps team is 44-15-8, probably going to win the President's Trophy as the best team. Logan Thompson is 29-4. This team is really, really, really good.
Really good.
So it makes sense that Ovi wants to be able to, focus on the team, but it kind of is the team, like this team goes as Ovi goes. We're just really lucky that a lot of guys like McMichael, Protis, Dylan Strome, and Pierre-Luc Dubois are just having career years.
Yeah.
So it takes a lot of pressure off of Ovi.
Totally. It's I love that they are relatively under the radar as far as how good they are, because everybody's just talking about the Ovi chase. Like I feel like the pressure of previous President's Trophy seasons isn't there because everything's focused on the Ovi chase. But Nate Dogg, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't make appointment television of a lot of West Coast Caps games just because it's so late. I don't know how. Maybe Winnipeg's in a different time zone than I'm aware of. Next Tuesday night, Caps at Winnipeg. I am locked in for that game, and it's somehow it's an 8:00 start. I figured it'd be at 10:00. Is Winnipeg not in the Western time zone?
I think they're 2 hours behind us, right?
So they're starting it at 6.
Yeah, I like that.
That must be a ESPN poll or something. But whatever. We're watching that. B, you want to come over to
Winnipeg's
watch Caps
hour.
Jets?
1 hour behind us, JP.
You might leave early before the game's over.
I can't leave early at my own house.
He'll leave us out on the porch and go ahead and go to sleep.
B-Mitch, you are invited over for that game.
They're only 1 hour behind,
steaks.
dog.
All right, we've learned something about Winnipeg. Nate, I don't know about you. I've never heard anything nice about Winnipeg.
I think it's just cold. I would like to see. I think out of 100 people on the street, 6 people could point to it on a map. I know.
Clearly, I'm not one of them.
Nothing. I know nothing about Winnipeg besides the Jets play there. That's my entire fact about Winnipeg is they have a hockey team who are very good. That's it.
Nate Dogg, I am going to give you a very coveted invitation. Okay.
What's that?
Would you like to get in the B. Mitch and Finley non-public NCAA tournament pool?
I would love to.
Here's the rules. You have to get a physical bracket into Brian's hand before Thursday at noon.
Not happening.
Now-
and $20. See, but this is my problem. This dude right here, the dude sitting across from me, he like to just do stuff that he knows is impossible, Nate.
All right, I'll fill it out, send you a picture of it. You can print it out and hand it to Dean.
I'm not doing all that.
If you fill it out, email me. I'll get it printed and handed to B.
Don't invite nobody else after this, okay?
Nate's one of us.
No, you
He's
just
a regular.
You don't know how you're like a elementary school student. Don't do this, and he'd go right there and do it.
Yo, B's off tomorrow. The amount of people I'm inviting tomorrow is going to be
Well,
bananas.
if they don't
I
see,
mean, hold on,
if they don't see me with it, they won't be in. Hey,
It's
you can do what you
insane that
want.
you're rallying against me being in your
Hold on, Nate, I
like,
can't hear you.
He just took his headphones off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that he's putting up a protest about me filling out a bracket.
Who? I'm not putting up a protest. We made a deal yesterday. JP decides to just start inviting other people.
No.
If first of all, if I said you're supposed to put it in my hand and you don't put it in my hand, I don't care what you do. I can just say no. But
Well,
I at
thought
least
Heavy
told
Metal
you to
Chris
send it
was
to him.
running it.
At
I
least,
won't fill it out now.
Chris ain't even here today. How the hell he gonna run it when he's not even here?
Our the non-public B. Mitch and Finley bracket pool is off to a rousing success.
Jeez Louise.
Nate Dogg,
Yeah.
tell me one more time why you think the NCAA tournament is better than the NFL playoffs.
The upsets, the pageantry, the way that you can root against teams like Duke, and you can just, one second you're rooting for Creighton, then the next second you're rooting for, like University of Wisconsin, whatever random East Tennessee State. You pick up new teams, you root hard for them, and brackets get people going. Brackets are just way more fun than anything. Everybody fills them out. You're in a bunch of office pools. It's Americana at its finest.
I don't agree with you. I am going to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067. I'm going to ask the boys in the aquarium. Like, we're all just, thank you. I'm going to say thank you before I insult you. So thank you, Nate.
Yes.
All right. We are all just lying to ourselves by saying this because it's recency bias. If you truly believe the NCAA tournament,
If you had on the NCAA tournament and the Super Bowl, what you watching?
Exactly.
If you had
Thank
on the NCAA tournament and the NFC AFC championship game, what you watching?
Okay, now I
No,
think
we
you're-
got to go.
now-
We're out of
no,
time.
hold on,
Nate,
hold on.
We're out
you're
of time.
done, dog. You're done.
Hold
You always like to
Hold
just throw stuff out there. Let's see if it's gonna
Hold
stick.
on.
Go
I
quick.
think
We're
that's
out of time.
Two different arguments.
We-
I think I would watch the NFL over college basketball. I think the tournament is more exciting than NFL playoffs.
I said the tournament,
All right,
and
we
I
gotta
use
go.
the stuff.
Goodbye.
It
Thank
ain't
you.
gonna stick this time.
You better fax
You got
your
it.
bracket to B. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are
Nate's
open.
not in.
Goodbye. What are you watching more? What is the better tournament, the NCAA tournament or the NFL playoffs?
Shohei Ohtani is human. While his baseball abilities may lead us to believe that that still isn't true, he finally showed us a little bit of proof that he might be a real human being. During MLB's opening day in Tokyo earlier this morning, Ohtani had 2 hits and he scored twice because, of course, he did. But he also admitted after the game that this was the first time in a very long time that he was nervous before first pitch. He said it actually took him 4 to 5 innings to finally settle in and for the nerves to go away, which is extremely unlike him, where he doesn't get nervous at all before games. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts said that it was the first time that he has witnessed Ohtani nervous, and he saw that he actually got very emotional when they played the Japanese national anthem. The reigning World Series champs beat the Cubs 4-1 in Game 1 of the 2025 season. These two teams have one more game tomorrow night before they head back stateside, and then it's time for opening day for 28 other teams. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Stumbled upon an interesting question, and I think a lot of people have recency bias because there's so much excitement about the NCAA tournament this weekend, and I am incredibly fired up. I will be locked in at 9 o'clock tonight to watch the first 4 Carolina games. That said, the best playoffs are the NFL playoffs, and they're not close. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. I'll start with Jay in D.C. Jay, what's better, NFL playoffs or NCAA tournament?
Man, are you serious? NFL, any day of the week, man. I see if you say WNBA versus the tournament, but you're talking about the playoffs. The playoffs? Man, give me the NFL, JP. Any day of the week.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All right, yep.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What's better, NFL playoffs, NCAA tournament? Our guy Nate Dogg said NCAA tournament. My boy Jay in D.C. said very much NFL playoffs. John is in Herndon. John, what you got?
I am of 2 minds, my left hand and my right brain. I will go with the NCAA playoffs only because underdogs make it so friggin' special. You know, I'm a Washington fan since I was a kid, and last year was the highlight of my life now. However, nothing better than a team from nowhere, a 14 seed, knocking off a 3 seed.
Can I ask you something, though, Johnny?
You got it.
What is the equivalent of the Commanders going into Detroit 2 months ago and taking out the 1 seed? Like, I mean, that's got to be I don't know. Washington's playoff run last year has to be the equivalent of like a 10 or 12 seed getting to the Elite 8.
That's a 16 seed knocking off a 1.
I don't agree. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, Mr. JP. But after the Hail Mary, I was done. I was happy no matter what the hell happened. So going to Detroit, it was a wonderful outcome. But within minutes of the first quarter, we knew we were serious. There's nothing better. I'm sorry, NCAA. But I'm not, as I say, left side, right side. Man, last year was the best friggin' year I've had in probably since my marriage.
Well, congratulations to you. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, bud.
Thanks, bye.
I will go to White Brian, who's a college basketball hipster, thinks he's superior to everyone when it comes to this sport. White Brian
just don't take care of his dogs.
Yeah, he's a dog mom that doesn't even have a dog. And he bets 20 cents a game. White Brian, what's better, NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament?
I firmly believe the first 2 days of the NCAA tournament are the best sporting event of the year, but the NFL playoffs as a whole is better, in my opinion.
Okay. I think
but the whole thing about it is you can't break them down separately. Wasn't there 100 TV shows last year, wasn't it? How many of them were NFL? That was Top 100.
Oh, like top ratings?
Yeah. How many were? I think like 90-something of them. And then some of the other stuff was like some political stuff. Wasn't no NCAA tournament games in there. Even though those teams knocked off some better teams. Wasn't there?
Yeah, and that's why I agree that NFL playoffs as a whole is definitely the better product.
But I'm just saying, they had the top 100 shows. They have even regular season games in front of it.
Yeah, if I could choose between watching the first Thursday of March Madness or the Super Bowl, I would pick the first Thursday of March Madness.
You would
Didn't
watch the
the
Super Bowl?
Caitlin Clark women's tournament outdraw the men's tournament pretty significantly? And whatever, ratings might not be what matters, right? Because that's appealing to casual
You didn't hear what you
fans.
just said. If he could watch the Thursday of the NCAA or the Super Bowl, he's going to watch the Thursday of the NCAA.
That's nuts. Maybe you could make that argument if you could get all 4 days.
I think it's the people that hire him for college basketball are listening.
The other part of it is we lump in all of the upsets with the first round. Sometimes it's the round of 32 where the better upsets are. It's the whole first weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is what if you have to take something, that's what you need. It's not just Thursday, White Brian, you lunatic.
It's the excitement that comes with the first day being Thursday.
Landini?
I hate college basketball, but I got to be honest with you. The first round of the NFL playoffs is pretty bad usually. Like the games they're kind of blowouts, and half the teams there kind of suck and have no shot at actually doing anything anyway. The first 4 days of the NCAA tournament, even though college basketball sucks, is great. There's always a game on. It's typically fun. You can go out, hang out with people. There's all kinds of bets to make. You got all kinds of restaurants offering special discounts and deals and everything like that. It's fantastic. It's the best sporting event.
So how about this? If you're talking about the whole thing, it's the NFL by a mile. But I just got this tweet from Better Beer Authority. He said, what if you do a poll wild card weekend versus the first weekend of the NCAA tournament? I think the first weekend of the tournament takes
the first weekend, you get it.
But in the totality, it's the NFL playoffs.
Totality, easily. You blow it away.
Southeast Zeke is on the line. Zeke, what are you taking, the tournament or the playoffs?
Hey, no question, man. In the playoffs, man. Who watched the tournament? I think who's that? Barstool Nate? He must have been drinking something this morning. There's no way you take the college basketball over the NFL. NFL is top in every category. So, yeah, I'm taking the playoffs every time. And those millennials in there don't know what they're talking about. Anybody under 30 ain't watched enough. They haven't watched enough sports to know anything. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Zeke. Appreciate you, bud. My guy Ike on Twitter says, one thing about the tournament, it lasts longer. There's underdogs, damn good. Plus, even if your team isn't in it, it's still good. Not so in football for me. I got another one. I think a lot of locals would probably feel this way. He said, Pop said, before Jaden Daniels, I'd say March Madness. Now, NFL playoffs.
There you go.
Feels a lot different when Washington wins a couple
when your
games.
team is in it, it feels different. But the whole thing about it is the NCAA is going to last, what, about 2 weeks?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
All the way to the end.
The NFL playoff lasts, what, 4 weeks, a month? Damn near?
They stretch it out.
With the Super Bowl?
Wild card weekend.
Wild card,
divisional round, AFC, week off.
A month, basically.
It's like 5 weeks.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got some stuff. But the thing about when you are preparing for a football game, you prepare for an event. Basketball games, so many of them, you're there watching half of them.
Basketball, you kind of lock in for the day. Like, honestly, you get a reservation at Tap Sports Bar, and you're there for
if
noon
you lock
to
in
6
for the
or
day,
whatever.
I guarantee you, if you could take like a heart monitor, just like you take an interest monitor, and watch how often you are paying attention to the TV once your team or the team you have a bet on are not on TV, it's like it dies. But that getting ready for that Super Bowl week, you are building up, dog, and then you explode on a day.
I wonder if we asked this question a year ago, before Washington won 2 playoff games and hadn't won a playoff game in 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how different the conversation would be.
I'm just a football guy anyway.
I know you, but I'm saying I think the broader conversation is a little more split. I think amongst us, especially amongst you and I, And Jeff is freaking out, wants to say something. Jeffrey, you're up when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Before we go, I got to tell you about how much Door Pro America has changed my life for my family. We had a old, loud, crappy garage door. My boys came over, Shane and Vince. They brought over this crazy iPad with all these different Photoshop garage doors. We were able to get a new one. We picked it out from all the different options, and now it's silent. It's so easy. I go in and out of the garage door all the time. It seriously made a huge impact on just my life and, frankly, my ability to come in late when I've been out watching games. So shout out to Shane and Vince. If you also want to be able to come into your house late without waking people up after you go out and watch games, hit up Door Pro America. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Team handles everything. They can do repairs, maintenance, new installs, whatever you need. Call today and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Check them out now at doorproamerica.com. CLA, I really want to. You'll be my American boy. B. Mitch and Finley. Now, my guy, Jeff Walker's been jumping up and down in there. I assume he wants to defend the NHL playoffs like so many on social media. Jeff, what say you? NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament?
What are we really talking about here? The NFL.
We're talking about the NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament.
JP, it was a rhetorical question, bro.
My bad, dog.
But like I was saying, what are we really talking about here? It don't matter who's playing. If you have a favorite or not, them divisional round, even though the wild cards, some of them suck, people really sit and make time to watch those games. Like, I just feel from my personal experience, when I go out and I be, seeing people watch the games for March Madness and all, it be lackadaisical attention. Like, they're drinking, they're eating, watching the game.
They're drinking more than they are
watching the game. But when the NFL playoffs are on, people are locked in. It's like we're having conversation, but it's like one of those conversations where we're talking, and as soon as the ball is hiked, everyone is quiet.
I
have a buddy of mine named Jerome Agers. So he grew up not watching sports and all that stuff at all.
That's crazy to me.
So we meet, we start talking, hanging out stuff. He goes to the basketball, baseball, this game. He said, man, football fans are crazy. I said, what you mean? He said, bro, everybody like their team, but football, they will harm you. And you start thinking about the excitement. The love for the NFL is so crazy, it's ridiculous. And when guys are sitting there watching, they may have the drink in their hand, but they're like this.
Yo,
NCAA, the game's back here. They talking to their boys.
It's also a lot easier. Like, there's a break after every play where you can take a sip, you can get a bite. Like, during that play, you are locked TF in. I think a big part of this debate is if your team is in it or not. Because if I'm watching Thursday, I'm going to be watching the games at TAP, right?
Uh-huh. With me.
Right. We're going to be chilling. All the games will be on. We'll be locked in. But I'm not as into any single thing unless we get down to the wire and let's say Wofford's about to beat Tennessee, right? Because everybody starts rooting for the upset. Friday, when I watch the Maryland game at 4:30,
you're locked in.
I'm going to be locked in. I think for the NFL, though, I don't know that it happens wild card weekend, but for me, just as someone that's a football fan and works in the industry, whatever, I think most football fans from the divisional weekend on, divisional weekend, title game, Super Bowl, you are locked in, whether it's your team or not.
True. And like if let's say Wofford is playing, whoever they're playing, and they're getting blown out, you're not watching that game. If Wofford starts being close and it gets to the last 4 or 5 minutes, you're really involved in. But if they get their ass kicked from start to finish, you are not watching that basketball game whatsoever. Football game, on the other hand, you're still going to be there paying attention to it, whether they're down by 14 or not. That's why I think the interest in it is more, yes, we get super excited because, yes, you finally get a chance where these teams that don't normally play a team, and when you're familiar with teams, you can blow them out. Because if you play Kentucky against one of these other teams 9 times out of 10, they're going to beat them 9 times out of 10. But when that one time when Kentucky is overlooking them and they come in and destroy them, we are interested in the last few minutes when we now see it's a possibility of an upset.
So I tweeted out, and I don't think I led the witness on this one, B. You can tell me. I just said, what's better? Question mark. Where'd it go?
Mm-hmm.
I said, what's better? Question mark. NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament? This has been posted for, I don't know, less than 20 minutes, got over 1,200 votes. 67% say NFL playoffs, 32% say NCAA tournament. A lot of people responded with hockey. I love hockey.
But hold on.
Let's be real.
They responded with hockey, and they got how much?
I didn't put hockey as an option. To vote in the poll, it's either NFL or NCAA.
How much a percent would have been, you think? It's some people think how many? Okay, so yeah, you got some interest, but it's not better.
Now, I do think if you want to dig a little deeper, if it's wild card weekend versus the first weekend of the NCAA tournament and you get all the games from Thursday to Sunday, that gets a little more interesting. I still think I might lean.
So I bet you give you 48 games. You take 48 games over 4 games.
No, Super Wild Card Weekend is now 6 games.
But
That goes from
48 and 6. That's a hell of a amount of games over.
Yeah, I mean,
8 times more.
Super Wild Card Weekend is now 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. So the volume is significant.
Yeah, so you got 6 of them. And then they go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That'd be about 48 games right there, right?
I mean, there's 64 teams, so that's 32 games, right? And then another 16 games.
Yeah, 48.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's what I do know about a game. When we return, we're giving away Nats opening day tickets. Nats opening day is next Thursday, right?
Yeah.
We're right around the corner, man. Plus, Patrick Stevens will join the program.
March Madness is here. First four is on tonight. Action starts at 6:40 p.m. between Alabama State and St. Francis. CBS Sports experts are making their picks. They're giving the edge to this game to Alabama State. Now, later on tonight, 9:10 p.m., we got tip-off between UNC and San Diego State. San Diego State has a great record in close contests this season. They're 8-2 in games decided by 6 points or fewer. But if you're looking to the experts at CBS Sports, they're giving the edge to UNC in this matchup. But if you believe in signs or anything like that, there might have been a sign that North Carolina shouldn't have been part of March Madness this season. The Tar Heels arrived in Dayton on Monday, more than 2 hours later than scheduled, and missed their media availability because the NCAA's charter flight didn't pick the team up on time due to some issues with the plane. North Carolina missed their scheduled practice time. They instead took the court 2 hours later at 8 p.m. The rocky travel schedule adds to what's already been an interesting week for the program. The Tar Heels' inclusion in the NCAA tournament emerged as one of the biggest storylines coming out of Selection Sunday, and a little bit of wondering if they really deserve this spot. So we'll see if they come out with a win, or otherwise take it as a sign they weren't meant to be here. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You got to let the Jock Jams beat drop. High noon in the District of Columbia. And listen, folks, every day this week, we are giving away Nats opening day tickets at noon.
Yeah.
Be caller number 9 to 800-636-1067 to win Nats opening day tickets. Opening day, Thursday, March 27th against Philly. The first 20,000 fans getting opening day T-shirt. For the complete Nats schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Also, Grant and Danny are giving tickets away at 4 o'clock. Caller number 9 right now, Nats opening day tickets. Opening day, always a blast. Make sure you're there. All right, time for us to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Patrick Stevens to the program. Of course, you can follow Patrick at Discourse, D1SCOURSE. Patrick, you are a busy man. Thank you for making time for us, sir. How you doing?
I am well. How are you guys today?
We're doing well, man.
So if you don't know, Pat, few people cover college sports on the level Patrick Stevens does, especially within the DMV between basketball and lacrosse. Nobody does it like you do. How many basketball games did you go to this season?
All right. I'm going to actually, the last time we were on, you asked that question, and I wasn't quite ready to answer it because I didn't have the file open, but I do have the file open this time.
Oh, God.
The grand sum is 125.
Hey,
wow.
Now that gets inflated. That gets inflated with those couple conference tournaments that were in DC the last couple of weeks.
Dog, it's not inflated. You still went to them. I bet I went to.
I'm just saying, you can add 2 or 3 a lot easier in a day than any other time.
That's crazy, dude. All right, so let's start. We'll build to the Terps. Let's start with AU tomorrow night. How good of a season did they have to win the Patriot League, and what do you think that matchup is like against Mount St. Mary's?
Well, first off, I think that American had a fine season. You kind of look at even when they had a 4-game skid right around Christmas time. I mean, one of those losses was at St. Joe's, which was pretty good. One of them was at Virginia in a game that they were very much in right until the final 4 minutes. One of them was a double overtime to UMBC. And then one of them was a blowout loss at Navy that I think was really kind of the inflection point of their season. From that point forward, they opened Patriot League play with a 23-point loss in Annapolis. And since then, they're 16-4. They shared the Patriot League regular season title. They win the Patriot League tournament. And they went through a few injury stretches and whatnot, but they have a fair bit of depth for a team at their level. And they certainly have one of the best players in the Patriot League in Matt Rogers, a 6'9", 220, fifth-year guy who is both the emotional and the kind of physical leader of this bunch, a guy that had a fabulous final season in Tenleytown. And you look at the way that they played in a conference tournament, getting better and better as time went on there, surviving Lafayette in the first game, and then going up and slaying the dragon, if you will, against Colgate, a team that had really run the league for the last 5 or 6 years, and then just hammering Navy in that Patriot League final. I mean, the last 13 or 14 minutes of that game was just an extended pre-celebration, given how out of hand that game got. So, great job by Dwayne Simpkins, who's not necessarily like the most boisterous or flashy guy, but a really understated guy, good dude, and also somebody that really figured out, how to take advantage of all these guys that stuck around when he took over a couple of years ago. So you look at the matchup with Mount St. Mary's, it's a team that they've actually played a fair bit over the years, just not this year. The last time they played was just before Thanksgiving last season. And the Mount's a team that has had its own interesting ride, a team that lost one of its best players to a torn Achilles right at the end of February, and has since then rattled off 5 wins in 6 games. And they've got a first-year coach in Donnie Lind, who has a great personal story of his own. He was a team manager under Jimmy Patsos at Loyola.
Oh, wow.
Video coordinator at VCU when they made their Final Four run. Was on the staff at Mount when they made an appearance in the first 4 a couple years ago. Then went on to Radford to work for Mike Jones, the former VCU assistant, and then was at UNC Greensboro. Interesting detail about Donnie Lind. This is the 4th time that he will be in a game in the first 4 in Dayton. He was in the VCU first 4 game, the Mount St. Mary's first 4 game. When he was at Radford, they went and played in Dayton, and now this is 4 of them here in the last 15 seasons.
I would guess
so
he's the
really
only
cool,
dude.
a really cool matchup, I think, and 2 coaches that have done really well early in their tenure.
Well, speaking of VCU, they get in the winning the conference. How do you think they can fare against BYU?
It's a really good question. You kind of look at BYU, and they have been one of those teams that it didn't necessarily in mid-January look like that was a team headed for anything particularly special. But for the most part, they've been really, really good. A tough offensive team. The question is, when I look at them, do they don't have that sort of massive size that might have caused VCU some problems. So I expect this to be, really a fun 6-11 game. VCU defensively is quite good. BYU offense, exceptional, 11th in KenPom this season. So you look at them, that's a team, like I said, been playing really well. They've beaten Iowa State a couple times this month. They beat Arizona on the road less than a month ago. And as for VCU, you know what? They just kind of toughed it out, especially the last 2 rounds at the A-10 tournament here in D.C., beating Loyola Chicago and George Mason in a pair of single-digit games. So I expect that to be a pretty tight game. I'd probably lean a little bit toward BYU with the travel factor in some ways. Also the altitude issue as well. But I do think that should be one of the better games we see in the first round.
Talking with our friend Patrick Stevens. You can follow him on Twitter at Discourse, D1SCOURSE. Read his work for the Washington Post, among other outlets. Nobody watches more college hoops from Richmond to Baltimore than Stevens, or hell, probably further than that, if I'm being honest, and I'm just rounding. I am really fascinated about some of the non-March Madness college hoop stuff. It seems like VCU's coach, whenever their run is over, is going to UVA, and that's a done deal. Is that your understanding as well?
I do not know that for sure, but I do think that would be a pretty good fit for both parties.
Okay. He seems like the type of dude to get UVA back on track, right?
Ryan definitely knows what he's doing. I mean, everybody talks about like the beating Virginia in the first round in 2018, but it was the year before that really stood out to me. He took over a UMBC team that had been losing 20 games a year after year after year, and they go 21-13, and it's like, ooh, this is something to watch here. So, he went out to Utah State, had 2 really good years. The last one leading to a tournament berth. Now 2 years at VCU. Obviously that there's going to be that storyline of the guy that knocked off UVA, possibly going back to UVA, but Ryan Odom is a guy that really knows what he's doing, and I think that you look at that sort of progression. The next logical step would be a power conference job. And he's now taken 3 teams to the NCAA tournament in less than a decade, and would not be surprised if wherever he goes next, that he'll make it 4 in roughly about that amount of time as well. Because that's a guy that clearly knows how to build a team and how to get a group ultimately to play some pretty good offense and defense, which is not necessarily the combination you always see.
But
Did you realize that the VCU coach now that a lot of people are saying is going to get UVA was at UMBC when they beat UVA?
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah, but my thing is, who's hiring all the coaches at VCU? Because
they're good at it.
Whoever they hire, they end up going to some bigger school.
Yes, like the history for VCU. I mean, we go back 20 years. Let's go back 20 years now, okay? The last several coaches at VCU, Jeff Capel went from VCU to Oklahoma. He's at Pitt now. Anthony Grant went from VCU to Alabama. He's at Dayton now. Shaka Smart went from VCU to Texas and is at Marquette now. Will Wade went from VCU to LSU. He's at McNeese State, but he could wind up elsewhere now. Mike Rhodes, VCU to Penn State. So, I think that's quite the launching pad there. And I think everybody knows that's a program that gives a lot of resources, has a ton of support, and they've definitely made a lot of really good hires in a row. And that's multiple athletic directors in that span too. So it's definitely a place that, if you're a basketball coach, that's a good place to get the opportunity to go because good things tend to happen from there.
Yeah, man, they've got a good setup. You've got Richmond is a smaller city, but still a city, and everybody's all in on VCU hoops. I heard something interesting over the weekend, Patrick, and I don't know if you can speak to this, but that VCU desperately wants in the Big East, and it's basically Georgetown keeping them out.
I actually know nothing about that.
Okay.
But if you look at the Big East membership, like it's UConn plus a bunch of private schools. So I do kind of wonder. You think about like what was sort of the genesis of this iteration of the Big East? Well, they called it the Catholic Seven, right?
Yeah.
They tacked on Creighton and Butler and Xavier onto that group. So there is a difference there.
Yeah, that's true.
I certainly listen. If you're VCU and you just went 28-6, and it appears that you needed that 28th win to make the NCAA tournament, I mean, who wouldn't want to go to a league where maybe you had a little more margin for error and could get into your NCAA tournament without having to win your conference tournament?
Yeah.
So that end of things, totally believable. Don't know though who's making any calls one way or the other, or if the Big East is even seriously looking to expand at this point. One of the downsides of Big East expansion at this stage, and would take away the one thing that kind of makes them stand out among the power conferences at this point, if you go to 12, even from 11 to 12, you're not going to be able to have a double round robin anymore.
Sure.
I don't think anybody's going to 22 league games anytime soon. Although I probably shouldn't say that because, TV will probably say, hey, wouldn't it be great if all you Big Ten teams just played nobody but each other in a given year? That'd be awesome. But I do think that would be one obvious downside for that league. I know the one name that popped up from time to time was Gonzaga. Even the geography there was too much. Obviously, it's not too much anymore to be adding West Coast schools to East Coast leagues. But I do think that at this point with 11, the Big East is probably about maxed out for what it's realistically going to be able to do to keep what makes it as special as it is.
Well,
Sure.
Pat, I'm going to lead you to it because I know JP's about to do it.
I was going to know all the other colleges.
Maryland way out west. Why?
Well, the best assessment of the situation is that any game that occurred Thursday or later didn't matter to the committee in terms of those top tier teams. So the committee gets together and they vote teams into the tournament first, and then they start seeding them. And so, I look at those top 4 or 5 lines. Like you can sit there and say, why is Maryland behind Purdue? I can make the argument, why is Michigan on the 5 line after winning 3 games in the Big Ten tournament? Unless those games just simply didn't matter very much. Mm-hmm. And so you look at that and you're kind of forced to sit there and say, okay, they made this decision even before Maryland took the court for its first game out in Indianapolis. I don't think that Maryland's profile was worse than Purdue's even on Thursday or Friday, but the committee obviously felt that way. I will tell you the one upshot to Maryland getting sent out west. is they're almost certainly, if they win 2 games, going to stay out west and go to San Francisco for that regional. And so now you're talking about a team that's, you know, when they get to that second weekend, if they get to that second weekend, is going to be accustomed to West Coast time. There's not going to be this adjustment period. The adjustment's now. So that might be like the silver lining in all of this for Maryland, but that doesn't make it that doesn't make it any less, you know, of a nuisance to have to go all the way out west and play these 2 games initially in Seattle.
Well, and dude, this is like extremely inside baseball, but one of the best things that can happen if Maryland does make that second weekend is all the increased media attention. But the increased media attention is largely going to be here and not in San Francisco.
Correct.
Wherever they end up.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's think about, you know, the year that's rattling around in my mind is 2001, where the same thing happened. They
Final
got
Four run. I was thinking of that.
They got sent to Boise and then on to Anaheim. Now, different media environment then too, by the way.
Everybody
and the NCAA was a lot more stingy back in those days about how you have to have your organization staff this first round of the tournament to be able to get credentials to the next round of the tournament. So there was a very large contingent. And in fairness, George Mason and Georgetown were out in Boise that year too. So it was basically just transplanting the Baltimore, D.C. College hoops media contingent all the way out there to Boise for a weekend. And then Maryland and Georgetown both made it out of there. So, you know, that was, you know, you think about that. You had those 3 teams, plus you had Hampton pulling off a 15-2, plus you had Lefty Drizel coaching Georgia State. It was as if, why can't, that was basically the genesis of the pod system. And so now it's sort of funny that, you know, the downside of the pod system is that somebody on the 4 line invariably gets shipped out west because there's not enough good teams out there. And in this case, it's Maryland that ends up drawing the short straw and getting sent out to Seattle.
What are the chances Coach K made a phone call to make sure it wasn't Maryland versus Duke in New Jersey in the Sweet 16?
You know,
I'm a Terp through and through, Stevens. That is a Terp conspiracy theory right there.
You know, if we're going to talk conspiracy theories, right? Like let's at least make the conspiracy theories consistent. You think that Coach K is making a call to the Carolina athletic director to pull this off?
Yeah,
I do. And they made a deal. Hey, you take care of the Dukies, and you can let your Tar Heels
Maryland,
in.
and then we can let you in.
Well, I don't think that happened in this case. I'm just going to go ahead and shoot that down. But you know, I know that I personally cannot stop the conspiracy mind. I look around the rest of the world, and it's like I'm up. That's just not a fight that I'm going to win, unfortunately.
I think you're smart not to. Talking with Patrick Stevens. You can read his work in the Washington Post. Check him out on social at Discourse, D1SCOURSE. You like the Terps to get to the second weekend?
I do. I think that's, you know, frankly, like, you know, Memphis is not a team that's playing at its best right now. Memphis had a great non-conference schedule, and that's almost certainly why they're as high as they are. I didn't think that they would get up to the 5 line, and I did think they were going to be one of the more interesting seeding teams to kind of look at, just because they did do so much good work in non-conference play. They haven't played as great of late. They wobbled their way through a couple American Athletic tournament rounds before they played well in the second half against UAB. But I would say the team opposite them, Colorado State, is a great danger, I think, both to Memphis and to Maryland for as well as it's playing right now. As for Grand Canyon, Maryland's first round opponent, the Antelopes, coached by Bryce Drew, the former NCAA tournament hero at Valparaiso way back in the day. You look at them, and they are a tournament regular at this point, 4 years out of 5. You know, I think that they'll give Maryland a decent game, but I think Maryland's better than them. You know, and frankly, you know, when it comes to Maryland, when you look at what they've done all season, the thing I've been saying here probably for a month and a half now is, you know, they're not going to get run off the floor. It hasn't happened yet. They might find just an agonizing way to lose. I mean, the last 4 times they've lost in utterly ridiculous fashion, finding all sorts of ways to take an L against good teams in each case, pretty much, or in tough spots. But nonetheless, you know, I do think Maryland is able to get out of that first weekend and make the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2016. That said, when you're a 4 seed, no matter who you are, you get one game that you could lose, but if you play well, you're probably going to advance. And from there, it's a matter of coin flips or something close to it, and maybe a little bit of bracket luck in the way too. So maybe Maryland gets a little bit of bracket luck. You think about when the last time they were in the Sweet 16, they didn't have to play the 4 seed. They were 5 seed. They'll want to beat a 12 seed and a 13 seed. Maybe they get a little bit of bracket luck, although at this point, I'm not sure facing Memphis or Colorado State is that much different. And you might almost be better off facing a Memphis than a Colorado State. I think it's close either way. And at Memphis, Colorado State game should be one of the best games of the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado State's favored. I don't even know the name of that conference, but I watched them. They looked really good in that conference title game.
Yeah, in the Mountain West. I mean, they've won 10 in a row.
Yeah.
At this point. And the last time they lost to a team that did not make the tournament was December 7th. Their losses since then are to VCU outside of Vegas, at home against New Mexico, at San Diego State, at New Mexico, at Utah State. So, they're a team and they've been in the tournament several years. The Clifford kid has had just an amazing year for them. The question for Colorado State coming in was, how do they replace this 5-year point guard in Isaiah Stevens, who had basically just scattered his name all over the record books of the school's history. And Clifford comes out and just has a monster year for them. Nearly 40% 3-point shooter, does so much to help that team win. So you look at them, they're solid all around. Again, I like them a lot, and I've watched my share of Mountain West basketball over the last few years. I've done that league for Blue Ribbon the last couple seasons, and so I certainly can assure you that is not going to be an easy out. As if the Mountain West tournament where they beat Utah State and Boise State by double digits wasn't enough to prove that point.
Patrick, last thing, because Coach Frese is going to join us in a little more than an hour. How do you feel about the ladies getting in Sweet 16?
Well, they got to play home, right? I think that was maybe a little bit of a surprise. So that's certainly an advantage. I know that there's been some moments in the back half of the season that maybe were, kind of gut check type moments for that team. But they get the chance to play 2 in College Park. And so I think you have to like their chances a little bit better than if they had been a 5 seed and sent someplace else.
Absolutely. All right, Patrick, thank you so much for the time, bro. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
All right. Patrick Stevens, read his work all over the place. Washington Post. Follow his work at Discourse, D1SCOURSE. Nobody goes to more college basketball in the greater DMV. I'm talking about Mount St. Mary's to Norfolk State than Patrick Stevens. We come back. Let's look at some Cinderellas, baby.
I'm Earl Forsey. The sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Major League Baseball season got underway today. Started early this morning in Tokyo, defending world champ LA Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1 at the Tokyo Dome. Shohei Ohtani had 2 hits, scored a pair of runs. They'll play another one there tomorrow morning before heading back to the U.S. Spring training continues for the Nats. Meanwhile, they'll play the Astros tonight, 6:05 first pitch on the team, 9:80. Wizards beaten in Portland, 112-97 last night. Wiz now a game behind Utah for the first worst record in the NBA. Caps are back home to play Detroit tonight, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Caps have won 6 of their last 7. Ovi, trying to climb closer to the record, comes into tonight just 8 goals away from breaking the Wayne Gretzky all-time record. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I really don't like that song. Gotta be honest with you. But I can't help but think about my boy Jamie singing it to my boy Jed, because Jed's mom's name's Rita. Every time that Rita line came, it got intense. Damn, the boys did it. The boys did it. What'd you get? Calzones? Man, I got Litos this weekend. Litos slaps. I'm trying to take it easy, though. I had a salad, and now I got to watch Landfill, White Brian, and Jeff eat calzones, man. This is going to really test me. I want to talk Cinderella upsets, because that's the most fun part of the tournament. And I was kind of thinking, I just want everybody to go around thinking about Cinderellas you remember. I think nothing ever beats Mason. Mason going to the Final Four was truly unbelievable. The path they had to take to get there, the fact that they were local and those games were local, Larinaga dancing and stuff. It was just, that was so cool and so fun. Some of the random teams I've thought about over the years. Remember when Coppin State had that deep run? I think they went to I think Coppin State went to like a Sweet 16 or something. Yeah, 96, Coppin State beat a 2 seed. I remember that one. I remember UT Chattanooga. Who'd they beat? Anybody remember UT Chattanooga? I think they were the Moccasins was their mascot. It's all right. It's very hard to find out random upsets. I don't know, White Brian, if you could think of any others. There's a lot of them. UT Chattanooga went on a deep tourney run at some point. I don't remember when it was. But remember St. Peter's a couple years ago? Those are always by far the most fun. We'll see how long it lasts. Will Wade coached at UT Chattanooga. I didn't know that. But if you're looking for some Cinderellas this year, we got an article from CBS Sports about potential Cinderellas this year. You're filling out your bracket. Maybe you're invited to the B. Mitch and Finley non-public bracket event, which requires a physical piece of paper bracket. High Point. High Point enters the nation on the nation's second longest winning streak at 14 games and was one of the most efficient offenses in college basketball. The Panthers ranked number 7 nationally in shooting percentage at 49%. Damn. And open against a Purdue team that has some defensive cracks. The Boilermakers have dropped 6 of their past 9 and could find themselves in a battle. I would point out that that's another reason why Purdue shouldn't have been seated ahead of Maryland, but I abstain. Second-year High Point coach Alan Huss is a rising star with plenty of NCAA tournament experience from his days as a Creighton assistant. The Panthers will be ready to wreak some havoc early on Thursday. All right. High Point maybe knocking off Purdue.
What's the
They're a 13 seed.
They're 13 seed. Who are they playing? That's the thing I'm looking at. Because Purdue has size.
True.
High Point is how big?
Brian, do you know that answer?
They play a lot of guards. They're not.
So they're up and down the court type team.
Yes.
Yeah. They're going to try to speed Purdue up.
Yep.
You know how we feel about Purdue? Purdue. Go High Point. Out west, I got a possible Cinderella for you. White Brian looked it up. UT Chattanooga got to a Sweet 16 in 1997.
Uh-huh.
A while back. Are there any Cinderella teams you can think of off the top of your head? I thought of a couple.
TCU?
When they got to the Final Four?
George Mason?
Mason, for sure. I guess I think of the locals.
What was the team dunking all over the place? Everybody from
Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
Dunk City.
Yep.
That was awesome. Norfolk State went on a run one year. And they had one dude with like the most Irish name you've ever heard. Like Bobby McGonigal. And I don't think he was like from Ireland, but tell me what Norfolk State got deep one year. How many of those teams have actually gotten to a Final Four? I mean, hell, NC State last year. They only got in because they won the ACC tournament, and then they got to a Final Four.
Yeah. Sammy's daughter went to High Point.
Oh, really? It's supposed to be beautiful.
My neighbor's daughter, yeah.
All right, so in the Midwest, they're saying High Point is a good possible Cinderella. In the West, same bracket as the Turtles, they're saying Drake, 11 seed Drake.
Drake has been around long enough now, knocking off people. I'm not looking at no surprise here.
Listen, B, it's been a bad year for Drakes, and they're an 11 seed. Drake is a double-digit seed from a mid-major league, so it technically fits the criteria of a Cinderella. But this isn't your typical March underdog, to your point, B.
Mm-hmm.
First-year coach Ben McCollum won 4 D2 natties at Northwest Missouri State and has already reached 30 wins in his first year at the D1 level. The Bulldogs took down high major foes Miami, Vandy, and Kansas State in non-conference play and just tore through the MVC tournament. I believe that's Missouri Valley Conference. Junior point guard Bennett Sturtz was named the conference's player of the year and is a potential NCAA tournament star. I've also heard, I think Drake is in Iowa. Is that right? Iowa just fired whether they fired him or let him quit or whatever, however they termed it. I think McCaffrey is out at Iowa coaching that basketball team. I think it's a formality that this Drake coach is coaching in the Big Ten next year. Do you understand that to be accurate, White Brian?
Yeah, it seems like it's going to happen.
And I got to be honest, as a dude whose basketball team plays in the Big Ten, I don't like it. This guy seems like he's really good.
Back to High Point.
12
guards, 8 forwards, no centers. But there's a forward who's 7 feet tall.
Hold on. They got 20 dudes on their basketball roster?
This is their whole roster. I don't know who's hurt or not. But everybody's listed as a guard or forward. They got 12 of them, 12 guards. The first guy, put my glasses on here. Jocelyn.
Is this just your buddy texting you?
No. Jocelyn Bodo. I'm looking at it. They put it up out the tournament thing.
What's the guy's name?
Jocelyn Bodo.
Okay.
Justin is 7 feet tall, 255 pounds. He's from Cameroon.
Jeff, how tall are you?
6 feet even.
My man,
physically.
My man is 7 foot 250.
Hey, Josh Ibukunolua.
This is a different dude?
This is another dude. He's 6'10". He's from Australia. This is High Point. High Point got some dudes on this team, man.
Now listen, those guys are clearly tall. Are either of those guys good? White Brian said it's all their guards that make it happen.
Well, they say they go with the guards, but let me pull up their last game against Winthrop and see what they did here.
Stats, bam.
We're going deep on High Point.
Their best players named
Boda
Keza Giffa.
had 6.7 rebounds. Hamilton, who's 6'9", was 4 and 4.
All right, they have 3 dudes that score in double figures, and none of them are the dudes you're naming.
None of them. Huh?
Keza Giffa goes for 15 a night. Damarian Williams, 13 and a hook. Kamani Hamilton is over 13.
Well,
the
Hamilton,
dudes you're talking about.
Hamilton is a forward. How about Pettiford and Benham? Theum.
Hold on. The 2 guys you have mentioned, Bodo, he plays about 20 minutes a night.
All right.
5 points, 8 boards. And then Ibuka no Lulwa.
Yeah.
He's not playing a heck of a lot. He's getting about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They do go deep, though. I mean, they
play every damn body. Dude,
they got a dude named Burger Irving
they play
that
their
averages
whole
2 minutes
team.
a game. White Brian, you're the only one that's seen High Point play. Can you give us any more information?
They play 20 guys, though, and all of them.
They play a lot of guys. And
Why?
They just play very fast. They were down by 15 against Winthrop in the Big South Final, and they were up by 5 within 4 minutes.
When is this? I'm now fascinated by High Point. They play all these dudes. I mean, they have 1,
Hildebrandt
2,
plays
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have 10 dudes averaging double-figure minutes, and then your boy Josh Ibakonolowa averages 9.8, so he's almost right there.
Yeah.
Dude, how are there that many minutes available?
It's that many minutes because you got 5 people playing. If you run, they play like hockey.
Just
That's
subbing
I'm
in
saying,
lines.
They don't let people get worn out.
When is the High Point game? I'm fascinated now.
I think it might be one of the first games on Thursday.
Oh, so we'll be watching it at Tap on Thursday.
Yeah, I want to say it's Louisville, Creighton, and then High Point, Purdue.
Let's go High Point. Who's their mascot? What is their mascot?
Panther.
All right, High Point Panthers. I'm with you. Another possible. High Point isn't local, but it's not that far. I think we're counting Liberty as local. Maybe we get Denton Day in here.
Liberty.
Giving us official Liberty Bibberty scouting report. CBS says Liberty's a possible Cinderella. Number 12 seed. First they play Oregon, then possibly.
But if they beat Oregon, then they got a chance. Oregon can ball.
Liberty, maybe they wouldn't get Oregon in the first round. It looks like CBS has a typo. So
they get Oregon first round.
Okay.
They're in the East.
Liberty took down number 5 seed Mississippi State in the first round of the 2019 NCAA tournament and is well positioned for another upset in this year's first round. The Flames, in their 10th year under Richie McKay, are flamethrowers. They rank 13th nationally in made three-pointers per game at 10.6 and number 6 in three-point percentage at 39%. This is one of the nation's best passing teams, meaning Oregon will have its hands full defensively. If Liberty gets hot, it will resemble number 15 seed Oral Roberts, which reached the 2021 Sweet 16 with a combined 21 made three-pointers and wins over Ohio State and Florida. Here's the thing. We're all getting so fired up about Cinderellas, man. Whoever's cutting down the nets this March, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Think about this. If you want to bet those games, if you want to bet Liberty or you want to bet High Point, bet the damn money line. Get the sweat with that big old plus money on there. It's going to be a ton of fun. Or you can always bet the point spreads. You could bet the futures. You could bet, which team you think is coming out of what region and maybe do very, very well. If you could pick this year's St. Peter's, you'll be able to take your family on vacation. Plus, if you put $20 on the team you think wins it all, and they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. And you can receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the Fan. And listen, sometimes I try to book the Rooster. He's usually very busy. But he said he had some time. And I said, but why, sir? You're so famous. And he explained to me what the rest of his week looks like, Brian.
And what's that?
I'll let him explain it to you.
I said he asked if I was available tomorrow, and I said, sure, yeah, it's my last day of the week in the office. And he said, why? And I said, because we have Thursday and Friday off on 980 because they're airing all the NCAA tournament games. So he said to that you would be pissed about that revelation.
Nah, I'm not pissed about
Maybe
that.
Maybe pissed is the wrong word.
Yeah, I mean,
you would be perturbed.
Jealous?
I don't mind. No, I don't mind being out there doing the show.
I tell you what, that we get to be at the casino.
This day, no. But if it was like any other day and I had to come in here and you were off,
I hear you.
We're gonna have a conversation.
We're taking it out on you.
I mean, if it wasn't so far away, I'd come and hang out with you guys. If you wanted me to, wax poetic about all the college basketball,
You're welcome. Yeah, you guys could carpool.
That's true.
Would you carpool with Rooster?
Yeah, I came back home tomorrow. Thursday, I'm not.
B. Mitch can come and pick me up. My heart can be in my throat.
I don't drive that fast.
You'd be nervous to ride with B. Mitch?
I don't drive that fast.
You don't drive that fast?
No, not
I
anymore.
beat him in a race this morning.
I mean, I was driving 75 to get here down 66. You know,
landfill.
75
Rooster out here is going 75.
I do that every day.
75 and a 55 on 66.
I do that every day.
Dog, I would keep that to yourself, man.
Not really.
I mean, they got to find my car.
I'm on the speed lane, so it's 70 or so.
I got a Lamborghini. Did I tell you that?
Things must be going well.
On 987
and a Lamborghini.
Now I'm pissed.
Yeah. I mean, you know how the Rooster rolls.
Hey,
you know?
Jay, I'm pissed now. Rooster driving the damn Lamborghini.
What's the fanciest car you've ever driven, Rooster? Besides the current Lamborghini.
Yeah. Outside of the Lamborghini that I have in my mind, a Nissan Altima.
Okay. I like a nice Altima.
Maybe. I don't know. I have a Kia Forte for real in my real life. I really like it though. And it was bought where?
Oarsman Kia of Chantilly.
There you go.
Billy and Chantilly.
Check out Billy and Chantilly.
That a boy.
Billy, take good care of you, man.
Yeah.
Kias are great cars. B drives a Kia.
Do you?
Not the Forte.
EV9.
They're a little different, but they're
done.
I mean, B, if you want to drive me Thursday, I'll be more than happy to bring you guys drinks. Make sure you have some onion rings. I'm saying drinks like refreshments.
We got waitresses and stuff in there, dog.
No.
What kind of treats are you going to bring to the casino?
I'm better looking than a waitress, right? I mean, I can entertain you guys a little bit.
I think this conversation just ended. This conversation over.
White Brian, I have Rooster on the stream.
Does he look better than a waitress?
I have Rooster on the stream, and he just sashayed. Can you get that to the internet, please? Chris just did a dance move on the internet. So you want to come to the casino and bring us treats?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I just want to feel a part of what it's like to be a regular part of this show. You
are a regular part of this show.
I'm an occasional part of the show. I was just talking to Wendy in the hall, and I asked if she had done her hit. And she said, no. And I said, oh, how come? And she said, well, last week I didn't know anything. And I said, oh, did they fire you?
No.
And she said, no. And then I came over here and I said hello to B, right? Had a nice exchange. Then I came over to say hello to you and to try and do something nice.
To your credit, Rooster offered me a Diet Pepsi.
Right. I brought in a 12-pack of Diet Pepsi. I know you like Diet Soda. I like Diet Soda. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that my Diet Pepsi...
Can I offer you some ranch dressing should you need it?
I was thinking
that sounded like White Brian.
I was thinking about drinking it out of the bottle, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
I don't think you should do that.
I don't have anything I don't think I have anything that requires ranch dressing today. What did you have? A salad?
Yeah,
I had a salad.
Hold on, boy. Well, Landfill's over there busy.
Why did you want it?
College basketball and eating? What do you got over there, Landy? Lido pizza?
They all got Lido calzones.
Boy, I tell you,
it looked like sex on a platter.
I mean, my goodness, you guys eat good in the neighborhood over here.
I did notice the Junkies got breakfast yesterday.
No.
I think
that's a shocker.
Yeah. Now, there were 2 trays.
Right.
There was a tray of, I think, French toast.
Yep.
And then a tray of scrambled eggs.
Oh, I did see that in the kitchen.
So here's my question.
I did not eat it. No.
There is now one of those trays is in the refrigerator. Who is the person trying to save? If it's eggs, that's disgusting.
I don't know. I saw it out there until about roughly 3 o'clock, and then at 4
It's in the
o'clock when I
Bro,
went
that's
to
like
leave, it was
$80
gone.
worth of eggs at these prices.
Because I offered.
Would you eat 36-hour-old scrambled eggs?
It was in the refrigerator.
God, no.
If it's in the fridge, you got to throw it in the microwave, heat it up a little bit.
I did that
As long
yesterday.
as it's real eggs.
I mean, we know
That
that
little
thing,
part of the scrambled up thing that you eat all the time at these
at the big catering joints.
and you taste you like
that
this is
powder
not
egg
real
stuff
eggs.
is
and we
gross.
also know if things are left in the
Greg said he'll
refrigerator.
bring you to the casino tomorrow.
Oh, really?
You want to really come?
All right, let's do it. We also know
He doesn't
that
have any work to do.
we also know that if things are placed in the refrigerator and they were catered to the radio station and are unlabeled, that it is fair game for those that don't necessarily have those same advantages.
If they left it in a big tray, yes. If they took it out and put it in a small one that it was separate, no.
You insane, bro.
You're supposed to go along with me.
No.
Come on now.
Hey, I put my stuff down in the drawer and put stuff on top of it.
If there are
and
eggs,
if somebody touches it, I'm beating them up. I'm just letting you know it right off the bat.
If there are eggs in that catering tray in the refrigerator, can I heat you up a plate of them?
No, I don't want them.
What
I
if
didn't
it's-
want them yesterday. Why would I want them today?
All right, so listen, there's going to be
They were
thousands.
out yesterday.
Thousands of people are going to come see us at MGM this weekend.
Yes.
Are you going to be one of them?
I'm planning on it.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out the logistics and make
You've had
sure
multiple people offer you a ride, including
You
Brian
know
Mitchell.
I can always pick Rooster up in South Riding and bring him to the casino Thursday.
B.
That's
Mitch,
Greg?
you are the chairman of the committee. Should we invite Roost to join our non-public NCAA
Rooster's
tournament
here.
pool?
We like Rooster.
All right, do you want in our pool?
Sure.
All right, it's $20 cash
and I need a
and a physical
bracket like this.
All right. Well, I don't have $20 in cash today, so I'm
Oh,
gonna
but
have to
you
get
can bring
that for
as long as
tomorrow.
I have the cash before 12 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
those are the rules.
I'm in.
All right, it's a very exclusive
Totally
invitation.
random. I mean, that's what the NCAA tournament is.
Oh, we're not perfectionists.
Chris
and
Russell, his
experts.
show starts at 2:00.
Yes.
We will
Megabucks.
hear from Maryland women's basketball coach Brenda Frese at 1:45.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. So things are calming down a bit, a week now into NFL free agency. The Commanders have brought back a lot of their own free agents, obviously. One of them spoke today out in Ashburn, defensive back Noah Igbenogany, re-signed with the team late last week. He's a former first-round pick in Miami, 2020, played a season in Dallas, followed Dan Quinn over from the Cowboys here to Washington, and Igbenogany's excited about being back now for a second season in D.C.
Just the opportunity of a play, kind of like I had last year. That's last year. All I was looking for was opportunity. This free agency was the same thing for me. I was just looking for an opportunity just to come in, prove myself, and earn everything I get. I don't want anything given. I want to be able to prove myself and, prove I can play in this league and to continue to prove that and show, why I'm a top player in this league.
The Major League Baseball season is officially underway. Got started early this morning in Tokyo. Defending champ LA Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1 at the Tokyo Dome. Shohei Ohtani, 2 hits and a pair of runs scored. Spring training Nats and Astros tonight on the Team 980. Capitals back on the ice, home ice against Detroit tonight. Caps have won 6 of 7 p.m. face-off against the Red Wings tonight here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
This West Virginia governor is about to be real pissed off. I'm seeing a report that the West Virginia coach, Darian DeVries, has emerged as the top candidate for the open Indiana job. So imagine if they get screwed out of the tournament and the coach leaves.
Well, the coach is like, well, this governor's crazy as hell. I'm getting out this whole damn state. That's what he basically said. And you want to add them to the damn DMV?
And you want to be my latex salesman. So I did want to get a little NFL in. Obviously, it's March Madness, and that's the focus. But today the Commanders are having a ton of players on Zoom. A lot of the guys that re-signed, some of the new guys. Nick Ballore is talking right now, the special team stud for them. There's been a number of folks talking. But Brian, as we kind of get further and further into this, I think it's becoming clearer where Washington has done well, maybe where they haven't, and where they still have holes.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you get through the free agency period and realize what they added on the offensive line, all the people asking for O-line help should feel satisfied, I think.
Yeah.
You added one of the best left tackles in football.
I think they should.
And what that does is let you get better all over the field.
I agree with that.
Where they maybe didn't get better yet that a lot of folks expected was D-line, specifically maybe pass rusher. On CBS.com, they wrote about where teams got better and what their biggest hole is. For the Commanders specifically, they said edge rusher. I'll read this now. Washington has a lot of DNs who will be firm at the point of attack and give the franchise a high floor and run defense. The issue is that they lack any and all explosiveness off the edge.
I saw that.
University of Tennessee's James Pierce Jr. would give them something they sorely lack among that group. Ideally, they would draft a cornerback capable of starting on the boundary and allow Mikey Samerstill to move back into the slot. How much do you think a rookie pass rusher can hit the ground running?
A pass rusher is a pass rusher. And I think about it, if they're someone that they see as a first round grade, and then the way that I'll keep saying it, the way I see how I saw last year, how this coaching staff can coach up talent, I think you can expect to get a damn good push from them. Because what they did, they got bigger inside. And I think that allows a lot of one-on-one battles. We saw Chase came in his first year. Looked good his
The
first
second
year.
half of the year, he was great.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I think because didn't he have that little groin thing early in the season?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he tweaked a groin. Even
So
in camp.
if you come in here, you healthy, I think you have a chance because that's all they do in college now is throw the football. And you have to be good at pass rushing.
And while the challenge gets harder, the physical skill set of rushing the passer doesn't change.
It doesn't.
Maybe you want to add a move or work on a counter. Like, not to say there's not ways to continue to get better.
Yeah.
But like rushing the passer is rushing the passer.
100%.
I think by far, I don't know if what will happen with Hendrickson. Maybe Cincinnati cuts another check and they're able to rework that deal. He remains kind of the jewel of the unknown right now in the NFL. But I think one of the reasons the Bengals made their move to re-sign Higgins and Chase, because they recognized we have Burrow. Like, we have the hardest part of this. Let's keep him happy, keep this explosive offense. Maybe we can figure out the defensive side of this.
Yeah. Or maybe they can score more points than the other team will score against their defense.
Hey, we're going to give up 50, but we'll score 60. Who knows?
You'll see.
Reading from CBS, the Bengals' biggest need is edge rusher. Cincinnati is committed to executing contract extensions with wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And one would assume those moves will prevent them from securing pass rusher Trey Hendrickson long term, though the team is reportedly trying to retain him. In the event that Hendrickson is gone and following the news of Sam Hubbard's retirement, the Bengals are left without former first-round pick Miles Murphy and Joseph Asai, who re-signed at a modest rate. The moves to bolster their interior defensive line leave edge rusher as a more pressing need. So the Bengals need edge also. But I wanted to run through something. The Hendrickson move remains out there. I did see the Eagles just signed Azeez Ojulari, a guy that I was really high on for a pretty modest deal. And they got him pretty modestly. So.
All right, he's like 1 year deal, something like that?
1 year deal with Philly, yeah. Help me count on this, because this is definitively something Washington does not need. Going through the entire NFL, what would you say the biggest need for the Cleveland Browns is?
Quarterback.
What would you say the biggest need for the Pittsburgh Steelers is?
Quarterback.
Okay, that's 2. I think for the Colts, you could still argue quarterback, but they'll claim they solved that with Daniel Jones.
Didn't they let their running back go too?
Taylor, I think, is still there.
Well, they need O-line and a quarterback.
All right. Some of this is how is the Raiders? I guess because they traded for Geno. This is crazy. Like, Giants quarterback, obviously.
Yeah.
Seahawks are hoping that Darnold is their guy.
Darnold.
But
he's really cocky these days too, though.
Darnold?
I saw something with it. He was just he's brash, peacocking.
Good for him, I guess. Not sure I agree with that assessment, but good for him. Like, could you say the Jaguars' biggest need is D tackle and not? I recognize you paid Trevor Lawrence.
They paid him, and then
you got to get him to play.
Yeah, but when you got a quarterback first rounder who's paid like that, they feel they got their guy. They just think they need other people around them. I disagree, but it is.
What would you say the Titans' biggest need is?
You got a quarterback that eats mayonnaise and can't put mayonnaise in coffee. I think you need a quarterback, and he needs a brain transplant.
Yeah, this is nuts. I recognize the Jets got a short-term deal done with Justin Fields, but all these teams, they are making dramatic assumptions. Like, you know what? The Chiefs' biggest need is not quarterback.
Hell no.
That one I agree with. I thought this was fascinating, though. Cam Hayward. I don't know that he's a Hall of Famer, but he's a really good player and has been for a long time, and he might be, honestly.
He might be a Hall of Famer.
I mean, he's been really good for a long time. 7-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro. Played his whole career in Pittsburgh. Understands what that team is about. Of all the teams to get yanked around by Aaron Rodgers and his self-absorption, I don't get it with Pittsburgh. And Cam Hayward, this was on a podcast, right, Landfill? Cam Hayward was asked about Aaron Rodgers, and I thought the answer was pretty interesting.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Yeah, that's what he needs, though. That's what Aaron Rodgers needs. Somebody who probably is as big as him with the mindset. And he's bigger than him physically.
Yeah.
That ain't going to take his ish. They're going to let him know, dude, we're not playing these games with you no more. You can run to your boy on ESPN and let him blow you up, but we're going to whoop you down. If you want to be here, you don't buy. They've been losing with other quarterbacks. They can lose with him, and they can lose. They can not get him and probably go out there and lose again. No, they've been in the playoffs most times without other quarterbacks. They win with other quarterbacks, so I'm not going to lose my mind over Aaron. Aaron is full of crap, man.
Cam Hayward, 6'5", 3 bills. I didn't realize his father is Ironhead Hayward.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just looked that up.
Me and I just go at it, boy.
Really?
Yeah.
Over what? Like playing?
Yeah, but he ran on some special teams at one point.
Uh-huh.
You just got to hit him low. Can't run up and couldn't hit him top.
Yeah, you guys overlapped a lot.
Yeah. He and I beat in the Pro Bowl. We won the skills competition.
Oh, that's
against
cool.
2 other running backs.
Remember the Ironhead?
Hey, Ironhead!
What's that thingy? The soap commercial, whatever that was. I feel like that was the first like body wash that existed in like mass production. So what I liked about Cam Hayward is he's like, yo, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not doing that. Can you believe that Pittsburgh is going to these ends to deal with him?
Yeah, because the reason that they are doing it, everyone feels they need that guy at that position, quarterback. But you gotta get like the players sometimes. You've been around players. You think a guy is unbelievable, and then the players, when they tell you the truth off record, they let you know what they truly think about that player. That's how the players are open with it now. They're letting Aaron know ahead. You come in here, dog, you're going to fall into the line. You're not going to come up here with all that BS you've been doing somewhere else. But the front office, they feel, oh, we need somebody like him. Not knowing that he'll walk in the locker room and completely screw up the chemistry.
Totally.
Players know that already. They be around him. They've seen him places. They talk to people on the team with him. They know
other
exactly
guys
what he's
that have
about.
played with
Yeah.
him. Right. Yeah. Does it make any sense to you that Minnesota's interested in him?
Yeah, the other kid is still a rookie. He hadn't played much. And he's coming off injury.
Yeah. I think I might still just be out. I think I'm just out of the Rodgers business. And I think there was a long time when
the man wanted to go run for vice president, all this type of go do something else. Leave football alone. Football is good enough. It's popular enough without all the extra BS.
I agree. I totally agree.
God, can you make me 24, 25 again in my prime and put me on the team with Aaron Rodgers? I'll do what everybody needs done for him. Please.
Going around the NFC East at what the biggest needs are for the rest of the teams, it is for the Eagles, they say safety. They traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I know that much. Philadelphia has replacement level players are better at every position, so need is a relative term.
DeJean is a corner or safety?
DeJean, to me, is more of a safety, more of a corner, rather.
More of a corner? I thought he played kind of like more of a safety. He's back a lot. But then again, you got that front up there. You don't really. You can put an average safety. He's going to look above average.
One dude to watch is this Gamecock, Nick Amanwari. Hopefully I'm saying that right. His athletic testing from the combine was unbelievable. Honestly, probably moved him up into the first round. He could be around when Washington picks.
Richardson was around, was off the charts too.
Who, AR?
The quarterback. Yeah, he was off the charts. Sometimes people are just good at that. Can they play the position?
I thought Emmanuel Ward was pretty good, too.
All right.
Giants, shockingly, quarterback.
Giants need more than the quarterback.
I'm reading now. It says,
Giants need a
Doctor
coach,
said I need a
they need a
backiotomy.
coach and they need a GM.
New York is twiddling its thumbs as it awaits the free agent decision of Aaron Rodgers. The team could lose out on Russell Wilson and Rodgers, in theory. The Giants were already considered desperate and likely to make an offer for the number 1 overall selection in order to take Miami quarterback Cam Ward. It is a make-or-break year for head coach Brian Daboll and general manager Joe Schoen, and their actions support that idea. How's that sound, White Brian?
Not great.
I know one thing that happened in Washington when the team had, I don't know, 85 years of history as the Redskins. And then they had to change the name, and they relied on Ron Rivera, who's a nice man and understands the history of the NFL, but he had no ties to the region or fandom of the Burgundy and Gold. And he had this major role in picking a new name, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a Giant fan and Daboll and Joe Schoen barely survived this season, I don't want those two to be in charge of engineering some major draft day trade to move up from 3 to 1 to get a quarterback.
Yeah, but if the scouting department has come in there and they are really, really sure of him, of Cam Ward, and I know it's not just Joe and what's called picking it, I can go with that. If I'm the owner, I'm walking in, call director of scouting over. I'm gonna call some other people. I'm gonna have a real conversation with them. What you think about this kid? If they can tell me, yes, I would pick him. All right. If I get rid of Shane and what you still, yes, I like him. I'll take him then. But if they say, well, Joe was really liking him, so then I'm like, I don't want him. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's for the owner to do his due diligence.
Yeah.
Can't just sit back and think, everybody gonna just tell you what you need. No. Go talk to me. You have a right to talk to anybody on the team you want to talk to as the owner.
Something that is usually a very big deal happened today, and I bet 70% of America has no idea what that is. I'll tell you when we come back.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Capitals are back on the ice, back home tonight against Detroit, 7 p.m. face-off against the Red Wings here on the Fan. Caps have won 6 of their last 7. Of course, the great chase continues tonight as well. Alex Ovechkin, 887 goals now for his career. Ovi just 7 away from tying and 8 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL record. Major League Baseball season got underway while many of us were sleeping early this morning in Tokyo. Defending world champ LA Dodgers, led by Shohei Ohtani, who had 2 hits and a couple of runs scored, down the Cubs 4-1 at the Tokyo Dome. They'll play another one there in Japan tomorrow morning before returning to the U.S. Spring training, Nats and Astros tonight, 6:05 first pitch. That one on the team, 980. College hoops, first 4 in the NCAA tournament tips off tonight in Dayton. The first game, 6:40, St. Francis facing Alabama State. Then it's everyone's favorite, North Carolina, taking on San Diego State, 9:10 p.m. You can hear that second game tonight after Nats baseball tonight over in the team 980. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Uh-oh.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Going to be live, Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, Thursday and Friday, watching hoops. Going to be fun.
Yep. Come out.
Going to be fun,
Doors
man.
open at 11 o'clock at Taps.
Yeah, man. We got like...
Don't come at 10 because you hear us on air and think it's going to be open. They won't open the doors till 11.
We can get in. You can't. Yeah. I also think I'm going over to Capital One after this for this Caps game, do some stuff for NBC4. Think about all the stuff we got going. NCAA tournament, and unlike last year where wasn't there not a single local in last year?
I don't remember, but I think it vaguely sounds correct.
I think that's correct. This year we got a bunch of locals, bunch of teams with opportunities. For me personally, having the Maryland men back in, the women, their 15th straight tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Maryland head women's basketball coach Brenda Frese in about 15 minutes.
Old news to her.
Yeah, she's used to this stuff. But you got NCAA tournament, Caps tonight, Thursday, and Saturday. You've got Nats baseball starting next week. Next Monday is this Nats O's exhibition game at Nats Park, which should be pretty dope. There's just a lot of cool stuff going on, man. And NFL free agency. I just jumped on this Noah Brown Zoom during the break there, and Noah Brown called Laramie Tunsil a security guard for the left side. It was a very good line.
He's damn right, too.
Yeah, man, it's a fun time. And yet, with all of this going on, do you know what sporting event happened last night, Brian?
No.
Technically, opening day for baseball.
It was?
The Dodgers played the Cubs in Japan.
But see, that's the thing about it, because I recall last week, was it Thursday? No, Friday or Saturday, I was looking at something on, like when I was going through some sports stuff, and it was talking about how Ohtani's picture was all over Japan. And I was like, I'm going to read it later on. And I got busy over the weekend, didn't read it. And then I heard, who's Landfill was saying, did you say earlier, Landfill, that baseball has already started? And I kind of figured that's where it went. But they don't, a lot of these places.
All right, apparently the game was at 6 a.m., not overnight.
6 a.m.?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be watching that. Well, you know what? If I had known and if we had to say we wanted to talk about it, I would have gotten up and watched it. I've done that with the damn World Cup. Soccer
Well,
and all that.
like I loved yesterday when we got to watch that 9 a.m. golf, the 3-hole playoff.
Yeah.
Is the game tomorrow at 6 a.m. also, Landfill? I might throw that on,
I'm
especially
not
if I'm
going
on
to
the
guarantee
treadmill or
that
something.
one, though.
Yeah, but you got a different day tomorrow. it's a simple question. Do you think it's worth it for baseball to do this as opening day when nobody watches it? Now, Japan, they're watching it like crazy. And you've got Ohtani in Japan, which is probably as big as it gets.
For baseball, yes. Because when you hear that Ohtani's pitches was everywhere, what did people were buying merchandise and everything. It was great for baseball. It was great for the Dodgers. It's great for Ohtani. Hell, are you watching the salaries that baseball owners are paying? They say they don't make money. They lying. They making money. And the more foreign stars you get, the more money they're going to make.
Yeah, I think there's a lockout coming in baseball. I think they're about to try like hell to restructure some of that stuff. But whatever, that's for the lawyers.
Hey, bro, they already paid it. And
Right.
One thing about that salary that like Ohtani and my man Soto signed, those guaranteed. You got to find a way.
Oh, I'm not saying Soto's not going to get every dime, but whoever the next Soto is, or 2 years from now, I think there's some sort of restructuring coming there.
But they making money, dog. Baseball owners been lying for years, dog.
All these owners do. I think opening day should be in America, but I also think this should just come up with a different name, like MLB International Opening Day or something.
I think the biggest draw in the sport possibly is Ohtani. And wherever the hell you can get the most you get the most eyes on him and your product, that's where you started at. I mean, we have to realize baseball is so international now that we cannot sit up here and act like, oh, we got to do it here. If football started off in Japan, that would be a problem. The opening game of football, that Thursday night game they started doing now, like a matchup of the Super Bowl champion and somebody else. If they did that in another country, that might screw up a little bit. Baseball, hell yeah, do it.
What about the word that at least there were discussions of the Super Bowl going overseas? Super Bowl, like in London.
No. But hold on now. Hold on.
I think the timing would be so
What
screwed
happens for the most part with the Super Bowl? Corporations are buying up all the tickets anyway.
Yeah, but it's about watching. It's not about.
It's about watching, but the ultimate thing is you think if the NFL took the Super Bowl.
I think just with the time change to try to play that
people
in London.
here watching it.
Yeah, they want
saying.
people here watching it. It'd be like a midnight local kick in London. They'd probably still sell it out.
It'll sell out. Because you know what people be thinking that went over to London? We could party after the game over too.
They'll figure it out. I don't even know if we made bets yesterday, but we're going to make them today. A little different structure.
We all want to know.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
true.
that was in the building yesterday is want to know.
I like that a lot. We're all want to know. Let's make some bets.
No.
All right, boys. I'm gonna do the summation for White Brian. Landfill, White Brian, NJP are all 1-0.
I'm with that.
What do you like tonight?
I'm 1-0 too. Y'all ain't about to just make no rules like that.
Fool, you went in the building.
I'm taking the
0-1.
Bay
You
Golf
went in the
Club,
building.
bro. I'm
You
1-0.
0-1. I don't care what you say.
1-0.
You don't get to be 1-0.
You went in the building.
Y'all didn't even do the segment
You went in
yesterday.
the
I'm
building.
1-0.
I'm
No,
taking
you're not.
Caps money line.
I'm 1-0. Y'all ain't even do it.
Stop talking.
Y'all
I'm
ain't
with
even do it.
Landfill.
Y'all ain't even do it.
Landfill, you and I got the same bet.
Landfill, is it the rule if you're not here, you lose a game? It's a simple
But
rule.
it's not if we don't do it one day, everybody automatically win.
We
never did that. So don't even
we
none of that.
never really made a
None of
rule,
that.
but we guess what?
None of that.
Let's vote.
None
Everybody
of that.
wanna
No,
know
it
that
ain't, we ain't no
vote.
let's vote nothing.
Everybody want to know.
Not when everybody want to
Yeah,
know.
we don't care.
Exactly.
We don't care. You can talk all you want.
The
You're
Bay
0-1.
Golf
We
Club.
have to go to
0-1.
break soon.
Bay Golf Club.
White Brian, what would you like?
UNC minus 3.5, and Jeff is 0-1.
Yeah. All right.
The Bay Golf Club and Jeff is 1-0. I'm
Ain't
not
happening.
rocking.
That ain't happening.
There's no way
Not
you're
rocking.
1-0. You could be 0-0, but you're not 1-0.
I'm not starting with a loss. And
Yes,
if
you are,
y'all
'cause you
didn't,
weren't here.
if
You
y'all
oh
didn't,
my God.
if
We
y'all
were-
didn't,
we
if
gotta
y'all
go.
didn't do it yesterday,
Okay.
y'all both 0-0.
0-1.
I'm taking the under in Carolina, San Diego State. Maryland head coach Brenda Frese joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. So I'm going to take VCU over BYU. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Maryland women's basketball coach, Miss Brenda Frese. Hello, Coach. How are you? Thank you for making time for us.
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
I want to start here. 15 straight years making the tournament. Like, when you took this job, did you ever think 15 straight years making the tournament?
Oh man, I was just hoping that I would get a contract extension that I would be good enough. So no, never in my wildest dreams. I did know what this job potentially could be. I will say that I thought it was a gold mine, and I was hoping that just given our system and who we are and getting the right players, but as you can tell, it's getting harder and harder. The game has really changed, but I'm really, really proud of our consistency.
Does it still hit you like it did the first time, Coach?
It does. And I think, I probably even have a greater perspective now, the year when COVID took the tournament away from us and we had just won the Big Ten tournament. We had won 18 games straight, and then the tournament was shut down. So I think for me, it's an honor, it's a privilege, it's a body of work that is on display all season long to be able to get to this point. So we are going to celebrate it like we've never been in before every time we see our name.
What's cool is I saw Sunday night, I was there as your team and fans were getting ready for the selection show. And it's interesting you say that we're going to celebrate it every time, no matter what the circumstances. How important is it, even for the level of success you've had in College Park? You've won a Natty, 6 Elite Eights, 5 Final Fours. I mean, you guys churn out pros. But to still, every year, the tournament's a big deal, and every year it deserves to be celebrated.
It does, and I think especially through the lens of our student athletes that, this year we brought in, 10 new players and 7 transfers. And I even asked them the other day, like, how many have played in the NCAA tournament? It's their first time. It's first time for our freshmen, first time for some of our transfers. And so it's a big deal. This is what you work so hard for. A reason to be able to celebrate our players because they put in this body of work that started back in the summertime to prepare themselves for this moment.
The landscape has changed so much to where your team could be completely different from one year to the next, and making it now, is that a bigger feat than it was in the previous years?
No question. You used to have that continuity on your roster and kids that had played in 2, 3 NCAA tournaments, and now it's 1 year rosters that are being overhauled a lot from year to year, and so just making sure you never know each and every year what that chemistry is going to look like. You've got to be healthy. We had that impact us some this year. So, there's just a lot of variables out there that make it a lot more difficult.
Speaking of those variables, that's really interesting. We're talking with Maryland women's basketball coach at the University of Maryland, Brenda Frese. As the college sports world has completely flipped upside down, you and your staff, year to year, how much time do you devote towards recruiting high school players, and how much of it is the portal?
Yeah, that's really changed. It used to, it was all high school in the past, and the percentages have definitely flipped. You have a lot more experience out of the portal. I mean, clearly you need to be selective and you need to do your homework so you're getting the right pieces. But, again, the landscape has changed. I think you still have to find that balance. We've always been really secure in our culture, and I love when you can keep, a player like Shai Sellers around for 4 years and in your system and knows your culture and can speak of it. So it's definitely finding that balance.
I bet. And now, looking ahead to you got a game in, I don't know, Saturday at 4:00. I don't know how many days away that is, but it's hard to keep track.
All right.
What is that? What is your process like? So you find out Sunday night who you're playing, where you're going. Let's start with you get to host in College Park. I imagine that's a huge advantage. How excited were you? Because, I think some people thought you'd be a 4 and get to host, and some thought maybe the Terps would be a 5 seed and have to go on the road. How happy were you when you found out that there'll be games at Xfinity?
Yeah, thrilled. Thrilled for our seniors, the 5 that we have, our fans. I mean, we have some of the best fans in the country. I've heard our reserve seats are close to being sold out, and we've always been able to host extremely well. And so it does. It gives you, I think, better, preparation. You don't have to pack. You don't have to get on a plane and spend that kind of time to be able to transition to somewhere else. Our kids get to sleep in their own beds and have that routine that will take place for them. So, they know Xfinity, they know their locker room and all those perks. And then we've got to go out and, play the best 40 minutes to be able to advance and continue on.
Coach, the great ones, when you get into the tournament, you do what you've done. You worry about yourself. Do you ever get to a point where you try to throw a different little wrinkle into it, that's something that the team may not be expecting?
Yeah, I think you definitely look at film and you see, where strengths and weaknesses lie. I think your identity is formed by this time in March, so you don't want to tweak too much because your kids have to feel comfortable and confident, and what's worked up to this point is really going to be who you are.
And so when does it start? Like, how much tape have you watched of your opponent? I mean, I imagine that stuff starts right away, right?
It does. And, I'm really fortunate. I have a phenomenal staff. I have an army of coaches, and, I have, 3 assistants that each have a team. So you're preparing because you need to be prepared if you do your body of work and you have the opportunity to move on. It's a quick turnaround. And then I have an advanced scout. And so all hands are on deck. And, there's a lot of film watching, immediately, especially after you find out who you're playing, and then you're trying to utilize the week to, get as much film and have a great game plan put together.
Do you allow yourself to look ahead to do you at least watch so you guys played Norfolk State Saturday at 4:00. The other portion of your pod is Alabama and Green Bay. Will you watch any of that or no?
Yeah, I think, as soon as you feel like you've gone through enough to, have your complete scout ready for Norfolk State, I think you always have to be proactive, but you also, can't assume. You have to take care of one game at a time, and we have a lot of respect for Norfolk State, and, every team that's in the tournament right now can play. So, none of that matters if you don't take care of the first game, but definitely, it's like any tournament you go into when you know the possibility of, of someone you could potentially play, you always want to be really prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to say, as a Terp, one of the things that I love about a number of the coaches, but I think of you and I think of Coach Tills, lacrosse coach specifically, is just knowing how good you are with a week to prepare and in these tournament settings. And I can't wait to watch this weekend, and we're certainly wishing you the best of luck and sincerely appreciate you making time for us in a very busy week.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. I hope everyone comes out on Saturday, 4:00. There's still tickets to be able to get on as low as $20 to come out, and need everyone's support. So appreciate you having me on.
We'll be watching, and so it would be what, Saturday, then Monday?
Yeah, Saturday, Monday, and we're the second game on Saturday, so you get 2 games in, and Alabama and Green Bay are the first game at 1:30, and then we're the second game.
I mean, you get 2 NCAA tournament games for $20. Pretty damn good.
Totally.
Yeah.
Coach, thank you for the time.
Yeah,
good luck to you.
Go Terps.
Good luck. Go
Thanks.
Terps. Absolutely. Maryland women's basketball coach Brenda Frese, national champion. Very, very good coach, man. I'll be rooting for the Terps on both sides of the brackets, Seattle and College Park. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Patrick Stevens. Thank you to Brenda Frese. Thank you to Barstool Nate. And thank you to David Aldridge. Can't wait, man. We got first 4 tonight. TGL tonight. I'll be watching that landfill. We'll be at Tap Sports Bar Thursday, Friday for the tourney. Love this time of year, man. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a beer at Tapped or Tap 99.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Hockey tonight, the Caps are back home in D.C., back on the ice against Detroit, 7 p.m. Here on the Fan, only 15 games now left to play. Caps have won 6 of 7, and the great chase continues. Alex Ovechkin just 8 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. It's also the second week now of NFL free agency. Commanders have decided to retain many of their own free agents so far the last week, including wide receiver Noah Brown, who was in town today and talked about why he chose to return for a second season in D.C.
Felt like there's a lot left on the table, as a team and personally. And I felt like this is just the right culture and coaching staff for me to succeed in. Guys believe in each other. Guys go out and work hard every day. And, it's just not a common atmosphere that you get in the NFL. And if I had a chance to be a part of it again, I was going to take it.
Brown also talked about his health. Remember, he suffered a kidney injury late in the season, said he's been cleared now to return for a couple of weeks and is getting back into the swing of things, looking forward to playing again for the Commanders. Major League Baseball season started this morning in Tokyo. Defending world champion Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1. Shohei Ohtani had 2 hits and a couple of runs scored. Spring training tonight. Nats at Astros 6:05. First pitch on the team 980. This March, only get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The boys are back from West Palm Beach, Florida. We kind of got tired of Grant's antics, so we said, you know what? You stay. You don't come back. You stay down there. No, he's hanging out with the fam. Well-deserved R&R for old Greppers. He's got a few days down there, fun and sun, well-earned time to relax. It's Danny. That's me. Hi, if you're looking at us on the YouTube stream. Greetings, salutations, peace to the nations. Old Randy Douye and Tobias Funke Altizer are sitting here with me. What's up, dude?
Yeah, dude, it's good to be back. It was a long night last night getting back. It was,
yes, it was.
Relaxing to sleep in your own bed. There's nothing better than getting back from a trip and sleeping in your own bed. And it was a little bit of an adventure getting up this morning. But
yeah, it was
we're
a
here.
Show. We are here. Darius is in studio. Ryan sent that dreaded text. Not feeling great. The post-trip malaise. So who knows what it is? I mean, it's all inevitable. Nothing can go right. I've got a little story I'll tell in a moment about that. But head on a swivel here. Sports, man. Sports. This is a sporting time for sports people. The fall remains undefeated. Okay. Temperature comfort without allergens. The spring can offer good temperature comfort, but it brings the allergens. And it's, smacking you in the nose and your eyes. And you're like, is it like you play allergies or strep? You know what I mean? Just terrible games, unfun. But this is the week. These are the kinds of weeks where everywhere you turn, it's a yes. Ovi tonight, sorry about being 7 goals shy of Wayne Gretzky. Again, I'll say that one more time. Alex Ovechkin is 7 goals shy of tying Wayne Gretzky, an unbreakable record that he's going to break. They play tonight at home against the Detroit, I almost called them the Tigers, because baseball's on my mind. I'll come back to that in a second. The Detroit Red Wings. We got a game. We'll break it, get you Caps power play later on. The Nationals, who we just hung out with. I'm wearing a Nats pullover. It's cardigan, but thank you for noticing. We hung out with them down at spring training for basically a full week. They're coming up here. Opening day is next week.
It's crazy.
Yes, Nationals, right? That's busy. We got plenty of stuff there. Nathaniel Low will join the show. And I do believe, Darius, I think I'm supposed to tease this. We're giving away some tickets. All right, that's something we're doing. We're going to give away. So, let's hypothetical. I'm a person. I'm listening to the Grant and Danny radio program, which we appreciate. I could win Nationals tickets. For what game? Tell me for what game, at least. It's like some random game, right?
Oh, that would be for opening day against the Phillies.
Opening day tickets. Sorry about it.
I'm excited about that.
4:00. You got a chance to win opening day tickets. So that's happening. And that's a yes. Right? That's awesome.
the best sporting event we've got. Dare I say, this is the most unique thing in the world. And I know that sounds hyperbolic, and you're like, Danny, why don't you rein it back in for a second? But allow me to retort. Japan has their high school baseball sort of national championship World Series kind of thing, which takes the country over. That's probably the closest equivalent. But you realize around the world, colleges don't really play each other. Like Oxford and, somebody else probably, they row like once a year. They have a tri-meet or something.
Do they have rowing madness?
Seriously. Yeah, but there's so this spring, it'll be quite the Donnybrook where we'll gather and, a couple of the blokes will row down the river and we'll wear blazers. Like, that's the entire thing. Nobody does this. You bring together all of the things that us Americans, that we dig. Let me offer them to you. Tournaments. Oh, we love tournaments. Number 2, gambling. We sure as bleep love gambling on tournaments. Number 3, single elimination. Oh, do we get steamed for it? One and done. Craziness, upsets, money being made. People that don't know anything. I did a bracket based on where my friends went to school. Fine. Who cares? You're going to win, Janet. Like, it's the best thing. The NCAA tourney this week, Tobes, kicks off tonight with some of the playing games, including some teams that shouldn't be there. But the point is, we'll debate that at 2:45. We'll talk about some impropriety potentially. But this is the week that's perfect.
Yeah, this is the stuff that you love. March Madness. It's crazy because we were just so in deep with the Nationals the last couple of days. We come out and all of a sudden it's first 4. Thursday we get the first round. It's wall to wall Thursday and Friday, and you're fired up. So I can't wait. I haven't even really had a chance to dive fully into the bracket, and I filled one out already, just kind of blindly while we were at the ballpark the other day.
I did want to get a feel. But it's like we're behind, and it's partly our fault, but because we're down there at Nat spring training, and the whole day is consumed. We get there just to give you a lay of the land for our days, and I'm sure you guys are riveted to hear about some of those things. But we're getting to the ballpark basically around 8 a.m., right? Because these guys have a full, total panoramic of a day that's not necessarily just show up at night and play baseball. There's meetings, there's MLB meetings, there's MLB PA meetings, there's team meetings. They're all getting their work in, a lot of strenuous exercise. So there's various windows if you're covering the team, which, we weren't really. Like, we're not embedded like the regular media, but we're there for a handful of days to get some interviews, chat with the guys behind the scenes, all that other kind of stuff. We got some really good content already that you probably have heard. Plenty more coming. Quite frankly, you, Tobes, and Ryan destroyed it on some of the behind the scenes stuff, some of the cool little social things we'll be rolling out. We have some interviews that you guys haven't heard, or if you did, it was over a weekend, so we'll be playing for you. As I mentioned, Nathaniel Low, who is just fantastic. We'll play that interview for you at 6 p.m. who we caught up with. But we're there from early morning, basically, through kind of the entire day. And it's consumed by their calendar. So, that's what we're doing. So when the brackets are getting announced, we're watching, Peter Prospect face off against AAA Timmy. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we were totally all encompassed by, was there on the trip. So we're like a day or two behind sort of sports calendar wise.
Yeah. So I've already filled one out. I like Duke's chances, but again, I haven't really even paid attention. I just knew that
Cooper Kupp's health obviously matters.
They've been freaking rolling. Auburn looks good as well. I think this is going to be an intriguing tournament though, because, we were talking before the show, Gonzaga's an 8 seed and Ken Pom has them rated really highly. Could they go on a deep run? I was listening to B. Mitch and Finley talk about High Point or whatever the college was that they were talking about. And some of these teams that can just keep going up and down the floor. And this is the type of, if you're a basketball fan, this is the best. You just all day, you just park on the couch, watch some basketball, and one game sucks. Well, there's 3 others on, right? So you can always find something. And this is the part of the year where, it's just perfect. Just perfect.
That's what it is. And the first 2 days, really the opening weekend, for me, is the single best thing in sports. And we do this sometimes, and we'll do it when we're hanging out this week. By the way, we're at Tap Sports Bar at BetMGM on Thursday and Friday, which is awesome. That place rules. It's maybe my favorite place to go watch games. We've been fortunate enough to do this a couple of times. I cannot wait to hang out with my feet is up, just chopping it up, watching live sport. So, first tip-offs, whatever it is, 12:04. And by 12:17, there's a second game. So at the first game, you don't like it, you got another one. And then there's another one right behind it. So all of a sudden, it's that staggered thing where as this one's going to have, somebody's, running out of last possession. While you look over at TV number 2, this team is on a run. All of a sudden, the lead is up to 9. And then as the game starts to cascade and start to finish, you get a buzzer beater here and there. You get a couple of tight last possessions. it's just perfect television watching for the attentionally challenged, which I am.
Well, and it's funny because I generally am I want to be at the stadium guy versus watch on TV guy. But when it comes to the NCAA tournament, I went to when the Hokies played in Milwaukee a couple years ago after they won the ACC tournament. Toki was there.
Toki was there.
Toki was there. He was there to check it out. They ended up losing to Texas.
That's Toby the Hokie, by the way, if you're scoring at home. That's Toby's alter ego. That's a little bit sassier, a little bit meaner, a little bit more raw, if I can say that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's unfiltered. You kind of cutting your HBO special there.
Yeah, a little Toki the Hokie. And I got to watch them play Texas. I got to watch Purdue play Yale. And I got to watch 2 games. It's really cool. Wisconsin was playing at night in Milwaukee, so there was a great environment there. But it's like, I don't have 3 TVs going. Like, it's like, I'm watching the one game. It's awesome. But so generally, I would say I love to be at the stadium. But I think for the NCAA tournament, there's no better spot than parked on your couch or at a bar watching.
To me, the sports book, and I generally, we talked about this before, and I don't begrudge people that do this differently. I don't like to watch like the big game of my team in public.
Yes.
And some people do. And obviously some of those, my favorite videos to watch are like, when Howie Kendrick hits that homer, checking the video of the bullpen, or what's going on at Nats Park when he hit that bomb against Joe Kelly and the Dodgers. Those are incredible moments. And I get wanting to be there and sharing it with your pals. But to me, when it's my team in a do or die in a game 7 or whatever, it's me. I'm on the couch, chewing my fingernails, bubble guts, miserable. That's how I got to do it, mostly because of this thing, but that's how I am as a fan anyway. It's very rare that I want to get together with a big group. But for this, where both my parents went to Maryland. I'm no longer really a Maryland fan. Once they left the ACC, they told us, hey, we don't like who we are. We want to be something else. I was like, well, I liked who you were, so I'm leaving. Whatever. They don't care. They're going to make more money in the Big Ten. And they're really good this year, which is cool. I'm happy for Maryland fans. But it's like there is some local flair to it, so I've got some rooting interest. But in general, it's like you're beholden to your own bracket if you got a chance to win a little bit of money. So to me, because I don't really have that dog in the fight, that I've got $5 on this one. I need the total rebounds in this one and the over in that one. This is the perfect sports book viewing event, right? Because as you said, it's wall to wall, and you could sprinkle I don't know, a fifth of a unit on anything you want over the course of a day, and living and dying. It's like, I'm up $4 for the day, but it felt like you won $1 billion. It's the best.
Yeah, I mean, just sprinkling on upsets, and you're like, I think this 11 seed is going to get it done today. You always know there's going to be a 12-5 upset. You're maybe hoping for the 14 seed to get it done, or 15 seed. It's always so much fun because you never know what can happen. You never know. Even the best teams sometimes show up in March and just lay a dud, and someone you've never heard of goes on a little bit of a magical run.
And there's always one of those at Loyola Chicago. We went from never having heard the name Sister Mary Jean to like she lives with all of us now.
Exactly.
I mean, everything from Mason to VCU to Butler going to 2 straight national title games. Florida Gulf Coast was charmed the country just for a weekend. They didn't go to the Final 8 or anything like that. They beat Duke or whoever they beat, Georgetown. But the whole country's talking about him, and then it's like, poof, they're gone. I go all day. Weber State and Harold Arsenault, the Lafayette who beat Duke that time. And basically just centers around beating Duke.
Lehigh beat Duke.
Lehigh, thank you.
CJ McCollum.
Right. Maybe I meant Lehigh who did it. Anyway, the point is, that's beautiful. Like those are the kind of things where you become a national story, and we don't know who it's going to be. Valparaiso, the buzzer beater. So we all know the name Bryce Drew instinctively. It's magic and it's perfect. It just sort of comes down to those sorts of things. This year, though, just a quick theme, and I'll move on to my dumb story. This year, offensive efficiency and offensive ability in college, better than I've ever seen it. You usually associate the college game. There'll be a scorer or two. There've always been great scorers in college ball, and they go on and play in the pros. But in general, the depth of scoring nationwide, it's usually watered down. You can play so many zone defenses. You can do so many matchup things. It's a shorter game, only 5 fouls. You're not catching anybody, on a back-to-back or the 5th game in 7 days like you do in the association, where sometimes you got to give up a shot to, you can put a hand in Kobe Bryant's face all you want. Sometimes he's going for 60, right? In college basketball, you don't usually see that level of offense. Well, this year, this is like the top of the board, especially, and even some of these mid-major teams, you mentioned High Point, the best offense we have seen. Now, who knows if that carries through in this tournament? A team like Alabama that scores 100 and gives up 102, or some of these teams that are so good at the top of the board again on offense. Maybe that's not what the theme of this tournament is, but that's kind of been the theme of college basketball this year, which usually you think about who's likely for an upset. I'm going somewhere with this. If it's a one possession game, because nobody's like, think about how UVA played for all those years under Tony Bennett, playing the pack line defense. The pace is not going to be that fast. They're going to be efficient offensively, but a blowout for them is 8 points. They're not going to run you out of the gym most of the time. Now teams can get up and down and score 75, 80, 90 points. Maybe you do see more blowouts. Maybe it's a little bit less conducive for that tight game where all of a sudden you're not making shots and you got an Ali Faroukmanesh from Northern Iowa that's knocking down threes and now Kansas is eliminated. It feels a little less upsetty to me this year, which probably guarantees more upsets than ever.
Well, and one thing that I like about the NCAA tournament compared to what you see sometimes in the NBA, I've talked about this before. In the NBA, everybody runs the same style of offense, just a little variation, depending on what they got. It's high pick and rolls. Occasionally, you got a special team with like a Nikola Jokic or a Giannis Antetokounmpo. But for the most part, you kind of see the same actions no matter what you watch. This one, we're talking about a high point earlier. You've got 10 to 12 guys that all play, and you're running hockey line shifts because they're sprinting down the floor every time. You've got teams with big guys. Remember when UCF had Taco Fall, and they're throwing it into a 7'4" guy, and Zach Edey, and you've got teams that want to slow it down and play defense. You've got all sorts of different things. Like I think of Alabama, right? Alabama's a team that could definitely win the national championship. Also, if they can't knock down threes, they could lose early.
They could lose Thursday.
It's incredible.
Yeah. The level of variance. I mean, so to me, I love this Florida team. And now this is the thing that I do all the time where I saw them beat Auburn. And of course, now they won the SEC championship too. And they're really good. So it's not like some random team. But that game they played against Auburn, I go, that's the best team in the country. They were unbelievable. They got this kid, Walter Clayton Jr., who's a do-everything. He's incredible. They're long. They bother you. They remind me, honestly, of those national championship teams from Florida a couple of years ago, which I guess is an easy team to compare to because we all saw them play and they're all really good. But they score. They're efficient. They can all shoot it. They got a bunch of guys average double figures. They're a pain in the butt to play on defense. To me, they're my favorite team. But when I filled out my bracket, I think I had them losing in the Sweet 16. I mean, that's just the beauty of this thing. Anyway, but we'll get to plenty of tournament stuff as the show goes. It all kicks off tonight with some of the first four. So here's my dumb story. It's not that great of a story. It's just I'm going to share what happened. I got to the Airbnb Friday. You guys were already there Thursday. We'd had some illness in the family, whatever. I had needed an extra day. Got down there, was fine, right as rain. You guys were great. House was awesome. We did really well. 238 times approximately in my life, I've taken trips. I've gone somewhere that's not my home. When I get there, I don't need my keys to like get into my house or drive my car usually. So I put them somewhere and that's the end. Either my work bag, my suitcase, whatever. This time, I guess I didn't do that. I thought I did. But I didn't. I was driving the rental car around. I played dad. I was the grown-up, and that's fine. So the only keys I wanted were the keys to the car. So I don't know when the lightning struck in my brain, but you remember, we had to connect through Charlotte late last night on the way home. And we had to do a gate check because we were one of the Nubs groups. We were group 8, and it was like, anybody that's in group 8 or 9, you're irresponsible losers, and please come and check your bags. And so it was like, oh, whatever. Now, Ryan, by the way, was gone. He, like, during boarding, decided, like, muttered something and left and, like, went to pee and get a water, like, had hours and then said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go now. Terrifying. Did it twice. But anyway, I checked the bag and something, like, lightning flashes in my brain. I go, I don't actually know where my keys are for when I get home. And I check my work bag. It's not there. I can't check my check bag, but I've got this, like, all of a sudden sinking feeling like it's like, dude, you bleeped up. And sure enough, when we get back, I get the baggage carousel. I'm rifling through it at 12:15 in the morning on the floor, baggage claim 11 or 12 at Reagan National. And everybody's looking at me like, what is this psychopath doing? I'm cursing up a blue streak. Whatever, miserable. Realize I don't have them. Just pwned. So my car was there, drove my car, parked it, because that's the easiest thing to do. Wrong. So now I got to take the cab home. $65, middle of the night. I had to take a rush hour Uber there this morning to get the car back, to get my poor little kid to his dentist appointment where he's getting fillings and crowns and all sorts of stuff put in, which no 6-year-old should have to do. He was in the chair for 45 minutes, poor little trooper. Anyway, so the thing I was trying to do to be efficient and save money cost me about $200 all in because they found my keys at the Airbnb. God bless them. I'd already been like texting my guys over at Ted Britt, like, hey, what's the procedure out of curiosity for getting a new key? Who do you talk to? Let's say your name was Danny and you were in West Palm Beach and you left your keys in the Airbnb. You're not sure where. How would you guys So I was in that process, and I found them. They found them, and they're going to ship them back to me. That's so stupid. Like, that's so stupid. So here's my question. Toby, I want your answer. Darius, I want yours. And I want you guys out there in Radio Land. We're making fun of me here. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I left my keys at our Airbnb in West Palm Beach. Almost impossible to do, and yet I found a way. So now, lifetime, I'm 238 for 239. Still a pretty good percentage, but this time cost me dearly. Kick to the giblets. What's the dumbest travel mistake you've ever made? What's the dumbest travel mistake you've ever made? Not booking the thing, booking the wrong thing, getting on the wrong plane, going in the wrong direction, finding yourself in the middle of Dusseldorf, Germany, thinking that you're at the airport, but you're at the train station and wondering why nothing's in English. Whatever happened to you? I'm not naming any specific incidents. I'm just saying something that could have happened. 800-636-1067. Your dumbest travel mistakes. Next on G&D.
Hey guys, it's GP. FanDuel's turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball. Through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Capitals are happy to be back home tonight against Detroit. 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Caps have won 6 of their last 7. Alex Ovechkin's chase to catch Wayne Gretzky continues, now 8 behind the Great One's all-time NHL record, 7 to tie him, 8 to set a new mark for the Great 8. Alex Ovechkin possibly move a little bit closer tonight. Major League Baseball season started this morning. Early morning, 6 a.m. in Tokyo, defending world champion Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1 to get things started. College hoops, first 4 of the NCAA tournament tonight in Dayton. First game up, St. Francis, Alabama State, 6:40. And then North Carolina, San Diego State. You can hear that game right after Nats baseball tonight on the Team 980. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in store at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. Meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the
We are G and D, no G, yes D, and also Toby. That's how we do it up and help. As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Also, we're at Tap Sports Bar Thursday, Friday. March matchups are here. There's no better place to catch every single game with us than Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join 106.7 The Fans, B. Mitch and Finley, and Grant and Danny this Thursday and Friday, the opening round of the men's tourney. We're doing our shows live at Tap with mouthwater and game day bites and tons of TVs. Our tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. As you know, we were in West Palm Beach doing some Nats content, plenty more to come. From that, we've got some social bits. Content Clary is very happy. And we have Nathaniel Low coming on the show. We taped an interview with him, and he was fantastic. You'll hear that in the 6 o'clock hour. We're also giving away Nats tickets at 4. We're busy little bees. You probably heard I left my keys in the Airbnb, which is stupid, but whatever. It's happened. I've had plenty of travel snafus over the years, but I ask you guys at 800-636-1067, what is your dumbest travel mistake? Tobes, I'll start with you. What have you done?
So I haven't left anything that I recall. When I was a kid, I accidentally left a brand new hat in a restaurant, but we went back and got it. There was no problem. Recently, as in a couple of months ago, I was traveling back to Wisconsin, and it was an early morning flight. I was traveling by myself, so I didn't want to fall asleep. So I drank a little coffee before the flight.
Okay.
Then you got that rumble in your guts.
Yeah, sure.
I had to use the restroom on the plane.
Uh-huh.
It was very uncomfortable the rest of the trip. That's the biggest mistake I think I've made.
That is a gamble. That is a calculated gamble that you lost.
I lost.
You rolled the dice one more time, and they came up snake eyes.
It was bad. It was very bad.
Let's go to line 1. Ken in Haymarket. Ken, worst travel mistake?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
When I went to Amsterdam with a group of people, we all went out to dinner on the first night, and I had my travel bag with my passport and a good amount of money, and I took it off, and I ended up leaving it underneath the table, and I did not realize until hours afterwards, and went back, and it was still in the same exact spot.
It was still there?
Yep.
That's beyond lucky. Woo. This is my biggest concern with international travel in so many different cases. It's like, what if I lose my wallet? What if I lose my passport? What happens? What happens? Like, people talk about it like it's not a big deal. Like, you just go to the consulate. Have you ever been to a consulate in your life? What is a consulate? You know what I mean? Like, I generally know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do? How do you get places? How do you do anything? Right. I'm so worried about that. Let's go to Brian in Calvert. Oh, hey, Brian. Worst travel mistake?
Hey, what's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, I'll make it quick. So I'm working
Sterling, Virginia, and I drove the company truck to North Carolina, and I was supposed to go back home in Calvert County, and so I didn't bring my keys to my truck at the shop.
Oh my God!
And Lord and behold, on the way back to Carolina, I broke down in Petersburg, Virginia, and I waited 6 hours for a big tow truck to tow me back to the shop in Sterling, Virginia, and I realized I didn't have my damn truck keys. So I called my wife. I'll make it quick, and she goes, "Ryan, I'm terrible with directions. I don't know what to tell you." And I'm like, my neighbor, who's always looking for extra money, I called her up. Thank God she answered the phone. I said, "I'll pay you $100 if you drop my truck keys off at the truck stop. It's the last exit after Kings Dominion off of 95."
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. And her last name was Uber, and that's how the company was founded. That's so bad. Like going that, realizing I've got no way to get home. Like had the trip worked, he'd been in North Carolina having to you drop the truck off. Now how are you getting home, dude?
That was my first thought last night with your situation. I was like, if I would have done the same thing, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, I would have just been literally screwed.
Yeah, stuck right there. Oof. Paul in Sugarland, worst travel mistake?
Well, I worked for an airline about 30 years ago, since retired. And one day I was called in and they said, "Oh, by the way, you get to go to training up at Kennedy Airport for baggage for KLM." I said, "Oh, that's fine. So here, when do you leave? Here you go. Here you go. Okay, fine. Go to the airport, fly to Kennedy, go to the motel, go to class the next day, actually for 5 days, whatever." So the first night back, after going through this class, my head's blowing up from all this junk. I reach in because I brought my sneakers with me.
Sure.
I thought. I packed sneakers, shirts, pants. I reached in, I had 2 left sneakers. I had my grass cutting pair and my walk around pair. So have you ever tried to put a left sneaker on a right foot?
It's not comfortable, Paul.
And then go out for dinner? So the next day, since I had the benefits, I flew back into Dulles, got my car, went home, got my other sneaker, and then said to my wife, "By the way, can you drop me down to National tomorrow morning so I can catch a 5:30 flight back to Kennedy so I can be in class?" She was surprised I'd come home, but she drove me down.
I got to tell you, respectfully, I know you got the benefit of the free flight. I might have just tried to catch a shoe store in New York there. You know what I mean? I get maybe
potentially,
maybe like a cheap pair that you don't care about, or like you go straight Chris Rock. Like how much for one shoe?
Mm-hmm.
Like can I just get a right shoe?
That's tough though.
Bobby in Alexandria, biggest travel mistake.
Danny, this is no lie, and I appreciate this segment. It's great. So we're going to Grand Cayman. We have relatives that live there, and we've all got little kids. I've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and we had to go to BWI because we were trying to get the cheapest flight out. We live in Virginia, and drive all the way there. And everything's good. And here's your, back then you didn't need a passport. It was like, here, you need a birth certificate and you need your ID. So I give mine, my wife gives hers. And all of a sudden they're like, "Well, where's the kids' passports?" I mean, they're the kids' birth certificates. And we were like, "Oh no, we forgot them at home." And we were like, "Well, look at them. They're mine. They look like us, don't they?" And that woman went, "Nope. You're not taking any kids out of this country without the proper documents."
Yeah.
So we had to drive all the way back, get the birth certificate, stay in a hotel at BWI, go all the way back there to get the next flight that we could get out to go to Grand Cayman.
Thank you, Bobby.
Devastating.
By the way, telling security personnel, "Well, look at him," that's not. Respectfully, it's not going to work.
I don't think that's great.
I can't remember the name of the Supreme Court case where "well, look at him" was basically not legal grounds or not a good enough defense. I think it was right after the ruling in the "oh, come on" case. Like, come on.
Sure.
No, it's not. It's not legal. Tweet me at Funny Danny. What's your Twitter, Topes?
At Toby_Altizer.
The underscore is where it always trips me up. Kristen wrote, "I left my driver's license with the gate agent when I checked in for my flight. I couldn't rent the car at my destination, couldn't fly back because I didn't have another ID. Disaster." But yet you got home somehow. I always wonder about that.
Yes, it's so tough.
Right?
It's so tough. And it's like one of those, I can't even imagine forgetting an ID, losing your wallet, obviously keys. It's so difficult. It's something that you would never expect to do it, especially once you get to a certain age. You're like, oh, I'm responsible. Somebody a little bit younger that's still irresponsible with stuff. It's understandable, but you've done it, like you said, hundreds and hundreds of times.
So many times, yeah.
It's just got to throw you off so badly.
Years ago, I was in Barcelona, and that's just how you say it correctly. Like, whatever you do, don't tweet at Grant H. Paulson and let him know that we're talking. No, just talk respectfully with me. Barcelona. See, the C is a theta in Castilian Spanish, so you're going to want to say bar.
In DC, it's Barcelona.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about being in the city of. So say bar.
Bar.
Say Elona. Barcelona. So I was in Barcelona. And the neighborhood in Barcelona I stayed in was Barceloneta, which is the southern part of Barcelona. And I didn't know this before I went, but pickpocketing is a thing, especially down in that neighborhood. At least it was at that point. I don't know if it still is, whatever. But nobody warned me. So this kid tried and I'm not sure what he got a hold of, but I felt it and chased him down and gave it back quickly. I didn't want a physical confrontation. And everybody around there looked at me like, you jerk. It's part of the local economy kind of a thing. It was like I was the bad guy. I was doing the LeBron memes that he stole from me. But in the moment, whatever, it was kind of the adrenaline's pumping. But then I think about it, what if he had taken my wallet? That's debit, credit, driver's license, the things that I need. I had a passport to be able to get on a plane, but now I'm stranded. What happens? I'm so worried about that sort of thing. Maybe because I'm not a real grown-up. 800-636-1067. We'll do one more on Dub's travel mistakes. I got plenty of stuff I want to talk about, including a ranking where you're not going to believe where Nubs Field ranks. The artist formerly known as Nubs Field, now it's Northwest Eastern Stadium, part of Northwest, but it's east of the city stadium where the local Washington 53 plays. I pretty much don't say the name of anything affiliated with the football team
naturally.
at this point. Yeah. But Nubs Field, you're not going to believe its ranking. I'll tell you about that at 3, but more of your screw-ups because I screwed up and left my keys at the Airbnb. More travel mistakes next. Our guy Disco tweeted me, Topes, at Funny Danny, at Toby_Altizer. Talking about biggest travel mistakes.
Sure.
Disco left 100 CDs in a hotel room. Now, you might not be familiar with what a CD is. It's what we used to have to play music on. And I'm old enough to remember the cassette deck. In fact, for my birthday, I got a dual cassette deck player, which made me the coolest kid in class, please and thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. You could record from 1 to 1. You could also record off the radio. So you'd sit there and wait. You'd wait for your song to play. DJ would talk it up and ruin it sometimes, which killed you. You're trying to hit the post. Just stop. I want the full tail of the intro, bro. They're coming up with Sunday at Cantina. It's Take Your Top Off Tuesdays. Well, it would be on Sunday. Anyway, the point is ruining the song, but sometimes you get the radio edit. But anyway, you sit there and wait, and you record it. I used to record Don and Mike episodes back in the day. Your boy was really cool. I had ones of friends. Anyway, it was fun. But Disco lost 100 CDs. And I'm going, number one, young people will never know what that was like. That was probably 88 trips to Kent Mill Music, maybe Tower Records. I don't know. Right? You had to deal with all the fluff. You wouldn't know what you were getting. You had heard one smash on the radio probably, or like in the case of certain albums, you knew it was coming out, and you would go get it day of. Like when Snoop Dogg's debut album, I think either 93 or 94, came out, like everybody went to the record store that day. But like you would hear one song off an album, be like, okay, I'm going to take a chance. And there'd be like 9 songs that are just sort of like a guy talking about something or like a skit on there. You're like, you're just filling nonsense, bro. I don't want to pay $17.99 for this with the store markup. If you did 12 songs, it'd be cool. But like you did 8 and 2 aren't really good and 3 is filler and you got 1 hit on there. And now I wasted my money.
Yeah, it'd be tough to lose that many CDs.
Yes.
I obviously didn't grow up in an age where it was a ton of CDs. Now basically everything's on your phone, but it'd be pretty tough when you've acquired a nice collection of whatever it is.
Dude, the CD book in your car. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
What you were supposed to do with the CD book, right, is you put the CD in the front and then the actual case in the back so that you'd see what it was. But nobody did that. You used the back of the two-way clear plastic to put more CDs in. And then you would know the book so well that some of the CDs that you had lower seated, right, maybe they were your mixes, would be behind in one side of the packet. So you would double and sometimes triple up to make that 100 CD carrier, a 414 CD carrier, and it would weigh 81 pounds. It's like, dude, we're driving for more than 10 minutes. Break out the CD case. Whoever's writing shoddy, that's the person that's got to dictate. God forbid you make a bad selection. Or it skips. Oh, if it skips in the CD player, why don't you just barrel roll out of the car, horse's ass? You're ruining the trip, Michael, to our trip to Alabama that time. Terrible selection. You kept trying to play the one CD that skipped. We told you it skipped, and you kept playing it, dude.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
I'm just saying something happened one time. 800-636-1067. Great, Nanny here on the Fan. Let's both through these calls. Travel mistakes. I left my keys at the Airbnb. A shabingus. TJ in Bowie, thanks for being patient. Worst travel mistake, bud?
Hey, so I was traveling to Norway. Had a flight to Oslo, leaving out of DCA.
Okay.
Flight leaves in 2 hours. I'm leaving Bowie. I'm feeling real good. I catch an Uber to BWI. Not a good idea.
Wait a minute. That's not the
and
airport.
Yes, right. Wrong airport. And then real quick, Grant, I'm sorry, Danny.
That's okay, bud.
Weren't you the one that called out Grant for leaving his keys in the trunk?
TJ, your phone is breaking up. I didn't hear your question. It sounded like it was a good one.
Yeah, the keys on this trip were all over the place.
We had a little bit of a fight with the keys. The keys defeated the host of this radio program. Kurt Nashburn. What's up, bud? You're on the Fan.
Greetings, gents.
Buddy.
I was with my sister and my niece in Paris, and we were taking the Channel train to London. And you have to do everything you do like you do in an airport because you're going to a different country. You put everything through the metal detector. And when I get to the other side, my sister going through, she said, Kurt, I got all your stuff. Let's go ahead and go. I said, okay. So we get in the train, which, by the way, was 186 miles an hour. It's pretty cool. And I said, all right, where's my coat and hat? He said, uh-oh.
That's tough. That's tough.
I don't know why that delivery popped me. And she said, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh. By the way, people sleep on Toby. The best Scooby-Doo impression, better than any impressionist out there. Put you on the spot a little bit. So let's go as Scooby. I'm going to ask, where's my coat and hat? Okay? Scoob, where's my coat and hat?
Raggy.
There it is. There it is. Come on. Joe, Alexandria, travel mistake, sir.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, so I'm contracted to catch a cruise ship in Acapulco. I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
This was pre 9/11. I'm living in Phoenix at the time. So I'm leave Sky Harbor Airport, get down to Acapulco. Everything's fine. I get on the ship. The first thing you do when you get on a cruise ship as an employee is you relinquish your passport to someone called the purser.
Right.
And they have everyone that works on the ship's passport. That way when customs comes in, whatever. So I go to give them my passport, check in my pockets, check in my back pockets, nowhere to be found. I left it on my coffee table in Phoenix.
Oh.
Mind you, this is pre 9/11. You don't really need from Arizona to Mexico all that much. You need a driver's license.
Right.
I can't join the ship. I meant to play the show that night. They can't get me on the ship. So something bad turns into something great. They put me up in this world-class hotel. Fellas, I'm talking about my room had the sliding door that went straight to the pool. They gave me vouchers for steak and lobster dinner. They gave me my own driver that picked me up the next morning, took me to the airport, flew to Phoenix, grabbed my passport, flew right back, caught it the next day in Mazatlan. So what turned out to be a bad thing turned out to be a really awesome, actually overnight trip.
Yeah, Jim, I would
off the field.
Yeah, I would fake that a couple of times. Oh no, I forgot my passport again. Oh, I'm so stupid. You know what I did last time? Why is this guy British all of a sudden? For
I
some
have
reason?
no idea.
Why was this like? Why was Joe from Phoenix quasi British in my rendering of that? That made no sense. But I'd be like, you know what? I'm so stupid. I forgot it again. But you know what happened last time? That was great. There we go. Darius, will you tell AD I don't think I can on this particular call? To give you guys a flavor of it, there was a toy, but it's not for kids. Okay? And he left it.
PlayStation?
Behind. Nope.
Xbox?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Not that. But there it did operate with some form of small battery.
Okay.
Electricity kind of thing. Anyway, I don't know if it had Bluetooth. Let's go to John in Herndon. John, what's up, man?
Well, I've got plenty of stories, but I will leave out the losing of the passports or the. Instead, I worked in Japan for years, and you have to renew your visas. You may have heard that. You can't stay unless you renew it. I'm going back to New York for an important meeting from Tokyo, get to the airport, and immigration says, actually, we have to take you into custody because your visa expired yesterday.
Oh.
The old custody in a foreign country.
That's tough.
That's a hoot.
That's what scares me right there.
Yes.
Right there is what scares me. I love traveling. I love going abroad. Please let me get back to the United States. Please.
I'm just a simple little guy. I just want to play my PlayStation 5. I'm good at it.
I do nothing. I'm so innocent. I do absolutely nothing. I'm the most boring person ever. Please just let me go back. Please.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I just want to go to bed. Appreciate those calls. Good calls on that. Making light of a situation that caused me some irritation last evening. But I'm going to get my keys back. It is all good. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, giving away Nats tickets. Opening day. 3 o'clock, 6 minutes away. I'm going to tell you where Nubs Field ranked in a survey. This is a big survey of all the sports stadiums, arenas, and everything in between. There are 90 different places. I will tell you, it's going to surprise you where Nubs Field ranks. And then we got a couple questions outside of that. But that's 6 minutes away on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside, Iced Tea, and Vodka. Commanders today bringing in many of their own free agents who have now re-signed with the team to speak to the media. One of those, defensive back Noah Igbenogany. He was a former first-round pick by Miami, followed Dan Quinn over from Dallas last season, and now he's back under Quinn for a second year in D.C.
Just trusting me to come here last year. I feel like that was a huge, and honestly, in Dallas, I didn't really play that much. But he saw the work I was putting in, how much I really wanted it, and he gave me a chance, man. And, I'm excited that, trust me again, respect me again, just to come back here again and give me another opportunity, to show what I can do again, So I'm excited, for what the future holds, and, let's see what happens.
Some other NFL news today. Eagles veteran defensive end Brandon Graham has announced his retirement, 15 years in the NFL, all in Philly. Free agent QB Jameis Winston is scheduled to meet today with the New York Giants. Capitals are back on the ice back home tonight to face Detroit, 7 p.m. for Caps hockey here on the Fan. Major League Baseball season started this morning in Tokyo. Defending champ LA Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1. Tonight, spring training, Nats and Astros 6:05 on the team 980. The tournament's here, and Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
For those of you listening to 106.7 The Fan, welcome back to the program. If you're listening to Richmond, hi. Welcome. You can hang out anytime with us on the old Odyssey app. It's got a rewind function. Listen live anytime, anywhere. We're also on the YouTubes. Hi, YouTubes. See my dumb face. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Tobes is in for GP. He's getting a little R&R with the family. Join him down in West Palm Beach, where we just were. We just got back. Does that make sense? I don't know if it did. Either way, we are here. A couple things I want to remind you about. You got a chance to win Nats tickets at 4 o'clock today. We are hot and heavy. Who told you to say hot and heavy? Did you come up with hot and heavy by yourself? No one said hot and heavy. Why'd you do this? Anyway, Jake Jarmel, you both sleep. We're hot and heavy today with a whole bunch of different stuff. We've got some tournament talk. We'll do that later on in the program. The game's going to get underway tonight. The first 4, we'll do all that stuff. This week, we're at Tap Sports Bar, BetMGM. That place is awesome. I love going there. I love broadcasting from there for the tournament. It's one of my favorite couple of days, really 4 days of the year. Most American thing, one of the most unique things in all of sports. Nobody else does this, right? It is so awesome. It kind of captures the attention of the whole country here for the, kind of the perfect time. Nats spring training is winding down. Opening day is next week. We got season preview stuff we're going to do next week. We'll unveil that. There's a whole bunch of things going on, and they're all good. Ovechkin's chasing Gretzky down. As they said on the mound visit in Bull Durham, we're dealing with a lot of bleep, and it's good. So I wanted to do this now and let you know that there was a huge cross-sport set of rankings done, okay? And it ultimately, I think, was via a couple different spots, but it was like Yelp reviews, Google reviews, kind of like they did what Kayak does for airlines, but they sort of did this review scrape, as I understand it, right? So I saw this via one of these aggregator type dudes, right? So I forget who it was. I apologize. I wonder if that is annoying that people don't give you credit for. Anyway, point is I saw it and noticed it was interesting. All the stadiums, basketball, football stadiums, baseball stadiums, everything you got, they ranked 90 places to watch games, right? Nubs Field, of course, is a place where people go to watch games. Now Northwest Stadium, I guess, whatever it's called. But the place that I will never go, I have no intention of going. Again, I always offer this caveat. If I'm told I have to go for work, which I have been, I will go. I'm not going to make some sort of like court case out of it, but I'm not spending money. I'm not spending my time. I'm not going there voluntarily. It's just not a thing I'm interested in. So of all the different places, think about some of the stadiums where like people are actively leaving that are dilapidated, almost like to a point that it's purposeful. But also some of these rankings I thought was actually really, really surprising in terms of new stadiums that we think of as like state of the art, like Allegiant Stadium didn't fare very well. They're in Vegas. Levi Stadium, which is only a handful of years old, right? In San Francisco. SoFi Stadium, the brand new state of the art, blah, blah, blah. They're in LA.
That's interesting.
Didn't fare very well. And then some of the usual suspects that you would think didn't fare very well in this mega thing. Tropicana Field, the Trop, they're building a new place. It stinks. And again, they shouldn't have any games or any teams there in Tampa. But there are a handful of places that, are old. Their time has passed, but they're still kind of hanging on for whatever reason. So without further ado, I'm kind of giving you the caveat here. I'll do a little drum roll. At the end of this drum roll, I'm going to tell you where Nubs Field ranked. And this surprised me, to be honest with you. I was a little surprised. Last. Now, there are 90 places to watch sports, and this was 90th.
This was 90th.
If they had 100, it might have been 100th. If they went around the world, they might have finished even further down. But it's 90. So just to keep in mind, Lambeau 1. Some of the usual suspects up the top. Lambeau 1, PNC Park, number 2, Camden Yards, number 3, Oracle Park, number 5, Fenway Park, Wrigley Field. Yes, to all these, right? The Meccas, not just new, but classic, beautiful architecture, views, sight lines, ease of getting in and out. Just beautiful. It's the fan experience. Nubs Field, last.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Frank. Miss you, buddy. Last. Initial reaction, Tubbs.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Honestly, it does sound about right. It's something that it's kind of what I talked about where Nats Park and Camden Yards a little bit, just a different example. If they were flipped, right? If Baltimore had Nats Park and out here we had Camden Yards, I would never go up to Baltimore for a game, right? If this stadium were anywhere else and housed any other team other than the football team I watch and cheer for, never. Never. Like, I'm not taking a trip. I've been to Soldier Field. I didn't think it was great. Been to Lambeau. That's incredible. I've been to a couple different stadiums. Lucas Oil in Indy. That's great. I'm never going on the road to say that's the one. The only reason I go to this stadium is because the football team I care about plays there. There is no reason else to go there. Never on the road, nothing.
Nats Park, for the record, a place that I kind of, I don't think I bash it, but that I've kind of raised my hand a couple times, be like, by the way, it's not that nice, and it's not. They need maintenance, and they've kind of been raising their hand the same way, going, "Hey, DC, whenever you get a chance, I know you're busy with Ted and football team and stuff, but there's some rust here. We got to fix some of the signage." And I think they've done a refurbishment, and we won't be able to go to the media day that's this coming week for kind of the unveiling. But I think they've done some work to their credit. But still, it's not Camden Yards. It's not PNC. It's not one of these new incredible diamonds. But Nats Park ranks 32nd overall, which I would say is pretty damn good for a kind of no frills, not that much personality type stadium. 32nd overall is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, top half for a bare bones
top
ballpark.
Third, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing special. It's one of those things like I went to Comerica in Detroit. Kind of same thing. It's like it's a good ballpark, does the job. Nothing that I'm going to complain about too much, but it's also really not that special. But top third, like you said, you'll take that.
I would certainly take that. Again, without any sort of over the top sort of sight lines. You can't see the Capitol. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's
really
like what's
DC
memorable about Nats Park? And you're like, like it takes you a second.
Yeah, like the walk down Half Street's nice. Okay, like that,
but it's not DC anymore. Like
right,
when it was something where you could see the Capitol Dome, it was a little bit different. I understand. I love Half Street.
Yeah, it's
I
parking
love that
garages,
all that stuff.
cranes, and a few apartment buildings.
Yeah,
now, condos and
it's
stuff.
just kind of what happens. But yeah,
Sure.
just lacking a little charm.
Capital One Arena 70th, which sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds about right
at this stage. So what was interesting, by the way, is down there at the bottom. Several of the places are on the new side. There's Houston Texans. Darius, I'll call you in here. How new is NRG Stadium? It's within the last decade plus, right?
NRG Stadium was built in 2002.
Oh, so it's that old? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it opened when the team arrived.
Okay, gotcha. So,
2000s.
All right, so a couple spots there that aren't particularly nice, but it's 90th. And listen, we've done it all. This is not just. I know what you're probably thinking. This is just another chance for the curmudgeonly jerk that doesn't go anyway to beat up the stadium and make himself feel good. That's not what I'm doing. This came out. This is review scraping from Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, Facebook. So here's my question. I'm busy with the offseason, which seems like it's kind of slowed down here. If something happens, we'll tell you about it. But we've kind of gone through that first initial wave, the feeding frenzy, free agency, and everybody sort of seems to be focused on draft and draft prospects, Tobes. we're moving towards that phase of it. There'll be supplemental free agency as well to kind of fill some of the needs that aren't there in the draft. But we can kind of now, the season went so long, thankfully, great NFC title game. Yes, please sign me up again, sight unseen. There wasn't much like take a breath, year in review from a fan perspective. We've been doing, again, very refreshing football stuff, rightfully so. But from a fan perspective, first full year really of the Harris ownership group being in charge and control, their personnel now starting to make their way, like the old guard, a lot of the PR folks, and not PR folks, but the high-level business folks are now moving on. They've got their own person in there. Jason Wright, part of the old, is now going to be moving on at the end of his contract. There's a new person in. There's just a new wave of, as you would think, folks that this ownership group chose. So in their first year, I ask you, and Darius, I want your view as well. You guys went to games. I, of course, don't, whether it's I'm busy or I don't want to. It's not important. I'm not making this about myself here. They won, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the thing that people are going to care the most about, rightfully so. That's why we're kind of here doing this. But if you can separate that, going to the game, the tangible, controllable things, right? Because sometimes, Zach Ertz doesn't catch the pass in the back of the end zone for a touchdown in overtime against Atlanta, and or the kicker makes the field goal and you go home sad.
Sure.
Right? Separate the football part, the on-field, which a lot of people can't do. Separating the football part, the controllables, getting in, getting out, refreshments, lines, bathrooms, in-game entertainment, sound, the whole experience you guys have been over the years, and you went this year, was it better?
I'll say this. My thing when I go to a stadium is I don't really need a lot. I really don't. I know a lot of people want all the bells and whistles, the little frills and gimmicks. I don't care. Can I see the field? Can I see the court? Can I see what's going on clearly? And do I have a comfortable enough space? Like there's certain spots in certain arenas that I don't love to go because it feels a little cramped. I don't love that, right? Do I have an appropriate amount of space? Am I able to enjoy myself? Do I have easy in and out? That's the stuff I care about. Now,
when you say easy in and out, what do you mean? You mean traffic-wise, or do you mean like get
a little bit of both?
Bottleneck to get in,
a little bit of both,
or what?
Okay. A little bit of both. For example, when I was in Milwaukee, we went to Pfizer Forum, which ranks 53rd on this list, which I would think would be higher. Nice new arena, but there's a specific entrance that we would always go into. There was a side entrance, and we were going for a replica ring night after they'd won the championship, and the line wrapped all the way around. And my cousin, I got one because I was working in radio at the time, and they kindly sent one over for us to promote. He didn't get one because there was a long line, something stupid like that. That sucks, right? Like there was another usual entrance that didn't have lines, but usually that's good. When it comes to FedEx, like I thought the ease of entrance wasn't bad, or excuse me, Northwest Stadium. I thought the ease of entrance wasn't bad. I went to 2 games over this year, the Browns game and the Falcons game. Didn't have a problem getting into the stadium. Getting out of the parking lot is a huge problem. Huge problem. Like if you want to go back out and tailgate again, you might as well because you're not moving. I remember I got out of there after the Falcons game, and I think I sat there for at least an hour before I moved. At least an hour before I moved. So it's not great in that sense. But they were winning football games. They just clinched a playoff spot. I didn't necessarily care about that.
Yeah, everyone's happy waiting.
But if it's something where they had lost, yeah, it's going to be a problem there. I would say the main thing for me, Danny, that I ask out of a stadium, regardless of where it is I want a good environment. And I think this year compared to what I went to last year, and that coincides with the winning, so maybe delves into the realm you're not trying to look for here. But when you go back to the Bills game I went to last year, and I think it was week 3, they lost 37-3. Josh Allen had a field day.
Close, yeah.
It wasn't close. It was a little bit rainy at times. And it was probably 50-60% Bills fans. And the environment was not that great. Like it was cool to hear them sing their stupid Buffalo song. Do that in Buffalo, not here in DC. But this year, going and seeing the common fan re-energized again added a little bit of juice so that, the bare bones stadium, which it really is, there's not lots of frills, there's not lots of endearing parts of it. It was fine because I don't ask a lot. I just want the enjoyable experience of being with a fellow fan, watching a football game, cheering on our team. And I felt that again, which was nice to feel. I don't know how much of that is the team can't really do anything about that other than win on the football field and create an exciting create an exciting team to cheer for. And they did that this year. So I think maybe some of that coming back, but in terms of just the stadium itself, kind of the same.
Okay. So if you had to pick between 3 categories, better, worse, the same? You'd probably say the same in terms of those logistics.
Yeah, I would say if we're going, I would almost just slightly above the same.
Okay.
Right? Like scale of 1 to 10, 5 the middle, 5.5, 6. Like somewhere right there.
Darius, what about you?
So I'm going to kind of echo some of the same things that Toby says, just in terms of what you're looking for out of the experience. I also went to 2 games this year. I went to the week 2 home opener against the Giants, and then the week 5 game against the Browns. So those are my 2 games that I attended this year. Both
wins.
Both wins.
One a tight one a woodshed game.
Exactly. Right. And in terms of the experience at those games, obviously I had a great time because the team was winning. When you're talking about the stadium itself and the experience within the stadium, I'll say slightly better overall than my previous years of going there to FedEx Field. There are definitely some things that they've done to improve the stadium experience itself once you're in there. You know, some of those things like the quick checkout lines that they have now, where you go through the market and you basically you pick up what you want, scan your card, and you go.
You don't have to miss a half a quarter.
Yeah, don't have to miss a bunch of time. Don't have to interact with a clerk or anything like that. Some of those things were definitely better experience-wise. Even some of the upgrades to visually, such as the stadium boards and the ribbon boards and the audio. A lot of those things were definitely improved from years past. You could tell that they invested some money into some of those things to make the stadium experience better than it's possibly been. I wish I could have attended one of the night games. I've heard with night games that the LED lighting is really cool, kind of similar to how we went to the Bengals game this year and the Eagles game. We got these cool light shows. They were able to show those things off once they got flexed into some night games later on in the year. So I didn't get to see any of that stuff. But I'll venture on the part of saying slightly better. Another point that Toby brought up was getting into the stadium itself, just like the scanning your tickets and getting in. But probably the most seamless experience it's been in years, for sure. It's not, you're not standing in line outside.
I think
of the
that's so
stadium
important and underrated.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
So just real quick, Tubbs, I'll take you back in. What I want, just we were thinking about what you want in the stadium, that experience. Obviously, like the team winning again, we're trying to separate those things. For me, whatever it is, I just want it to be thoughtfully done. In other words, what I can't stand is when this is sort of like, we're just going to do this instead of let's have the best possible plan. Because there's no perfect solution to anything. It's going to take a second to make sure people aren't carrying weapons into the stadium, wherever it is. It's going to take a second to scan your ticket. Or if you have multiple tickets, these things necessarily create bottlenecks and slowdowns. I just want it to be thoughtful. So in other words, let's say at Nats Park, let's say there weren't entrances down the left field side. Let's say there weren't entrances down the right field side, the home plate gate. It was just, you come in through center field. I go, well, that's not very thoughtful. That's not smartly done. That's dumb. Because they have it differently. You go, yeah, there might be some bottleneck for people coming off the metro, but if you go around 100 yards around that parking garage, then you have a much shorter line getting into left center field, and you're walking right in basically to eat hot dogs and tater tots, and you could take your pick, and the both are good. There's no wrong answer. You can go heads or tails, and you eat great, and it's fried, and it's really good. But so whatever it is, I want it to be thoughtful. I felt like for so many years at a lot of these venues, it wasn't thoughtful. You know what I mean? Like as long as it feels like you were concerned in any way about my experience. And that's why I stopped going to Nubs Field so many years ago. Like it was clear to me they didn't care that I was being screamed at by Cowboys fans, both by selling to 3 rows of Cowboys fans in front of them behind me and in my row. And the whole thing was sort of like, to your point, the after game traffic was the worst thing I've ever experienced when they had 4 offensive yards in a half. And I'm sitting there going, the indignity of all this sucks so much. Where you need the parking attendant is now to direct the traffic. Where is the person to help me get out now? Not to get in there earlier just to collect my $50, but to leave after I've been kicked in the giblets for hours. Tag you back in.
Yeah, I think, the parking situation is probably the big complaint I would have. Getting out is just a disaster. It takes so long. But to Darius's points, I got to go to the Falcons game, which got flexed into Sunday Night Football. And this is my thing. You talk about being thoughtful. Sometimes even when a team sucks, you can get environment. Obviously, this year the team was good, but think about when Kyle Finnegan was entering last year in the 9th inning to close out a game when the Nationals were looking for win number 50 in August. Lights go down, red out. Regardless of there's 8,000 fans or 40,000 fans, you get cheers. Everybody's excited. Here comes Kyle Finnegan to close out the game. That's, organically and kind of manufacturing a little energy in there. the fact that they invested in the LEDs was one of the coolest stadium experiences that I got to be a part of. I was there the first night that they did at Lambeau Field, and it was cool. Or the first night where they turned the lights off and you had the lights off intros. And then the first night that they were doing this at FedEx or Northwest Stadium was really cool. Lights out. And I think either third quarter going into the fourth quarter, they did the same thing. Lights out. You got people up on the screen. Terry McLaurin, Bobby Wagner get you fired up for the final quarter. Like that sort of stuff. Regardless, even if it were 30,000, 40,000 Atlanta fans, it was still going to get everybody cheering because at that moment, this is a cool atmosphere to be in. They did a good job of that this year, even finding a way. Obviously, a lot of burgundy and gold was back in the stands, but even if it wouldn't have been that way, I think some of the stuff they did was able to manufacture some of that energy they needed.
So I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067. If you went to games, especially if you've gone to games before and then you went back this year. Obviously, they won. It's going to be more fun when they win. You can go to a terrible stadium and watch a win and feel great about it. You can go to an awesome stadium, and it's not as much fun when the team that you want to win loses. I get that. But it's our Great Nanny's Poll of the Day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Aside from wins and losses, please try to separate it. I know it's hard to. The logistics, stuff that we're talking about, getting in, getting out, food lines, prices, quality, restrooms, logistics. I mean, to me, a lot of this stuff that Darius was talking about, for example, with the LEDs and the sound, it's only noticeable when it's bad. Does that make sense? You want it to not like, why does it sound like the Charlie Brown adult? You know what I mean? If it sounds good, you don't even notice it. That's part of the background and part of the experience. But you notice it when it's bad. You notice when the rail breaks. You notice when the wastewater comes from a ceiling pipe. You notice when something is awry. When it's seamless, it's not a problem anymore. So I wonder, better, worse, or the same? Was your game day experience at Nubbs Field better, worse, or the same? It's our poll of the day. It's our question to you guys at 800-636-1067. What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here for my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you are considering, it's even crossing your mind to sell your home, you must call them. Let them use their database of over 16,711 qualified buyers to guarantee the sale of your home faster for top dollar. If it sounds too good to be true, it ain't. Reynolds and Power Home Team have countless reviews from families that they have served that back up exactly what they say. They get their sellers, I was one, by the way, 6.1% more money on average, which nets them $30,500 more in their pocket. Again, on average. What's the point of selling your home? Would you want less money for it to take longer? Wrong. More and less time. They make it so easy. There's so many uncertainties in the world right now. One thing is certain, your home is going to sell with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team. They're so confident that if for some reason, some crazy reason, your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. I'm telling you, they're the best. Call them. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with some NCAA tournament action tonight. The first 4 of the tourney tips off in Dayton tonight. First game is St. Francis, Alabama State. Then North Carolina, San Diego State. That's 9:10. You can hear tournament action starting right after Nats baseball tonight over in the Team 980. The Nats have a spring training game against the Astros. That's at 6:05 first pitch on the Team 980. Major League Baseball season began this morning. That was in Tokyo. Defending world champion Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1. Shohei Ohtani had a couple of hits, couple of runs scored. They'll play a second game there in Japan tomorrow morning before heading back to the U.S. NFL news, Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham announced his retirement, 15 years in the NFL, all in Philly. Free agent QB Jameis Winston scheduled to meet today with the New York Giants. This update sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America for all of your garage door and opener needs. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Times are so different now. Welcome back. Gene D here on The Fan. Toby's in for GP, a Darius Dammer in production today. A couple things I want to remind you of, but our former producer of this good ship, Gene D, Brendan Darr, chirping me a little bit after I left my keys at the Airbnb. He said, glad to see staying at the murder hotel is now only the second worst thing to happen to you in West Palm. You guys sleep on that. No one really knew what was what, which way was up. So that's a move from Vieira, which was to borrow from this new radio program called The Junkies. I big that acting, right? Vieira stunk. And they moved to West Palm. So the first year we went down there, it's like, well, let's go to West Palm Beach. Of course, let's do that. So we do the whole dance, and the hotel's booked for us, and we show up, and it wasn't a Night's Inn. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it had an IHOP attached to it. And one of the days we didn't have a ton of time, but we had just enough that we could go sit down and grab a quick breakfast. And I told you this when we were down there, Tubbs. The people at this IHOP during breakfast time were stunned that someone would actually come into this IHOP. And like there was a table for 4, and they like looked at us like, here? And, yeah, can we? And they were like, sort of looked around, and like the place was empty. They weren't even sure if they turned any of the fryers on and stuff like that. I was like, you know what? Let's just we'll go somewhere else. We'll go to a gas station and maybe get a Snickers.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Tough. That's tough.
At this inn, because there's anyway. Many things happened. One was you could hear, the walls are so thin, each room in sequence on this first floor roadside motel type place. The phone ringing, and it's not like a subtle like beep 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 beep, like whatever. I don't know what sound effect that was, but it wasn't like a subtle like little cell phone gentle ring. It's like the hotel phone from one of these ones that's like put in the 80s. Mm-hmm. It's just the screaming, screeching, bald eagle catching prey type phones, and someone would go, hello, what, hello, and then no, what, no, hang it up, right? And you're like, that was weird. 10 seconds later, your phone would ring, and what you realized was you could kind of hear somebody talk. You heard one talking to you, but then you heard someone talking in the parking lot, and you realized what they were doing is asking if you wanted narcotics. If you were interested in purchasing narcotics from them, because they were right there, but they didn't want to use the code words.
Sure.
They didn't want to use the actual words for the narcotics. And so I was like, well, this is comfortable. I could see them. And they were then talking about various crimes that they either had committed, were going to commit, or had been committed there recently. We got picked up in an Uber, and the guy's like, I can't believe you're staying there. Like, he's like, why? He's like, well, they had to close it down for a little while on account of the murders. I think they were in room 157. It was all over the news. I was like, Brendan, what room are you staying in? He goes, so 157.
That's tough.
Yeah,
that's not
tough.
Great.
I'm going to be honest. We complain. Listen, we're radio people. We're the worst. Mm-hmm. We're the worst people that there are. We're just so entitled and annoying and self-important. But we complained like junkies that day. You know what I mean? Like imagine saying to EB, "Hey, do this thankless thing." Right? And it's after the show's over and it's hours, you got to wait around, you got to drive somewhere, and you're going to have to talk to a bunch of people in public. He would complain the whole time. That's the level of complaint we offered.
I'm not saying we're entitled to much, but staying somewhere where people weren't murdered might be up there.
That's my baseline.
Like, can we at least just not stay there?
Was there a homicide within the last 9 months in one of the rooms we're staying in? If the answer is yes, let's look elsewhere.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else maybe.
Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, it was a great time down in West Palm. As our waitress said, there are kind of two sides to West Palm. There's the beautiful, great, then there's the not so great, and there's really no in between. And you guys were staying in the not so great part. So,
we went to pick up Jack Hicks, the Jack of all things. We went to pick up Jack, and we couldn't believe the Taj Mahal that he was staying in.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, that's just kind of where the Nets put us up. I don't know. And I'm like, you jerk. Like when we don't show up tomorrow morning because we're dead and you're swimming in the pool like Jed Clampett over there, you'll know what happened.
Have you been hiding a Jack Hicks impression? Where did that just come from?
Was that Jack Hicks?
I think you just did a Jack Hicks.
Not a bad Jack Hicks.
Really? Well, thank you. I didn't even know. So many people I want to thank.
You should make a career out of that.
I want to thank Jack Hicks. That's a sidebar. Anyway, all right, so let me wrap up this discussion before we do a little double play piece. 4 o'clock giving away Nats tickets. And this is not just to beat up on the stupid stadium that I won't go to, and I know what it sounds like. Some people are just going to roll their eyes anytime I bring up a stadium. And there's only so much this ownership group and folks can do, and I don't even want to say can do, but maybe even should do. Like, I need you to show that you get it.
Yeah.
Right? You're making an effort to improve things as much as they can be improved. I think it's because it's an older building now. It was built in the 90s, and it was built in a hurry, and it was this sort of nondescript, concrete, thoughtless, let's jam as many people in as possible. We own the land, let's make as much money as we possibly can. And it worked for a long time because the demand was so great. That's waned. It's a different time now. I get that. So there's only so much you can do with the structure that's not thoughtfully done. You know what I mean? Like the way the arteries come in for the different roads and the beltway. And there's a lot of stuff that's close by, but it's not thoughtfully.
Yeah, I mean, you're renovating. You're not rebuilding.
Right, exactly.
Like, there's only so much you can do. You've got the structure. You've got what you've got. And I think you're right. Like, at some point, you got to think, is it worth pouring more money in? You obviously have to have it structurally sound.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have it so that you can get in and out. All the stuff that is necessary for game days. Because reality is, this new stadium, whatever they want to say is aggressive, like 2030 is the earliest. And that is aggressively early. So you're still going to be there for a half decade or more. But do you really want to keep spending on sound systems all the time? You want to make it a good experience, but at some point it's like, well, new stadium's coming sometime soon.
Right.
So I wouldn't blame them at all if at some point it's like, sorry, guys, we were left with something terrible, and this is what we're stuck with.
Now, but again, you have to make a show of telling fans that we appreciate you.
Absolutely.
And one of the ways to do that, I mean, you can give a free thing, you can give a nice giveaway, you can do something for them, for season ticket holders, to make it more worth it than to scalp every game and probably save some money in certain years, not last year when they're good, then it's in demand. But you do have to make a production of, we are going to pour in this money to make sure you understand we don't take it for granted that you come here. And I think too often teams fall into that. And again, I hate to just sound like I'm picking on some of the local teams. I'm not at all. I'm just offering my own experience once. Okay.
Sure.
Policies have changed, things happen, but I had some part-time season tickets with a couple of buddies for the Wizards because I wanted to watch John Wall and Bradley Beal play.
Who wouldn't?
Right? Like back, and they weren't good, and I knew they weren't good. I didn't care. I lived right by there. I lived at 4th and Mass, a couple blocks away from Cap One. And so I would go to like 9, 10, 12, depends on the year, a quarter of the season tickets with a couple of guys. We all kind of rotated, and it was like, hey, I can go to this game, I'll go Wednesday. But some years I went 15 times, some years I went 8, just depends on what was happening. And they thought, I can't remember which year it was, either 2012 or 2013. They thought they were going to be really good. And the price for our tickets doubled. Now, I don't know what goes into it. I'm not, whatever. But that sticker shock was so jarring that I said, well, I'm not doing that. And my point then was, if you had just increased, 8% per year forever, you'd have had me do season tickets for life. And one of those things that I just always do. It's $2,000 at this point in the year. Write the check to my buddy or write to them, whatever. I wouldn't even thought about it. But because it was a doubling, I went, whoa, I'm not doing that. And the way it felt was, you expected me to come. As soon as, I'm there when you're bad. Where's you being grateful to me for buying the popcorn to watch a 28-win team? Where's my feeling that you're so thrilled and understand that I'm under no obligation to do this? I have infinite choices for my entertainment dollar. I need to feel special as a fan. It's a long way of getting back to my point, Tobes, of you've got to say, we did this thing with the sound system. We know that in some places, awful, inexcusable, modern NFL stadium. You got to put on a show to do some of those things to make fans understand that, no, we know you have choices, and we're grateful for your business.
It's one of those things now where we look back. Sometimes you have this in life where you look back, you're like, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 years ago, you knew it was bad. Did you know it was this bad?
Right.
Think about where they were, because this is where it's tough for Josh Harris and company. They need to show us as fans that they care. So they need to renovate the stadium. They need to do different things to help out the fans and meet them where they are and even grow the fan base back, right? But they also have to go after the players and help them out. They have to make all these changes. There's literally nothing about this team that was in good shape. The roster sucked. We knew that. I didn't realize it was as bad as it was, but there's a reason why we're talking man, they've still got a lot of holes to fill. We've talked about that plenty. They had to upgrade the facility in Ashburn, where that stupid green field was there for forever that wasn't even a real usable thing, and Josh Harris finally ripped that up. That's millions of dollars to do that. They're trying to renovate that facility while also still trying to say, hey, fans, we care about you. We're going to fix up the dump that is Northwest Stadium and make it so that it's not so bad. That's a lot of cash. And so, why we talked about how attractive is it to buy this team for a long time. And that's what's so difficult. That you have to spend on not just the players, you have to spend on the fans. You have to think about trying to build this new stadium. More credit to the Harris ownership group for dealing with all of this, because I think once we get out of this dump, once you figure out all this stuff and they've got their training facility up to the standards that they want, they've got the new stadium, and who knows, this might be a decade from now, but we're going to look back and say, holy cow, it was so far down, and where we are now is nowhere near that.
And the patience, I think, is underrated here. And I used to work in alumni relations where I went to high school. And one of the things that we would talk about all the time is there is a time for fundraising. That has to happen. It's the lifeblood of the school and alums and parents and people, giving to make the school's mission happen and possible. And I get that it's not for everybody, but if you have an affinity for it, it makes sense. The way people give to their college or give to whatever nonprofits near and dear to their heart. Fundraising was a thing, but there are certain folks where if the only time they hear from us is with our handout, that's the most off-putting thing you could possibly do. And you need to be in the business of friend raising. Friend raising over fundraising. And that's kind of what we considered our job in the alumni office. And my old boss, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, is just an incredible, huge mentor, major figure in my life. We talked about that mission all the time. It said the underlying secret is, of course, you'd like to make money off these people at some point, right? We all kind of know that deep down. You know that you're a cash, that you're a cash machine for them.
Absolutely.
And your devotion and your passion, it's really a way for them to make some money. I guess we all know that deep down, right? But at the same time, if you feel included and part of it, and that there's a buy-in and there's some degree of ownership and it's your thing again, which it can never be the same as it was for me in the 80s. The name is different and everything else. We know the whole story. But that feeling of the only time I hear from you is I want money. No, what have you ever done for me? The patience to execute on those things. There's nothing sexy about fixing the practice field. And that's what the Snyder era, I mean, in addition to all the impropriety and bullcrap and nonsense, that's really what it was about to me. Was if it was sexy, he didn't mind doing it. He didn't mind spending on Albert Hainsworth. He didn't mind spending on the shiny new toy, the new quarterback or whatever. But the getting Carlos Rogers an eye exam, they wouldn't spring for that. bringing in a masseuse so that the old defensive lineman Philip Daniels didn't have to go contract with folks out in the greater Ashburn strip malls. No, have your players at the facility. Give them some nice couches. Get a massage room so that folks can your multi-million-dollar investments can have their bodies taken care of. Just nonsense. But this group did that stuff from start to finish, it sounds like. And hopefully that faucet doesn't turn off because they still realize, I think, they're in a friend-raising moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a couple of years. It's like you said, patience. It's something that I think when we get 10 years down the road and they've got a new stadium, wherever it's going to be, they've got their facility and everything, you're going to look back and say, wow, that where they've come from to where they are now is really incredible. But being in the middle of it, sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating, but just have a little patience. I think they're going the right direction.
Double Play is next. Nationals tickets, your chance. That's right. You right there listening to me right now. You're like, does he mean me? I do. Your chance to win opening day Nats tickets at 4 or Double Play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Nationals tickets to opening day, 10 minutes from right meow on 106.7 The Fan. It's G&D, no GP, but yes, Toby is in, hanging out with you. Show sponsored by our friends at Condori and Morad, exclusive sponsor of this show. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together medical power of attorney. Just schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It's that grown-up stuff, and you got to do it. This is our double play. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Tobes, I'm going to incorporate you. You saw it first. I saw it second, but I'm going to talk about it, and then I'm going to tag you in.
Sure.
Netflix, 5 episodes. You already know what I'm talking about, don't you?
So good.
I wonder, without looking at him, do you think Darius is in? Do you think he's watched it or hasn't watched it?
No chance he's watched
I
it.
bet you he hasn't watched it.
No chance.
I didn't. Now, again, at the risk of touching upon something that might be sensitive to some, I was surprised to see this. I thought it was very interesting to me. During the credits, did you notice who the show was produced by?
I did.
I thought that was very interesting.
Very interesting.
I didn't know that former President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle produced documentaries.
They did a really good job with it too.
I think they did a good job with this one. But again, okay, we're good. Everybody all right? There we go. That's what happened. I was like, oh, okay. Producing documentaries. That's good. Court of Gold. I'm going to bet against Darius. You're betting against Darius. Darius, have you seen Court of Gold?
I have not seen Court of Gold.
That's what we had in the office pool.
Nailed it.
Tobes, I'll tag you in. Go ahead.
It's so good.
So good.
It is so good. So it's a documentary following the Olympics from this past summer with the U.S. team, specifically basketball, obviously, with the U.S. team, and you got the French team, and you get to know these guys a little bit. And I think the good thing that they did about this is I pretty much know everything I can know about LeBron. I don't need to know LeBron anymore. And they didn't focus on LeBron. They didn't spend all the time on LeBron. They talked about these guys, and they talked about each one on the team, obviously, specifically the stars of the team. But you heard from Kevin Durant a lot. You heard from Victor Wembanyama a lot. And that's my big takeaway from this, watching these guys and them battling for their countries and how much it meant to them, is the two guys I come away from it being even more impressed, not just as basketball players, but as dudes. Kevin Durant clearly cares about playing for the United States of America. It's clear and obvious how much he loves throwing on the stars and stripes and being a part of it. You already knew that, but going into this Olympics, which is probably his last, you could tell how much it was, we got to win this thing. The United States just lost the World Cup or whatever it was, which I don't think we care about, obviously, that much. But they're like, we got to get our revenge. They put together their dream team of sorts, and Kevin Durant was kind of leading that. The other guy that I'm super impressed with was Victor Wembanyama, where you walk away saying, you know what? I can root for this guy, and if he becomes the face of the league in a couple of years, which it looks like he might be, I'm totally fine with that because he's got the right mentality. He cares about the game. He cares about winning. And more importantly, for this documentary, he cares about winning for the French national team. He cares about France winning for his country. And the thing that scares me, Danny, watching this is I don't know who's taken the torch from Steph and LeBron and KD. Is it Anthony Edwards? Is it Tatum? The next Olympics, which is in the United States, by the way, in LA, would not shock me at all if the United States is not the favorites coming in, because some of these teams are getting pretty nasty.
Without a doubt. And so the thing it does a great job of, so if you saw the Redeem Team documentary years ago about the group that came off of was the first group that kind of with the reassembled, reinvigorated, we're not just putting a couple of guys together a few weeks before the tournament and seeing what happens. There was a Team USA commitment level that was required. Coach K was in charge of it, and that group was still a lot of the same stars that were there. I think it was in 2004. I forgot my years right. Young LeBron, young Carmelo, that didn't get to play as much because blanking on the guy's name, old Sixers coach. Oh, it's going to kill
Doug
me.
Collins?
No, I can't remember. I can't remember his name. So forget about it. The point is, he was an old school kind of dude and didn't get along with them real well. Didn't like some of the young school guys or new school guys. Didn't relate very well. The whole thing was a disaster.
Larry Brown.
Thank you. I kept saying Larry O'Brien in my head, but that's the trophy. So they put the Redeem Team together. And it was really the thing that stood out for that documentary was the Kobe Bryant element of it. where Kobe at that point is the king of the league, but these other guys may be more talented or more, were ascending, and they go to Vegas, and they're all working hard, getting ready to play, and they have a couple nights, it was somebody's birthday, and they'll go out. And they're coming back from the club at whatever time in the morning, and they pass Kobe in the lobby on his way to working out. And they all, jaw drop, oh, my God. And by the end of the week, everyone on that team was waking up at the exact same time and trying to stay with Kobe and match it. And they all sort of went, that's what it takes. I credit that with part of LeBron's ridiculous longevity. I mean, the fact that he's been able to do what he's done for decades as a 40-year-old is patently absurd. And that's part of it, I really believe. I think that would have been, right around 30-year-old LeBron, where maybe naturally start to slow down and you end up with some records. It would have been really great, and that's fine. But the fact that he's still, 25, 8-8 as a 40-year-old in this league is remarkable. This documentary wasn't just about the U.S. The U.S. is heavily involved, but you start to get to know Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Dylan Brooks from Canada, who came off great. The team France, a little bit of team Germany, not as much. But the Serbian team around Nikola Jokic, they do such a good job, kind of this Formula One drive to survive style of getting everybody in so that you're obviously rooting for the USA and you know how it goes, but some of the behind the scenes to give you some face and a little bit of 360 panoramic of some of their opponents, the way that they're talking about them with reverence, but also that we're not bleeping scared because this is our game, this international game. It's different than theirs. And the tests that they had to endure just to get there, it is fantastic. 5 episodes, heavy by recommendation, 8.5 out of 10 carbohydrates for me. Give me the Toby rating.
Yeah, I'll go 9. It's just so good. Such good content. And the thing I love about it is it was good basketball.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't any of this, some of the dumb NBA stuff you watch nowadays. It was good basketball. It was fun to watch. They did a good job, too, of incorporating, Serbian team. It wasn't just Nikola Jokic. It was Bogdanovic. You get to know some other guys. For the U.S., everybody's kind of a star. You get that. But some of the behind the scenes with the U.S. team, they didn't just focus U.S. heavy, though, because it's a Netflix doc. They focused everyone. It was brilliant. Really, really good.
So well done. It's the exact right ingredient of all the different things. Heavy buy recommendation on it. Speaking of buy, you can buy Nats tickets to opening day. We're going to give you a chance to win a pair here in 5 minutes. Then we'll blitz next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by IT Cadre Trusted Insight from Trusted Insiders, itcadre.com. College hoops, folks, let the March Madness begin. The first four of the NCAA tournament tips off tonight in Dayton, Ohio. Folks can finally stop 2 days of arguing about teams that have no shot to win anything this year in the NCAA tournament, because North Carolina plays tonight. That's at 9:10 p.m. You can hear that one right after Nats baseball on the Team 980. First game tonight to start everything. St. Francis, Alabama State. That's at 6:40 p.m. Of course, American is in action tomorrow. Another first four round of games taken on Mount St. Mary's in the early game Wednesday evening, 6:40. You can hear that one live on 106.7 The Fan. Maryland plays its first rounder Friday. Terps tournament opener against Grand Canyon, 4:35 Friday afternoon on the Team 980, and NC tournament action all day Thursday and Friday on the Team 980. Tonight, Nats baseball spring training action, 6:05 on the team. Caps hockey as well tonight, back home against Detroit. Caps have won 6 of their last 7. 7 p.m. face-off Caps hockey on the Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I want caller 9 at 800-636-1067 right now. You win 2 tickets to the Washington Nationals opening day, Thursday, March 27th versus Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day t-shirt. For the complete Nationals schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Your next chance to win them. We're doing it at 4 tomorrow, but is that it? Danny, no, it is not. How about 8 a.m. on the Sports Junkies? And how about noon on B. Mitch and Finlay? See, if you know about B. Mitch and Finlay, then you know about B. Mitch and Finlay. JP Finlay, you know about it. Caller 9-800-636-1067. And I say to you, good luck. It is time to begin this process. We do it every day at 4 p.m., give or take. Sometimes we're a little bit tardy. But spin around the beltway, tell you what's going on in the world of sport. We're going to start on the ice with the Capitals. About Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network, joins us to preview tonight's matchup. It's Grant and Danny here. Toby's in for GP. Katie, what do we need to know about tonight where the Washington Capitals are skating?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you so much for having me on. The Capitals coming back from a 3-game road trip out west in California, where they picked up wins last week against Anaheim and San Jose, fell 3-0 to the LA Kings last Thursday night. But all in all, a good road trip. Alexei Protas notched his first NHL hat trick. Alex Ovechkin scored goal number 887, and Logan Thompson will be getting back-to-back starts. He'll be starting tonight here at home after the win in San Jose on Saturday. So should be a good one. I know Detroit right now out of a wild card spot, but the East is so tight that they're right in the mix. So they're fighting for everything now. Obviously a speedy team, guys like Alex DeBrincat and Patrick Kane. So should be a fun one here in DC.
As Ovi gets closer and closer, are you noticing anything different with the team? Is there an excitement? Is there maybe a little nervousness? Maybe even with Ovi, is there a difference or is it still the same?
There's honestly no difference at all with Ovi, and I think it's funny. He pretty much does media almost every single day now after practice, and he says the same thing every single day, and I feel for him. I feel like he's getting sick of us all asking the same questions every single day, but that's just who he is. He doesn't let it bother him. I know they're doing kind of like a documentary, a lot of filming around the chase. There's a lot of advertising for that. So the travel party is definitely a lot larger right now, but the team just kind of goes out there, plays their game, and Ovechkin's such a pro, obviously, in the league. 20 years now, he knows what he's doing, and it's definitely not a distraction for this team.
Katie, you mentioned Logan Thompson back-to-back starts. Can we expect maybe a little bit more of that here down the stretch as we ramp up towards playoff time? I know I'm obviously old. And I remember like number one goalies would start 65 or 70 times a year, and it was rare they'd get a break. Now it's almost a 1 and 1A. But can we expect maybe a little bit more, not quite simulating what the postseason's like, but maybe more majoring in Logan Thompson more often?
Yeah, I think so. And Spencer Carberry actually addressed that earlier today. He said that from now on, it'll be based on more of a game-by-game decision as opposed to the pretty equal rotation that they've done all season long. And I think it's a good time. I think it's been a smart decision up to this year. Both goaltenders have played well, and Thompson and Charlie Lindgren. But I think it's pretty obvious that, you know, if playoffs were to start tomorrow, it would most likely be Thompson going in the first round. And so I think we've kind of reached that point where you do want to get him in more of a groove instead of every other game having to come out, sit out. So I don't think it would be shocking to see him play more, but Carberry again left that pretty open-ended today where we could see both goaltenders doing that.
I saw you had a sit down with Alexi Protas. How impressive has he been this season? How much of a revelation has he been for the Caps lineup and a surprise to all of us, but even the team, I'm sure, as well?
Oh, he's been such a key part of the team this year, and he's such a pleasure to talk to. Obviously approaching 30 goals on the season, already a career best in goals and assists this year. But for me, it's the leadership qualities that he possesses as well. I sometimes forget myself that he just turned 24 years old because he's so much more mature. Not that 24-year-olds aren't mature, but he just comes across as so much more mature than that and well-spoken and has a great head on his shoulders. And he puts in the work every single day. And so it's great to see guys like him and Connor McMichael take the next step. I was talking with McMichael a few weeks ago as well, and he said he just feels so much more comfortable in this league now because last season it was all about, okay, what do I do? Trying not to mess up. And now he knows the basics of what to expect in the NHL every night. And so he can just go out there and play. And I think that's a similar situation to Protas as well. So really excited for all those guys who have kind of taken that next step this season and been a key part of this team.
Katie, thank you. Enjoy tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
We will see you. There she goes. Hit that NFL sounder dares. Our pal Nate Davis, USA Today, to talk about the NFL. Nate, I want to start. I should probably get him on the phone first. Do you think I should do that? That's a button you got to click. That's only been 15 years of radio. What if I just started asking Nate a question he wasn't on? Nate, are you there?
Hi, Danny. I'm here.
Buddy. Yeah, it's my first time. Okay, we'll try that again. Cincinnati's paying both receivers. Haven't had a chance to talk to you since that occurred. I think a lot of people were maybe a bit taken aback that you pay, a third guy, basically top of the market money when it came to Higgins. To me, it's just a different approach. It's the advantage you might have over teams that you're playing against. When those three guys are healthy, talking about Chase, Burrow, and Higgins, their record's pretty damn good. Without him, it's not, but it actually kind of makes sense to me. What was your reaction to the signings?
I mean, I get it. It's what Joe Burrow obviously wanted, Danny, but the fact of the matter is those guys aren't often all three healthy, particularly right. Burrow and Higgins. And I don't think it's that new an approach. I mean, the Dolphins have done this with Waddle and Tyreek Hill and Tua, and they're not a very tough team because they don't have a whole lot of money invested in the trenches or on the defense. They kind of, to me, they're kind of Bengals South. I think the Bengals are a better team than Cincinnati, but I think you have so much concentrated in those three players. And then they also did a relatively expensive deal for Mike Gesicki. They're tied in relative to his market. That I don't know. To me, their ceiling is kind of 10 or 11 wins. I mean, if they get Trey Hendrickson back, they're basically running back the same team they had last year, which won 9 games. I mean, I don't know if this is the right way to construct a team.
I feel like we ask this every offseason, but where's Aaron Rodgers going to end up, and when do we know?
Yeah, great question. It seems like it's 3 viable options. Seems like there's a little bit of smoke building, around taking the Brett Favre trajectory from Packers to Jets to Vikings. And you can see the utility for that. I don't know that that's really what the best way for them to serve J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, but it feels to me like kind of decision one is kind of the Steelers because Russell Wilson has been pretty vocal, or he was at the end of last season, but he wanted to stay there. His buddy DK Metcalf is there now, but obviously they haven't re-signed Russell Wilson yet, so it feels like the first thing Aaron Rodgers needs to do on his own timeline, of course, is to inform the Steelers of what his plans are. We could see that domino fall maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised if this plays out for a while.
Nate, it's still early and it's so hard. I mean, there'll be a million more mock drafts between now and the end of this week. But do you see teams kind of going chalk and going quarterback at least 2 times in the top 3, or are people not really that interested in the top of this market? What do you think?
I mean, I think Cam Ward's probably going to end up being the number 1 pick, whether it's by Tennessee or if somebody comes up to get him. And that could be the Giants. That could be the Browns, I think. We'll see with Shedeur. I mean, obviously the supply is not that great in the quarterback market this year, both veteran and rookie. And I don't know that you'd have to pay the same kind of premium to go up and get him like you might in other years, just because of what seems like the relative value to him. He's going to be fascinating. I mean, it seems like he could slide. It seems like he could go top 3. So I'm confident in Cam Ward at 1 pretty much at this point. It's just a matter of to who, but I think kind of Shedeur is kind of the wild card in this draft, and we'll be talking a lot about him for the next couple weeks, I'm sure.
I was a big fan of Stingley's at LSU the other day. He gets a huge extension, 3 for $90. What'd you make of that extension? And is he going to be worth that money? Because, people thought that Sauce was the best corner out of that draft. It's kind of flipped now. It seems like he's one of the top guys.
Yeah, Derek Stingley kind of had, the thing with LSU was he had that great freshman year and they kind of struggled to, with injuries and to match that. Didn't have a great rookie season in Houston, but neither did the team. But yeah, he's really come on the last 2 years. And I think my take on that was the Texans probably did some smart business by getting that deal done now. And the Jets probably wish they'd already done Sauce Gardner's deal. And obviously that mark is sent for him. J.C. Horn was the top paid corner just 5 minutes ago in Carolina. So, I think it's good business in Houston, certainly given what we've seen transpire with Cincinnati and other teams that chase that market rather than set it early.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you, guys.
See you, my friend. There he goes. Hit that local 53 sounder. My God, that's Scott Abrams' music. Joins G&D here on the Fan. No GP. Toby Altizer in, hanging out for the duration. Scott, it's a lot of 1 year, a lot of veteran, a lot of, kind of not that many long-term commitments. What do you make of that? Is that just kind of necessary given the state of the roster, or is it a strategy that maybe some other teams are ignoring and they're using it to their advantage?
Yeah, I think it might be a new strategy that teams are starting to do, and certainly last year was successful, guys. I mean, look what they did last year with the 1 year deals with the Bobby Wagners, the Jeremy Chins. I know he's no longer there, Zach Ertz. That was successful. Why kind of stray away from that process and line of thinking when you had such an impact and such a success in the first year? If it's not broke, why try to fix it? So I think what he's doing is sticking to the plan, sticking to see what works. And I don't mind these 1 year deals. Certainly, you'd love to try to bring back everybody, but you just can't. And you just got to keep building from there.
With these trades that they've made, I think individually, most of them you feel pretty good about, but then you look at the collective and it seems like they've given up a whole lot for really 3 players in Debo, Lattimore, and Tunsil. What's your take on that? Do you feel like they're maybe being a little bit aggressive with some of the draft picks and a little bit too much so, or are you fine with it?
Oh, they're being aggressive, and it's kind of counterintuitive of what Adam Peters has said all along, built through the draft, but I think they understand and they realize this is their first legitimate window not to just win and be successful, but bring back a Lombardi to this town. And that's obviously the goal of every NFL team. And when you have Jaden Daniels on that rookie contract, guys, you kind of have to push those chips to the center of the table and show some signs of urgency. Like, you got 2-3 years here to really make hay on this favorable contract. So that's why you can bring on a Laramie Tunsil. You can bring on a Debo Samuel and maybe a prove-it year, get a hungry Debo, a motivated Debo, that wants to get paid again with a big contract. So I'm okay with mortgaging the future because I think the future now looks extremely bright, and I think they can win a Lombardi in these 2 to 3 years here in this window on that rookie deal.
What are they missing to get to that level?
Great question. I mean, you look at that bully up there up north, the Philadelphia Eagles, and obviously I kind of focus on the trenches, and I like what they've done offensively. I'm completely fine with what Peters and company, how they built the offense. I love the Swiss Army knife type players and the Debo Samuel and the Austin Eckler, moving them all over the formation. You fortified the offensive line. I do have some concerns, guys, with the defense still. Who's going to rush the passer? Who's going to get to the quarterback on a consistent basis? You lose Fowler. You bring in some guys D tackles, the Javon Kinlaw, the DN Dietrich Wise. But you lose also a Jeremy Chin on the back end. I was extremely high on Chin. I thought he was fantastic this year. I know some fans struggle with his missed tackles, but I like the presence he brought to the defense. So how will Will Harris fill into that slot left behind by Jeremy Chin? Certainly Harris has that experience of playing with a Marshawn Lattimore. That should help, but I do have some questions and concerns on the construction on this defense. Linebackers are great. Some questions in the secondary and clearly up front. How are they going to match up with the Bullies or the Philadelphia Eagles? I think there's probably still some moves that are going to be made via free agency, trade, or the draft.
You mentioned Kinlaw. What'd you make of that deal? It seems like it's a little bit rich for his blood. A lot of people were getting a lot more than maybe were expected on the market, but did you feel like it was a little bit much?
It was an overpay, no doubt in my mind, but I trust Adam Peters and what he saw in Kinlaw in San Francisco, the experience that he had with Kinlaw in San Francisco. Certainly, Javon Kinlaw has gone through some injuries and ups and downs the last couple of years. You just got to hope that he returns to that form and semblance of a player that he showed with San Francisco. And for your viewers and listeners out there, you have to understand, like, you have to trust Adam Peters. There's he's given you no reason so far not to trust him. What he's done so far constructing this roster in year one, now constructing this roster in year number two, you just got to put your faith and trust and believe he knows what he's doing. And certainly his track record of being a GM has shown so far very successful.
Scott, thank you, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
See you, fellas. Take care.
Talk to you soon, my friend. And there he goes. And that, my friends, is how we Beltway Blitz. Remember, we gave away Nats opening day tickets. You got another chance to do that tomorrow morning on the Junks. And then at noon with B. Mitch and Finley. And then at 4 o'clock with us. And that's how it's going to go here for a little bit. So if you didn't win, got a chance to try again. There's a lot happening right now. Tobes and I started the show talking about this. This is a fantastic time in sports. NFL draft coverage ramping up. You got pro days, guys going, all the mocks. I'm all in. I don't have the same intrigue I've had before because we have a quarterback. Anyway, Nats opening day. What is that? 9 days away. Next Thursday. Ovechkin trying to chase down an impossible record that he's made possible because he's incredible. The NCAA tournament gets going tonight with the playing games. This week, rules, really the next couple of weeks, the next fortnight, if I may, are awesome without emotes and without people online killing you and you never even saw them, and then they dance in your face and call you a loser, doing that Fortnite dance that my kids do to me when they make fun of me. Yeah, the big L, and then it's kind of that side to side. It's like the Cotton Eye Joe dance, but with an L right in front of my face. And I hate it. I hate that Fortnite. That sucks. But the Fortnite where it's a couple of weeks of great sport, that's happening right now. What's your focus? I want to talk about everything without talking about everything. That's the dirty little secret here. What's your one seed right now? What's the thing that's got you all tingly? What's the thing that's got the people moving because it's provocative? It gives you little butterflies in your tum-tum. 800-636-1067. Again, so much good sport right now. We'll talk to Darius, talk to Tobes, we'll talk to me, and then we'll talk to each other. That's how we're going to do it. 800-636-1067. It's so busy in the world of sport. What's your one seed right now? What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here for my friends at Copair Weight Loss. This is a big deal to me. So I've been, I was a graduate of Copair years ago. Pandemic hit, a lot of things changed. And as I've gotten older, it became harder and harder to keep off that bad weight. You guys know everyone makes fun of me. That's fine. But I play a lot of pickleball. I play pickup basketball. I walk every day. I do a lot of exercise. I try to eat right. And still some of that stubborn weight wouldn't leave. And I went to the doctor not that long ago, got a bunch of measurements back when they're measuring, certain stuff in blood and some different levels that are scary, that are not good. And the biggest thing to do, you guessed it, is to lose that stubborn weight. So trying it on my own wasn't working. And that's why I went back to Copair to help me knock off those last few pounds. That's my story. So many of our listeners, Grant, and a bunch of folks have a completely different reason for going and a different set of needs. That's what's so amazing about these guys. They will cater a program that works for you to deal with your challenges, your difficulties, whether it's taking the injections. I think 60% of their clients don't do it. Some do. Whatever works, they will figure it out and help you get to those weight loss and health goals. So many are doing this. Start now to take advantage of their spring to weight loss offer for fan listeners. Call 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update sponsored by Door Pro America. Garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Capitals are back home against Detroit tonight. Just 15 games to go now in the regular season. 7 p.m. face-off for Caps Hockey on the Fan. They've won 6 of 7, and Alex Ovechkin comes into tonight after scoring Saturday against San Jose, just 8 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Major League Baseball season began this morning, early morning, in Tokyo. Defending world champ Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1. Shohei Ohtani had a couple of hits, a couple of runs scored. Spring training continues for the Nats. Nats and Astros play tonight. That'll be 6:05 for the first pitch, play-by-play on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. For maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You see, this is a banger. It's a Kendrick Lamar. He's a new person.
Banger.
He is a young person. He did the Super Bowl halftime show. I got, 11 seconds of this? This should have been 80% of it.
I bet you he's not picking 11 seed Drake in his bracket.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. By the way, Drake is frisky. Do they play tonight? Are they part of the first 4 tonight? Or are they tomorrow?
No, they're immediately into the first round. They're taking on Missouri. So Kendrick's taking Mizzou.
Right. Yeah, I would suppose. So Drake, by the way, is a little bit nasty. Their coach basically won every D2 championship that they had over the last handful of years. So he's like skyrocketing the coaching ladder. So he's got Drake and the tourney. They're frisky. They're ready to rock and roll. If he wins a couple of games this weekend, he could just basically reserve his one-way seat to a program that's in desperate need of assistance.
Are you saying his hotline might bling?
Look at Toby. I know that's a reference I'm supposed to get. No, I'm kidding. I got it. But yes, indeed. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Great Nate here on the Fan. Tobes is in for GP. He's out this week having a great time in Florida with the fam. So I brought this up before the old commercial break that we're required to take by all the rules. There's so much awesome happening in sport right now. This is like the dizzying time where I'm going to tune in tonight. I'll be head on a swivel with Ovechkin's chase, which is, in my opinion, not getting enough attention. And you want to yell at me? That's fine. Happy to wear some of it. In general, I don't think this is getting the countdown. Oh my God, you're kidding me, that it deserves. This is like the level of the home run record. There are a lot of records in baseball. There's some that we know, whether it's a 56-game hit streak or what used to be 763 or some of those numbers. But that consecutive game streak that became part of the everyday fabric, where it was like this beautiful celebration of the countdown, and then the ESPN's there all weekend, and Cal homers against the Angels, and the All-Star game. The whole thing was just this constant celebration. I'm not feeling that. It's not hitting me in the same way, and I'm sort of sitting there going, where is it? Where's my constant refresher? Where's my story every night on the worldwide leader? And I get that sports times are different and everybody's exhausted of everything and everyone's over everything all the time. But I still feel like the NHL's kind of doing this business as usual. And let's obviously get down and talk about the playoff chase, what the Ottawa Senators need to do to find their foreground and play the great forecheck. No. An impossible record from a different time is about to fall. Do more, quickly, hurry up, and don't stop talking about it. Like, beat that into the ground. I feel like we're not even close to that, Tobes. I know that wasn't even the point of this topic, but now it's all coming out.
I'm interested when he gets within a game's worth. Like, if he's within 3, right, where he can tie it with a Hattie, are they going to do the bit that Aaron Judge had when he was going to break the record? Which record was it? Just the AL home run record or whatever? When they would cut away in the middle of a college football game. I'm trying to watch college football.
I'm doing Maction on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I do not care about what Aaron Judge is doing, and yet here I am forced to watch every Aaron Judge at bat on ESPN. Can I please get that for Ovi? Like, every single time he's on the ice, like, he could do it. He could do it. If he's within a goal, are we going to do that? Because you're right. Like, he could break it in the next week and a half. And how many people outside of the DMV know that? How many people outside of this area know that?
Yeah, I didn't even mean to stumble onto this because there's so much going on. It wasn't even the topic, but anybody else feeling that? 800-636-1067. I swear to you, this was not the plan, but I feel like I've now stumbled onto something. And again, I will fully admit I was in a Nationals bubble here for the last weekend, but it just sort of feels like I haven't even done this. I'm going to do it live. I'll do it live. Go on NHL.com. Yeah, okay, it's right there on the front page. But you see my point. I'm joking.
I mean, yeah, but like how many people are searching NHL.com right now?
Yeah, where's the tracker? Where's the sort of the coverage? Where's that constant wall to wall? And I understand he's not going to do it tonight or tomorrow, but the buildup. Think of the single season records that have fallen. Whether it was McGuire initially going 70 and 98, and Sosa right there with him. But it started when McGuire from the beginning had this chance, and he had a really good beginning of the season. Sosa wasn't on the radar until he had that June that was ungodly, whatever it was, 20 homers in June or something like that, right? So once he thrust himself into it, it became this chase, and it took over our televisions every day. Again, I get that coverage in sports are different, but it does feel like it's this afterthought that is not getting near the just due. And I went on this rant, I guess you want to call it, a couple weeks ago when this kind of came up, when the national televised game happened, and they were talking about, and Darren Pang's comment about the one-trick pony.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, it's impossible to take that as complimentary. It's impossible not to say that this is another opportunity, whether it's purposeful, conscientious, consciously done is what I'm looking for, or if it's just happenstance, it's one guy's thing, but it's impossible to ignore some of the context of what's happened previously with the way that they've covered Ovechkin or haven't. And it's always got to be a ding. It's always got to be a knock. It's always got to be, like, look at the Canadian guys doing or whatever for this sort of Canadian-centered media league, right? And that's how they've covered it. I can't help but harken back to that. Like, I wonder if Sidney Crosby was about to cross this record, how much different it would be. I can't believe it would be like this.
So what I'm interested in is we just saw another one similar to this where LeBron passed the 40,000 point mark.
Yeah.
And you felt like you saw all the time leading up to it. Now, it was usually within, 50 points. So it's saying he could do it tonight. He might do it in the next 2 games. Maybe once Ovi gets under 5, where like we know he's not scoring.
You're right. It's
8
not,
goals.
and it's fair to distinguish. It's not the same because it's, points. You score 30 a game. You score 1 every other game on average. So I understand that to a degree. But think of him talking about LeBron passing the Kareem.
Yeah.
You got those kind of updates. And if it's one of these hallowed sports records, there's just more about it. There just is.
Well, and I'm just curious. Like right now, you're right. I don't think it's getting enough. When he gets within a game's worth or 2 games worth, where if he has a hot streak and he goes 4 goals in 2 games, are we seeing it more on ESPN? Like I know Scott Van Pelt's going to talk about it because he's from the area.
Yeah.
But is the 10 o'clock Sports Center going to have Ovi's just 2 goals away and that's the lead, or is that half an hour in? Like where are we with that? Because you're right. This should be one of the leading stories. March Madness is going to dominate a lot of this with some of the other stuff like we were talking about earlier. There's a lot going on right now, but outside of here, it doesn't feel like it's getting the shine that it should.
And so, I am kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth here. NHL.com, that's right there on the front page. It's an Ovechkin goal tracker. It's goals to go. It's how much time and, or how close he is, etc. But I guess I'm looking at the sports shows, right? It's your regular scheduled on FS1. Aaron Rodgers did this hippie treatment, and he may or may not be a Steeler. On the other shouty shows, it's not there, and I understand it's not the same. It's at the NHL, and it's always going to be not always, but it's the fourth banana in terms of media allocation that it gets for national stuff. And you're right, it's not as sexy where you can tune in and see LeBron make 15, 16, 17 baskets in a given night. It's sometimes it's a deflection, and John Walton's going, so we're not sure if it's Ferravari, and that turns out it is a chip in for. It's like I get it's not the same, but still. Right, I'm offering enough caveats, but I'm going, this should be celebration time.
And this is where if you're hockey, you've got to be on these networks. I get that it's a little different, like TNT isn't going to have Kenny and Chuck talking about this. I get that, but ESPN is talking sports all day, and when's the last time you heard Stephen A. mention this? Like, it just never does. If I'm Gary Bettman, hey, we are on your network.
Right.
A seminal moment, something that's going to be remembered in hockey history forever, is coming up, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Can we at least mention it?
Let's go. And people can tell me if I'm full of it or if I'm off. 800-636-1067. Brian in Alexandria. Brian, what's up, buddy?
Danny, how you guys doing today?
I'm good, dude.
It's kind of, you're onto it a bit. Like, yeah, there should be more coverage, and I would like to see a little more national coverage. But, I mean, ESPN, their app has it. Anytime Ovechkin scores or is playing, he's at the top of the heap. I was in a Smithsonian over the weekend, and they actually have a goalie goals countdown set up inside the museum.
Oh, that's cool.
The team has been handing out lawn signs for people to say, like, I'm with the great eight. In fact, I think they ran out, so you can see people following it around here. So, yeah, I could use more, but you can't compare it to baseball, really, because, I mean, here's an Aaron Judge at bat that's going to take 3 minutes out of your day, so that's like not a huge interruption as opposed to like we're playing the entire Ovechkin game.
Right.
Maybe they cut in for a power play or an empty net, but I'm glad you brought up Cal because I was thinking over the weekend, like, what modern athlete can Ovechkin reasonably compare to? And I think Ripken's kind of the only one in terms of, like, longevity, staying with the same team, breaking a record that nobody thought would ever fall. I think that's a fairly reasonable comparison between those two guys.
I smell what you're cooking there, Brian. Thank you. I mean, so it's the what made Cal so special wasn't an individual number. Obviously, 2-1, 3-1 is special. But what made it, there's a year where he hit 270 with 19 bombs, where he probably could have used a couple of days off. And by the way, that's my childhood hero. I'm not ripping him. Simply saying what made him special was it took on the personality of the city, it took on the personality of the fan base, and it took on this kind of message where it was the working person to celebrate that. You show up every day, even if you don't feel 100%. And that was so beautiful, and it was awesome, and it was so romantic, and it really helped bring baseball back after the strike. So that's close in terms of the stay with the one team comp. But then thinking about it, the other part of it, though, to me, it is the home run record. No one thought Henry Aaron's record would fall. And here we are with Barry Bonds, most of it after 30, just turning up a notch and ripping 70 plus a year, it seems like every other season. So to me, it's a combo of those things. And I know your point about, you can't cut in and do the entire game here and there. I understand that completely. I guess my point is, you know it when you see it. You know it when you feel it. When somebody's obsessed with a record or someone's obsessed with this achievement, it just gets to you from all the different angles. Your point about, if you're going to NHL.com, you're going to find it. But where is it on the regular scheduled ESPN program? Where's it on FS1? Where is it on, sort of the buzz here and there? Like, this is an opportunity to celebrate something.
I was not seeking. I knew LeBron was going to pass Kareem's record, right?
Yeah.
So we knew that. I didn't know LeBron was about to pass 40,000 points, and I didn't care. I knew because they kept telling me.
Yeah, they kept showing me.
That's kind of the point that you're trying to say is, like, you should know OV's 7 away, OV's 6 away, OV's 5 away. Like, everyone in America should know this, that even people that don't care about hockey should be like, OV's going to break that record next week. Everyone should care.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. I did the thing Darcy said I wasn't going to do. I'm like, Denton Day's coming on next to go around and talk a little college hoops. And I'm like, I'm going to get out super early to give Denton more time. And I literally did the opposite of that because I got all fired up. So apologize to Denton. He's going to be like, hello, Denton Day. Yeah. And then he's going to come on and talk college hoops with us. Get a little tourney preview with our guy Denton from down the hall next. G&D here on The Fan. We got an interview with Nathaniel Low. Next thing you know, they traded for Nathaniel Low. Welcome back. It's Grant and Danny. Toby in for GP for the balance of the week. NCAA tournament kind of kicks off tonight. It's sort of, but it's not. It's to get to 64. It used to just be 64, but now, whatever. Bring in our buddy, Denton Day. Producer Kevin Sheehan, host all the time. He knows a thing or three about matters of sport. Denton, what's up, bud? Thanks for a couple minutes.
Fellas, what's going on? You're not excited for the Final Four? Alabama State isn't tickling your fancy, Danny?
It doesn't quite butter the biscuit. It's weird to me when programs with pedigree, like a Xavier and a Texas, or I don't know, what's the big one down there? Oh, North Carolina are in this first four. It just feels weird and dirty. But real quick, what's your take? I haven't actually heard it. What is your take on the entire UNC making the field? Their AD is the head of the whole committee thing. I'm sure there's no impropriety, but still, it looks shady, which is a problem in and of itself.
It's very, very shady. It looks very, very shady. I mean, surely someone had to have seen this coming, and they still allowed it to happen. With all that said, with all the outrage, doesn't it feel like UNC is bound to go to the Sweet 16?
I know, right?
Everyone's so pissed. They shouldn't be in here. This sucks. And then they win like 3 games to take down a 1 seed. I mean, I hope they lose tonight just to not do that, but I have a feeling that they're going to win tonight against San Diego State. It's just silly. I mean, there are better ways to do it, and the NCAA, for whatever reason, just hasn't come up with them.
Who's your favorite non-1 or 2 seed that you could see get into the Final Four?
Is it Homer if I say Maryland?
Oh, I like
it's
it.
Not fully. I wouldn't fully say them. I do love their starting lineup. I just don't think that a team that only can really go 5 or 6 deep can win 6 games in a row. I mean, there are a couple of teams that I really like. Honestly, I really like Creighton. I think Auburn's the first 1 seed that goes down in the round of 32 if Creighton beats Louisville. I think they're a really, really strong team. They're battle tested out of the Big East. You know, I love teams that kind of hover in like that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 region, but are from a really, really good conference, not like the ACC. But, you know, the Big East that has all of these really good teams, and they got a dude that can defend the paint in the middle. So I really like Creighton. I think Creighton's a strong team.
Our buddy Denton Day with us here on G&D. So just big picture, sort of when in doubt, you're filling out your bracket. I usually do this and I make mistakes. I lose these all the time to the person that hasn't watched a game and likes a mascot or two, but whatever. But to me, when I'm going, okay, there's an SEC team and say an ACC team. The SEC team is better simply because they're more battle tested. It's not always the right way to do it, but just sort of thinking about it by default. My themes this year are the Big Ten, SEC nasty, everybody else kind of a pretender, mid-majors. I sort of look at things like offensive efficiency. What are your kind of rules? What are your things that you're looking at when you start to fill out your bracket here?
So generally speaking, this is just something I've learned, you know, working on Big Ten radio and covering Big Ten teams. The conference that gets the most teams in does not do well. Because for years, the Big Ten was what the SEC is this year. They got 10 teams. They got 11 teams. Oh, look at how good they are. Oh, they're so battle-tested. Man, they're going to make a run. And by the time we get to Sunday, there's like 3 left. So I'm looking at some SEC teams, honestly, fellas, and I'm saying I don't think that all of y'all are going to make the deep run that a lot of the people in your conference believe you are. Really what I look at, guys, I look at guards. How good are your guards? In the NBA, you win with wings. In college basketball, you win with guards. Do you have somebody that's really smart above the shoulders that can handle late game scenarios, that can keep control of the ball, that's not going to turn the ball over? The worst thing that can happen is this super uber talented team that turns the ball over 20 times. I don't care how good you are, how many 5 stars. I've watched enough of John Calipari at Kentucky. If you're turning the basketball over and not playing good defense, you are not going to win.
Everyone's favorite upset to pick is a 12 over a 5. It seems to happen every year. It just so happens that your Liberty Flames are a 12 seed this year going into the tournament against Oregon. Which one of these 12-5 upsets do you like? Is it Liberty or is it someone else?
Hey, redemption for that Fiesta Bowl that I sat through in Phoenix, Arizona, where it was, who cares what the score is? It's not important. This is redemption. Although, honestly, fellas, I feel like 5 and 12 was like the hipster thing that has now just become like a little cringe. 4 and 13 is where the money's at. You know, this Akron team that's a 13 seed is really good. Yale beat Auburn last year. Now they get Texas A&M. Remember, I don't like SEC teams that much. Lipscomb. I'm not going to say Grand Canyon and Maryland. I just won't do it. I like my job. A 14 and a 13. You get Lipscomb and Iowa State. I think so many people are going to go in the direction of the 5 and 12s. I would look at like 4 13s, 3 14s, because at least one of those teams is getting to round number 2.
Let's rip through some of the one seeds here. Auburn, I think, is it 3 or 4 they've lost? Johni Broome is fantastic, but they're taking on a little bit of water here. They were the best team in the country for most of the year, but they're not lately. Where are you at on them?
I like Johni Broome a lot, but I'm with you, Danny. Like, they have not been playing well down the stretch, and I get it. They play in the SEC. They're battle-tested. I don't know if you've heard that or not before. But, like, you do need to win games. And if you're not winning games, there is something to be said about momentum. I think this tournament in particular is really where you maximize on momentum the most. So I like Auburn. I don't love Auburn. And if Creighton gets to Auburn in that second round, that could be a very, very dangerous spot for the Tigers.
Let's go to Duke. Obviously, they've been just boat racing people, but the ACC stinks on ice. I think you, me, Toby, Darius, and we could pick up a fourth, could probably get some buckets at times against some of the teams in that conference. It's obviously about Cooper Flagg's health for them, but when they're right, they're as good as anybody then.
Yeah, when Cooper Flagg's healthy, they're the best team in the country. The question is Cooper Flagg healthy? This kind of reminds me, if you think back to 2019 with the Warriors, when Kevin Durant tweaked his calf, and we're like, I think that's an Achilles, but they're like, no. It's a calf. He'll be good to go. And then he played in the finals, and then he popped his Achilles. Different injuries here, but we saw Cooper Flagg's ankle, the side of the ankle, the one that's not supposed to touch the ground. And he's been wheeled off, and they kept him out of the ACC tournament. I don't know how healthy he is. So I really like Duke. I think they have enough talent to get to the Elite Eight if Cooper Flagg is only like 70%. But once you get matchups with like your Houstons potentially, maybe your Alabama, certainly. If you're going to run with Alabama, you need to score. I don't know that they can do that without Cooper Flagg. So I'm worried about them and him.
All right, couple quick hits here. Let's go to that Houston team. It just, if you haven't seen this Calvin Sampson Houston team, yes, you have. They're big. They look like grown-ups. It's physical. It's defense. They've got some decent three-point shooting, it seems like, but I don't know, Denton. It's my own weird thing with them. I just don't trust them past kind of that opening weekend.
I think this year's different for them. I haven't filled my full bracket out yet as of now, fellas, but I love LJ Cryer, their guard. Baller. I think Houston is the team that's going to be cutting down the nets. I think they're really, really good, and I think they're going to make some people very angry with their style of play and the physicality.
Okay, last one, Florida. They have as high a ceiling as anybody. They remind me of those championship Florida teams. They're long. Clayton Jr., do everything guard for them, is a badass. They're deep, I feel like. They're a pain in the butt to play, and we just saw them play as good as anybody with their SEC championship run.
They're the best team in the country right now. They can run with Alabama, and they can slow it down with Tennessee. They can do everything. And you mentioned Clayton Jr. If you remember Carson Edwards at Purdue from all those years ago, where he was dropping 40 on everybody, he reminds me a lot of him. I really, really like Florida, but I can't do the trends. Everyone's going to pick them to win the whole thing, so I got to go a different direction. But dear Lord, they are a fun team to watch.
Real quick, we don't have time to go through all the 2 seeds, but the team that really intrigues me, I'm curious your thoughts on how far they're going to go in March, is Rick Pitino and St. John's.
Yep.
Do you think they're real and they're someone that could win a title, or are they someone that's maybe they're going to get bounced a little earlier than people think?
Absolutely. Oh, my God. They play hard as hell, and with Pitino, he's one of the best coaches ever. Shady person, but one of the best coaches ever. I really, really love the way that they play. From start to finish, they're going to give it their all. They can't shoot very well, but, man, if we get a Houston St. John's, that's just going to be a UFC match.
Yeah, 11-10 final. like one of the 3rd and 4th grade basketball games I coached last year, with just a rock fight on 8-foot rims. Denton, wish we had more time with you, buddy. Thanks for making a few for us.
Fellas, appreciate it.
Thank you, pal. There he goes. That is Denton Day. You know him from his work with Kevin Sheehan and all over this particular radio station. There's your little college basketball teaser trailer to help you fill out those brackets, et cetera, so forth, and also so on. Reminder, Nathaniel Low, got an interview with him. We'll play that at 6 o'clock. We've been dancing around this kind of news of the day. Not much happening in the NFL. Washington had a below-the-radar signing. We will give that to you when we come back here in a few moments. But the Bengals made kind of the biggest splash here recently by picking up a couple of their own. It led us to a philosophical discussion that I think would actually be good to have with you guys here. On the radio, we've got a medium where we can do that. We'll explain. It's about team building and how would you do it in the NFL. Next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Start with hockey. Caps are back home after a successful West Coast swing. Hosting Detroit tonight, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Caps have won 6 of 7, and Alex Ovechkin now just 8 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal-scoring record. Football free agency in its second week. Things have quieted down a little bit. Commanders, of course, kept many of their own free agents, including wide receiver Noah Brown, who was asked today about his former teammate in Houston, now together again in D.C., the new left tackle, Laramie Tunsil.
You see what he does on Sundays. He locks down, that left end, which is a lot of teams' best rusher, and he's been doing it for a long time. So we definitely got our security guard on the left side. He's the real deal. He's been the real deal for a long time, and, I'm excited that we got him here.
Brown, remember, suffered that kidney injury that kept him out the later portion of last season. He says now he's been cleared to play for a couple of weeks and is looking forward to 2025. College hoops tonight, March Madness. You can hear that action over on the Team 980 right after Nats baseball. Spring training, Nats and Astros tonight, 6:05 in the Team 980. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in-store at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out on March 19th. meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Your local Washington 53 agreed to terms with offensive tackle Foster Sarrell. I'll save you the Google, because I did it. He played 40 snaps total last year for the Los Angeles Chargers, not those San Diego Chargers, the Los Angeles Chargers. Offensive tackle Foster Sarrell, a quintessential depth signing. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. This radio program is brought to you, as always, by our friends at Condori & Mora, the exclusive sponsor of our show. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Also, I'd like to remind you that this is the week, people. This is the week. Valky Bartakamus will do the dance of joy because the NCAA tournament, she is here. Tipping off Thursday at noon and going all throughout the weekend where it's wall-to-wall games. Come watch them with us. Tap Sports Bar Thursday and Friday. March matchups are here. There's no better place to catch every single game with us than Tap Sports Car, I'm sure, at Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Joining 106.7 The Fans, Brian Mitchell and JP Finley, Grant and Danny this Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tourney. We're doing our shows live at Tap with Mouthwater and Game Day Bites and tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. I love that place. I love broadcasting for the tournament there. This is one of my favorite things that we get to do, and I want to do it with you guys. Come celebrate. Let's eat appies and watch buzzer beaters. Okay, so the thing I wanted to bring up here, Tobes, with you is the Cincinnati Bengals made news where a lot of people, a lot of pundits, a lot of bloviators like myself are going, well, they can't possibly do blank, and then they just did it. You know they've already paid Joe Burrow top of the market money, rightfully so, MVP candidate when he's healthy. This year, put up video game numbers, and had they won a couple more games, might have won the damn thing. His numbers were stupid. In a year where some of the counting stats were down, they weren't for him. This is 4,900 yards. This is 43 touchdowns. This is, oh my God, jaw-dropping stuff. But their defense couldn't stop a cold, and they were mediocre, right? In a really tough division. So they paid Jamar Chase top of the market money that's going to kick in next year. They paid T. Higgins top of the market money that's going to kick in next year. T. Higgins is making more than almost but a couple of wide receivers in the NFL, and Jamar Chase is making more than any non-quarterback is ever going to make in the next decade or so. Now, he's a superstar. He's great. T. Higgins, very good. So you get what you pay for. But it brings up the essential question, and Topes and I were kind of kicking this around, and here's what I want to do. I want you to try, if you're at home, if you're on the road, you're listening on the Odyssey app, anywhere in the world, I want you to try and take out an individual player. Okay, so I'm not saying would you pay Joe Burrow? Would you pay Jamar Chase? Would you pay Orlando Brown, their offensive tackle? Think about, in general, how would you build an NFL team? So I want Darius's answer. Tobes, I'm going to tag you in here in a second. But here's what I mean. The model that I've kind of thought of in my mind for easiest path, and there are going to be fluctuations. You still have to hit on draft picks. You got to make shrewd trades. You have to let guys go at certain points. But where would you put your emphasis? I think we're all going to say quarterback, right? Duh. Okay, so no problem. You've got a quarterback. You pay him. You just live with it, whatever it takes. Are you paying wide receivers? Are you paying an offensive line to have the best one in the sport and just sort of getting away with rookie deal wideouts? Are you ever paying a running back? Are you paying defensive tackles? Are you paying cornerbacks? Are you paying defensive ends? The answer can't be we're paying everybody. That's not how the sport works. There's a salary cap. So what are you prioritizing? That's kind of the question. It's a little open-ended, but it's just a way to think about how teams are being built in an era where we're all competing for a limited amount of difference makers with finite resources.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes counterintuitive what you talk about the Bengals to what we've talked about all offseason, where usually when a team wins a Super Bowl, you think, how do you beat that team? Philadelphia, everyone saw that they won by the line of scrimmage, offense and defensive line, and yet you look at what they're doing in Cincinnati, and they're paying 2 wide receivers, sexy toys on the outside, right? Flashy. And they're probably going to trade an edge rusher, which is kind of counterintuitive, but they're going about it a different way. And so I think for me, the way that I would go about this, like we talked about quarterback, we understand that you got to have the quarterback, but I love building up a defense. I kind of like how Kansas City's done it, where they kind of they don't score a lot of points anymore with Patrick Mahomes. I think they want to change that. I think they want to get back to the high-flying act that they were with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce 5-6 years ago, and some of the guys being able to get down the field and do some of that stuff. But I kind of like the idea of saying first one to 24 wins. It's not first to 30, it's first to 24. And I would pay it corner. I want an elite guy because receivers are so good now. I need a guy. I mean, if you could, I'd love Darrelle Revis, where I could just throw him out there on island. I don't know that there are a lot of those guys, but I want a dude that I can trust, that I can leave alone. Like the game plan that they had for Marshawn Lattimore this year, talking about the Commanders, where you can just leave him on Mike Evans or just leave him on A.J. Brown. I'd like something like that, but actually effective.
I was going to say, the plan is good, but if he's more concerned about, anyway.
But like actually effective there. Mm-hmm. I'm paying at corner. I want a dude on the edge that is nasty and can get after the passer, that is going to draw double and triple teams. TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, those sorts of guys. I need a nasty dude like that. Ideally, I could pair that up with someone in the interior that's a little bit bigger, and then I'm going to spend on the offensive line. I need a stud left tackle to protect my quarterback. So I think if I were prioritizing, say, 3 positions outside of quarterback, my top 3 are going to be corner, edge rusher, and offensive tackle.
So two of your 3 are on defense, which is interesting. I don't know that that's conventional now, but here's the thing. We see this all the time with the league where, to your point, what's winning right now? And somebody will come up with whatever the new thing is going to be, and then everybody sort of either rushes to either copy it or beat it, and then a new thing emerges. So a handful of years ago, if you go back and just look at passing numbers, and again, I bring this up as part of the context of this conversation, everybody threw for 4. If you played 16 games, you threw for 4,000 yards. The leaders in touchdowns are in the upper 30s and 40s. Aaron Rodgers throws for 50, and that's just what you're doing. Well, everybody's going, well, we got to stop that. What do we do? Enter new coverages, enter 2 deep shells, enter everything in front, enter let's make Pat Mahomes dink and dunk and never blitz him so that he's got to go down the field and take 12, 13, 14 plays. It's the big strikes that kill you, right? So no big plays. Well, what's open when you do that? Yeah, passing underneath, but also handing the ball off. So you've got a running back renaissance now to a point where a couple years ago, someone like me is going, if you draft a running back before the 6th round, or if you pay one more than 11 cents, you're a moron. Well, that's not the case now. You can see the difference makers. Running backs change teams, whether it's Jones or Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. All of a sudden, free agent running backs are making huge differences for their new teams. Maybe it's a different time. So there's going to be something to rush to meet that now. It's we got to stop the run. I'm like, am I in a time warp? Is this 1994? Right? Is that what we're doing?
Sure.
But that's what's going to happen. It's everybody kind of rushes to meet the new thing. So maybe you're ahead of the curve on this, right? Where you can play a certain style of defense. To me, anytime you can have one player that can take something away, or figuratively, nobody can take anything away, but you know what I mean, where Deion Sanders back in the day took away whoever the best receiver was, he covered him. Now, the guy couldn't tackle, but you didn't give a damn.
No.
Because of how great he was in coverage. So now you're playing 10 on 9, really, when your quarterbacks aren't really running, and you can now dedicate more. You can put 7 in the box. You can put 8 in the box if you feel like it when you're betting big on a run. You can run certain coverages and the like. So your point makes sense if you can find one of those guys. What would I do? The axiom that I've kind of used, and Darius, I'll tag you in next, is everybody makes fun of this group because they lost to the Patriots a bunch of times, or they never, they only I put only in parentheses, or quotation marks rather, air quotes, third time's the charm, won one Super Bowl. Now, nobody goes back and looks at the nuance that they're going to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC title game, but Ben Roethlisberger tripped up a guy that he threw what should have been a pick 6 to, and nobody called anything. People look past, the Patriots mugging people and knowing that half of them are going to get called, but the other half weren't, and they knew that was their way to slow them down because they couldn't physically stop them. They're in New England. These aren't excuses. It's just sort of what happened, right? So these Colts teams that won 15 games a year and are resting starters in week 16 or 17, to me, this is the easiest path to build a contender every year. Now, it helps to have one of the 5 greatest quarterbacks ever to live. Duh. Okay, that's a given. But their whole deal was, we're going to be great at least one receiver, great at a secondary pass catcher, where you don't have to pay a premium. You've got Dallas Clark. You don't have to pay him top of the market money. You might now if you have a marquee tight end, like when it's why am I blanking on the Raiders tackle Bowers? When Bowers hits free agency in 4 years, he's going to be making Jamar Chase money. But that wasn't the case then. But I'm going pass catcher A, pass catcher B, at least one star on the offensive line, and then the rest of my defense, 9 of the 11 guys, I'll do my best, but I'm going to have pass rushers. If you wanted to run the ball against those Colts teams, fine. Seriously, they didn't care because their offense was going to score. They were going to have a lead, and you're going to have to throw. And here comes Dwight Freeney on one side with a spin move. Here comes Robert Mathis on the other to hunt your quarterback. And they're going to have a ton of sacks, and that's my blueprint for beating you. You might get me. And they got a few times. Patriots got him. The Steelers got him. A bunch of teams beat him in the playoffs. I know the story, right? But that to me was always kind of that's the easiest blueprint. You got to get the fewest number of players right to win 12, 13, 14, 15 games a year. And once I do that, I've got a chance. That's health. That's if the kicker doinks one in or doesn't. That's a fumble goes your way. A tripping call either gets made or doesn't. That was always kind of my thought. But that was my sort of team building. And I know I named a bunch of positions, but I would try to find superstar wide receiver to go with my quarterback, superstar protector to go with my quarterback, and then always be thinking about a cheap apprentice, right? Whether it was a tight end, a pass catcher, a matchup problem, maybe it could be a slot guy, whatever it was, but somebody that didn't cost a top of the market money like my Hall of Fame receiver is going to, but someone else that's a viable option.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, I think your philosophy definitely makes a lot of sense. I think the way I would look at it, though, is I could do something like Matt LaFleur does in Green Bay, where they don't have a true number one, and I think they can get around it. Now, they haven't built necessarily the way I'm saying, but I think there's other ways around finding those elite pass catchers and finding guys that I can scheme open. Now, to do it, I'm going to have an elite play caller designer as the head coach, because I can't lose that offensive coordinator every year.
Yeah.
But I love the idea of getting nasty guys off the edge that just get after the passer. I'm a little more worried about stopping the run than you are, because I still want to, like I was talking about, I kind of want to grind it out, not high flying Indy back in the day where it was just a shootout every time. I want guys that we're going to play a little bit more down to earth, and we're going to limit possessions and play football the old way. But I do like, your sense of football is going to be awesome to watch.
It'll be fun. There'll be some points scored. I guess my thought, and Darius, I'll tag you in here, is the sustainable thing for a league that wants offense. I'll go with that flow.
Sure.
Instead of trying to fight the uphill, or fight the tide uphill, or whatever my analogy I just made up is. But you're smart in the sense that you're going to be in every game. If my offense isn't clicking, or if I turn it over, I get the doors blown off.
Well, and my thing is, if I can have corners, and I can have a guy that can get after the passer, I'm going to be able to load the box, and I don't have to worry about the pass game as much because I'm going to trust Derek Stingley on the outside one-on-one. And ideally, you have another dude on the other side. And, they're going to find their ways to scheme dudes open, but I'm going to be so good against the pass that you're going to be forced to throw the ball underneath, and it's check downs and short passes and running the football. I'm never letting you go over the top.
800-636-1067. So you heard the way we're explaining this, okay? How would you build your team? I'm not doing I'm in Darius's fantasy league and I'm not fantasy league, it's Madden league and I'm doing a redraft or whatever. Like, I'd take Pat Mahomes first. Okay, I get that. That's not what we're talking about. How would you build your roster? Here are two very different philosophies from Toby and me. I want to hear Darius's NFL build here in a second. I want to hear from you guys if you kind of get the exercise. We're letting our hair down a little bit, right? This is just a core philosophy of, and listen, individual player. Like, if you've got a marquee talent, if I had a great cornerback like Toby's talking about, I'm not just letting him walk out the door because that's not my normal plan. I'll adjust accordingly. Believe me, if I've got two excellent receivers in Cincy, I wonder what I would have done. I don't think I would have paid Higgins as it gets to it. I would have maybe prioritized my great pass rusher over my second receiver. But it's those kinds of conversations that you're having. Forget about Trey Hendrickson versus T. Higgins. What's your philosophy? What's kind of your core set of principles? 800-636-1067. How you building your roster next?
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The great chase continues tonight. Alex Ovechkin just 8 away now from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL goal-scoring record. Caps are back home against Detroit. They have won 6 of 7, coming off a successful West Coast swing 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey tonight on the Fan. Major League Baseball season began this morning in Tokyo. Defending world champ Dodgers down the Cubs 4-1. Shohei Ohtani had 2 hits, a couple of runs scored. Spring training for the Nats tonight continues. They will play the Astros. Nats baseball 6:05 over on the Team 980. Also college hoops tonight on the Fan. After that one, the late game of the first 4 tonight, North Carolina, San Diego State, 9:10 p.m. You can hear it after Nats baseball on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. Toby is in for GP for the balance of the week. So much reserved R&R for old greppers. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. You heard from Tobes. I don't want to steal your thunder here, Tobes, but it's basically an elite corner, nasty in the trenches, and then, of course, your standard quarterback, etc. You're not really paying skill guys on offense.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I want a good receiver.
Yeah,
but
of course, we like good players everywhere.
But I'm more so. I'm going to live through the draft on that. I think I can find a dude, whether it's in the first, second, or third round. I think I can find it. If I don't find it one year, I think I can find it the next. I think if I just keep throwing assets that way, find a running back through the draft, I think that's how I'm going to go about it. I want a corner that I'm locking down, an edge rusher I'm locking down, and obviously the quarterback.
Talking about building your team, how would you do it? Again, forget about an individual player. We're not doing a fantasy draft. It's just in general. And if somebody comes along that's not in a position you normally would prioritize, who's excellent, you don't just let him go. You adjust accordingly. For me, I think of those old Colts teams with Peyton Manning and company. I'm going to pay, obviously, my quarterback, but an elite wide receiver, an elite tackle, and then my resources are dedicated to both lines and just doing my best everywhere else. I want a star pass catcher and then an apprentice pass catcher or a value one, whether it was tight end back then where they had Dallas Clark. You may not be able to get away with that now, but I'm always kind of searching and finding their resources for offensive skill guys. And that's where I try to build that way. And then I'd have some great pass rushing. That would be how I'd build. Darius, what would your build look like?
So while you selected those old Colts teams, I'm going to go with the teams that beat the Colts a lot. I'm going the Patriots way, where I want my star power on defense. Now, of course, I do want my several offensive stars sprinkled throughout. But I'm going to believe in a system on offense that's going to work, that's revolved around the quarterback and revolved around the run game and revolved around having pretty good, solid offensive line that may lack some star power. My star power is going to be on defense. I'm going to have the trenches filled. I'm going to have pass rushers. I'm going to have elite linebacker play, and I'm going to have elite cornerback play from all three levels.
So you're both defensive guys, mainly.
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't again forget the specifics of an example, but you are probably not spending a premium resource on a wide receiver. You'd go the Noah Brown route over I want to go hit a home run in free agency.
Yeah, I what the Bengals did, I could have done. I could have done one. I couldn't do two. Right. I could not pay both of those receivers $100 million.
And that's what got us into this conversation. Topes, I'll tag you in. Is I don't think I would have paid both of them. Again, I like T. Higgins a lot. I was beating the drum when he's coming out of Clemson. I'm going, people should be more interested in this dude. He just catches a bunch of passes and can kind of do everything. He's pretty good. And now he's making almost $30 million a year. And Jamar Chase is a superstar. I get wanting to keep those guys. But now that's kind of how your team is built. That's your brand. Go ahead, Topes.
So here's the interesting part about this is I'm a defense guy. I have no issue with them paying both of these guys. And if you want to go a different route and you feel like this is your foundation, I have no problem. So I don't mind it. My hot take, and I'm not a hot take guy generally, my hot take, this kind of goes away because of the injuries to T. Higgins, but if I had to choose, I would keep T. Higgins over Jamar Chase. Jamar is nasty. There's no question he's better. But for the price tag, I'm going to keep the big possession guy, and I'm going to go find a speedy dude on the other side versus Jamar is nasty, but 40 mil is just so much for a receiver. Not to say that given T what he got is not a lot, but I would probably go with T Higgins. And for the amount that you could get if you were to trade Jamar Chase, that's my hot take. I'm probably wrong, but that's my hot take. I don't have many.
That might be the Toki take right there. Now, Toby is very reasonable, structured, sound, but Toki, Virginia Tech Hokie, is interesting.
Well, notice ACC guy T Higgins.
I thought I heard something there. Interesting to me. How would you build your team? Just fundamentally, think about it. Let's go to Steve in Chesapeake Beach. Steve, you get the exercise, what we're thinking here?
Yeah, I kind of smell what you're cooking here.
Yeah, go for it.
I would get a dominant left tackle to go with my quarterback. I would get an above-average center. Other guys are average. Defensive line, I want an above-average D tackle, above-average D end. Everybody else chose. I need a dominant middle linebacker. I need one shutdown corner, and I need one good safety. And I need one good wide receiver to grow with my quarterback. And that's about it. Everything else, fill it in.
Yeah, do the best you can. And it doesn't mean you're literally starting like air or like a piece of paper airplane there. You're drafting and developing. You're doing the best you can. You got to be shrewd. No matter how you build your team, it's a given, I think, any prerequisite that even right now with Washington, right? They've traded away a bunch of picks. No matter what you do when you commit resources to a player, draft him, undrafted free agent signing, free agency, a trade, you've got to be right more often than most people. And this front office, of course, was. They had a really high batting average. Doesn't mean they were 100 for 100. Doesn't mean that any time they said, we'll give you $3 million that they got a Dante Fowler return. That's remarkable. That doesn't happen very often. But it happened to them. It wasn't like we were calling Cleveland Farrell's name every Sunday, right? But that was one of those. It was a low-cost thing. You hit on enough of those things, you get known as a good front office. So, of course, it's a given. You got to draft well. You got to fill in some of these spots. But the point is, you can't pay everybody, right? If you could, there was no salary cap. You say, yeah, I want to dominate this. You get all 22 positions. Yeah, I bet you'd be pretty good.
So the thing that's interesting that he brought up is middle linebacker. Mm-hmm. And that's something that if you would have asked me this 5 years ago, I would have said that I need the middle linebacker. I think it's a little less important now because I need a guy that can play in the passing game. So we talk about this off air all the time. Mm-hmm. You know, the guys that you get excited for, I'm the big linebacker safety hybrid kind of guy. And that to me, you know, they had that in Dallas a little bit with Marquise Bell. Isaiah Simmons was a little bit of that in the league as well. I would lean that guy versus, but we were also having this discussion down in West Palm before you got down there. We're talking with our guy Daniel with the Nats about dominant linebackers. It seems like Super Bowl champions always have one. Zach Bond for the Eagles. You think back to Levante David, Nick Bolton, some of these guys that they have really good middle linebackers. And so I think maybe that is something that we sleep on a little bit, is having a linebacker that is just a good field general in the middle there is probably a little more important than sometimes we give credit for.
Let's go to Dez in Temple Hills. Dez, how you building your squad?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I'm kind of leaning somewhat towards what you, Danny, on, you know what I'm saying, on everything that you said, but I was just about to bring up the point that Toby was just talking about. You have to have a legit middle linebacker. He is the quarterback of your defense. If you don't have one, it's just not going to work. Because what my whole thing is, I understand like what you were saying when it comes to offense, but I fall under the old thing. Offense wins games, defense wins championships. So you got to make sure that, okay, you got a straight up offensive line, legit left tackle. As long as the rest of the offensive line is good to a little above average, you straight there. Defensive line, you need a standout defensive end, middle linebacker, at least one above average safety. Both your safeties can't be average. And your corners at least have to be both. They both got to be great, or one of them got to be great, and the other one got to be above average. If you really want to have that shutdown defense, the one that scares other teams' offenses, you got to have that. On the offensive side of the ball, if you got, like, I kind of love what the Commanders are doing, because we got our X. We got our X, that's Terry. We got our shifty guy, that's Debo. You got our big catch, big body wide receiver and Noah, even though I think we probably could have upgraded a little bit. But if Luke steps up, then you know what I'm saying, he can take that position. But I think you need those three things. And one more thing, like I told you said, you got to have a speedster. You got to have one guy that can just stand on the line and take off. And that's scares the hell out of everybody. You got to have that one guy. And if you got those and your quarterback is at least,
yeah, sign me up. Yeah, that's a pretty good squad. Des, great phone call, buddy. Really appreciate you making it. 800-636-1067. So the middle linebacker thing, this is one of the things you always think about, right? Ray Lewis was great, Hall of Famer. Nobody's saying anything different, right? There are probably some schemes. You want to talk about hot takes? This is my Toki take right here. I think there are probably some schemes where Ray Lewis would have just been a regular or Pro Bowler some years, where we wouldn't think of him as one of the greats of all time. That 34 that they played with Tony Siragusa and a rotating cast of Volkswagens in front of him, where he's clean as a whistle, running to make plays. I don't know that he gets to do that in a 4-3. I know that he gets to do that in a one-gap scheme where guys are trying to get upfield, and he's got to clean up some trash and deal with more pulling guards and fullbacks and people throttling him a little bit. Again, great player, Hall of Famer. I'm not saying anything about him. But you see the point I'm trying to make here. When you get to the middle linebacker spot, I think it's hard to discern for a lot of us regular mortals the difference between solid Sam, who's going to rack up a bunch of tackles and knows where to put people, that doesn't cost you Luke Kuechly money at the top of the board, versus the oh my God, you've got Mike Singletary in his prime, where there is no blade of grass that guy's not going to end up hitting somebody on, and he knows the play before they do. You know what I mean? I think you can find a guy that fits you, that knows what the hell to do, but to me, my priority is, can you run with everybody, right? Versus, do I have a 200 tackle Brian Urlacher?
A little off of that, something that I think is interesting is everyone talks about edge rusher and how important that is. You can almost make the argument that D tackle is undervalued, because the reason I bring this up.
No, go with this. This is a good point.
The reason I bring this up is you talk about how clean Ray Lewis was. So I worked with Leroy Butler when I was in Milwaukee, Hall of Fame safety. He was the first player in NFL history with 20 sacks and 20 interceptions.
Could you grab that name Toby just dropped? Thanks. Go ahead.
Plays down in the box, playing a little bit. And he talked about how Gilbert Brown, the gravedigger, kept him clean. And that's how he was able to play the way that he did down in the box. And if you have a nasty guy in the middle, Vita Vea, Haloti Ngata with those Ravens teams that can eat up dudes, they might not even end up with sacks. They might not end up with tackles for loss, but suddenly Joe Schmo, middle linebacker, box safety, is ending up with double-digit tackles every game in the backfield because they're not getting touched. They're able to shoot the gap that this guy created because he's just mammoth. And so, you also talk about pass rushing. Getting off the edge, I can ship with the tight end. I can do this. You can double in the middle. That might open up another guy. But if I win one-on-one, if you leave me one-on-one as a defensive tackle.
Well, this became the new paradigm. Yeah, how to bother Brady, how to bother Manning, how to bother Mahomes.
I'm immediately in here, and this is something that happened in the Super Bowl where Patrick Mahomes would step up in the pocket. There was no pocket. Right. He's running into Jalen Carter. He's running into Milton Williams. So, I think there's a legitimate argument. You say, would you rather have the D tackle or the edge? I don't know that there's a right answer.
No, especially with the game's evolved with the short, quick passing kind of being the extension of the running game. It is. That's why it's so fascinating, because every one solution leads you to something else. And again, one of my favorite economists in the world of all time, Thomas Sowell, said there are no solutions, only trade-offs. Anytime you turn up one fader, you're changing something else about a different position. It's interesting. What else is interesting, Darius? When I was working with Redskins legend LeVar Arrington years ago, I just wanted the name drop to counter your name drop because I was kind of jealous. Couple more calls on this. I'm fascinated by it because, again, I like these kind of general discussions. Also have a really cool thing the Nationals are doing. I love this. And when something good happens, we try to say, hey, this is good, and we bring it to you. I will share with you what your local baseball boys are up to that is really, really neat. I think an opportunity for fans. Plus a couple more calls on team building, and Nathaniel Low joins the program 6 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. So I thought I would pass this along. I saw it before the radio program. I wanted to give this to you guys. Nationals fans, this is cool. In conjunction with the launch of the new City Connect uniforms. All right, so you know the cool things. Toby's got one off. You're looking at 106.7 The Fan live stream on the YouTubes. The cherry blossom, those gray joints with the white W and the pink outline, that's kind of cherry blossom type stuff, the stuff that everybody loved and they stopped wearing them for whatever reason.
That's a Nike thing, by the way.
They were great. We've got a bunch of T-shirts that are in my rotation. I love those, the City Connect type of deals. So in conjunction with the City Connect reveal, the Nationals are offering a special ballpark access plan, which includes a standing room ticket to every Nationals home game and a voucher for a new City Connect jersey for just $499. Think about that. $500. Now, I know that's up front. That's a lot of money. I'm not saying $500 is nothing, but for $500, you get a ticket to all the home stands and a jersey. Like that standing room only area up there on the scoreboard walk, that's your Shake Shack. That's a See You Tater. I'm not familiar with all the new additions up there. I'm going to have to go and check it out just for posterity's sake.
Okay.
It's about accuracy and being good reporting. But some of the best food in the ballpark is up there. It's a great sort of chill spot to watch the game. And for the most part, there'll be plenty of times you can probably go grab a seat if you want to or not. I'm not supposed to encourage that, but I'm telling you, $500 for the whole season in a jersey, that's pretty awesome. Good on you, Nationals. Very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to buy a CJ Abrams red jersey on Fanatics right now, it's $175. It's $175.
Yeah, there you go, right?
So if you're spending $500, you get $325 worth of game tickets, 81 home games. You can go whenever you want. If I weren't going to be over there for work a lot, I would scoop this up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. This is what I would do. I'm going to be there a bunch. Grant will be there more. You guys will be there more than me. You'll beat me. But I'm coaching kids and doing a bunch of other things. But we're going to do a lot of post-game shows this year, Grant and I are. There's a bunch of day games, so I'll be over plenty. If I wasn't already going to be, this is how I would do it, I think. Because, again, I love that standing room only spot up there.
Well, and one of the cool parts is sometimes when you go, twice, 3 times, 4 times a year, you're like, oh, I got to be here. And all of a sudden it's 6-0 in the second inning. And you're like, man, I wish I could just bail. Well, if you're going to every home game, suddenly you're available. You can maybe roll in the third inning. You don't feel like you have to be there for first pitch. Like, it's just, I'm going to go down to Nats Park for a couple of innings today because I can. I'm just going to hang out.
I love when really, really good, let's get you in the ballpark deals happen.
Absolutely.
Like this one. And this is one of those. I love that. So, Nationals, yes. Yes to that. I know I'm wearing a Nats pullover, so I sound like the ultimate homer. I'm like, I got to tell you, the greatest thing happening right now is these Nationals. So I know what it looks like and what it sounds like I'm shilling, like I'm Kurt. I'm telling you, this is really good. If I saw one that wasn't good, I probably just would have brought it up. But this one to me is really, really cool. So good on you. Good job. Let's get people into the yard and have some fun hanging out with the kids. That's the story to me this year. I had my offseason time to grouse and kvetch and bitch and moan. I did that. What's this year about? Super quick. We're going to talk about this in a few minutes, too. And I want to get back to team building before we got to jump to break. I know we're going to squeeze in a lot here. To me, it's about Gore, Abrams, Wood, Cruz. That's my year. It's about them. I want to go see them. And that's what I'm going to be doing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you can see every Mackenzie Gore start at home for $500. Every single one. And that could be a lot of them. It could be a few less than Jake Irvin or whatever. But regardless, for a fact that when the Yankees, I don't know that they come to town this year, but the Red Sox come to town, so you have a ticket regardless of what it is. That's awesome. Like the Dodgers are coming to town, you automatically have a ticket. You get all the big games and you get everything else as well. It's incredible deal.
That is a really, really good deal. So good job, Nats. Okay. Speaking of Nats, Nathaniel Low joins the program. We caught up with him in spring training. We were down in West Palm Beach. I think that was Sunday. We got a great chat with him. He is an awesome dude. Fans are going to fall in love with that guy. He is so much fun. Like, he looks like a dude, like, just like that loves baseball. That's one of your buddies. Like he was the funniest guy in your frat. Just happens to hit, barrels all the time as a hitter. So he'll be a blast. You guys will like that. I want to finish up this conversation, though, in honor of Cincinnati really paying their receivers. I mean, when these contracts kick in, you're talking close to $70 million in cap space for 2 players that are not a quarterback. And how would you build your teams? Guys have done a really good job, I think, with this exercise to this point. Let's get to Henry in Reston. Henry, how would you build your football team? Where would you prioritize?
Hey, Danny, how are you?
I'm good, buddy.
Great on the Nats. If I was a retired guy, I'd be buying that package and playing pickleball all day and watching the Nats at night. But
don't you tempt me with a good time, Henry in Reston. Oh, my God. Where's our boss? Is he here? I want to do that. Henry's got the plan. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I would be building my my team on 4 guys through rookie contracts. My quarterback, my left tackle, my right end, and my left cornerback, because those are all very expensive positions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting them in the first or second round, rookie contracts. Then I'm freeing up the rest of my cash to build my offensive line and wide receivers and just filling in. But I'm getting those 4 key positions in the draft. Doesn't mean I'm going to always draft those guys. I might actually I'm always going to get the best player available, but that doesn't mean even on draft day I can trade them to somebody else that might have 2 left tackles, and I might have 2 great players at one position because I drafted that way.
Mm-hmm. Smell what you're cooking there, Henry. Appreciate that. Nate in Fairfax, how would you build that roster?
Hey, buddy. I'm starting in the trenches first. Left tackle on the offensive side, interior lineman on the defensive side, and then I'm throwing everything around that with athletes. Freaks of nature, people that cause problems to the other side. So Frankie Louvu type on defense, a Chris McCaffrey on offense that can catch the ball, run the ball, everything. I want to make it as hard as possible for whoever I'm going up against. And position doesn't matter as much to me as raw talent and ability.
Interesting. I appreciate that. So that hasn't been what this org, thinking about Washington, has done specifically. Obviously, there are freaks. There's Frankie Louvu who can do a little bit of everything. But it's the leadership, team captain, veteran, a little bit of savvy, maybe a little bit more thump than over the, I don't really care what you did to get here. I don't care what your, what was that? Your not the academic score. What's the thing that they test?
Wonderlic.
Your Wonder. Yeah, I don't care what your Wonderlic is or your weird psych evaluation. You run that 4.3. Come on down.
Yeah, and he was talking about position flex. If you can do that, sign me up. I love that. Little hybrid guys, Frankie Louvu's, Jeremy Chin's, back in the day, Sua Craven style. Sign me up for that style of player. So I like that. If you know what you're going to do, if you can actually get that guy in the right spot, sign me up.
Love it. Nathaniel Low was awesome. We got a Caps power play we're going to get for you guys. But again, I mentioned we caught up with the Nationals first baseman, guy that's going to hit the middle of the order and be a fan favorite, I think, before too long. If you haven't heard from him, you haven't met him, you haven't listened to him, he is wildly entertaining. We have that for you on the 6 o'clock hour here in a few moments. But a little Caps preview, what's going on with the rest of the world in sports. We got plenty to dig into. Last segment next. G&D on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Capitals are back on the ice. They're back home. Good West Coast swing for the Caps. They play tonight back on the ice against Detroit. Red Wings in town, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Caps have won 6 of 7. Alex Ovechkin scored Saturday against San Jose. So Ovi comes into the night just 8 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Second week of free agency continues. It's kind of quieted down, of course, since all the activity a week ago. Commanders kept many of their own free agents in town, including wide receiver Noah Brown, who was asked today out in Ashburn why he decided to re-sign in D.C.
Felt like there's a lot left on the table, as a team and personally. And I feel like this is just the right culture and coaching staff for me to succeed in. Guys believe in each other. Guys go out and work hard every day. And, it's just not a common atmosphere that you get in the NFL. And if I had a chance to be a part of it again, I was going to take it.
He was asked also about the kidney injury that kept him out late last season, says he's been cleared to return and play for about a couple of weeks, so good to go for 2025. College basketball, the March Madness begins tonight. First 4 in Dayton. First game is about 40 minutes away, St. Francis and Alabama State. After that, North Carolina, everyone's favorite against San Diego State, 9-10. You can hear that game right after Nats baseball, Nats spring training action tonight. Nats and Astros getting set to play just a few minutes away from first pitch on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. For maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
We got a bunch to do and not that much time to do it. Nathaniel Low will play that for you in about 5-6 minutes or so. He was fantastic. Jeeps and I caught up with him down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Welcome back. It's Grant Nanny here on the Fan. No GP. Toby is in for the balance of the week, hanging out with you. Capitals hockey comes your way on 106.7 The Fan when we're done right here. Stay tuned for that. The great chase continues. Also want to remind you that as Washington is preparing this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you going to do to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And as we always do before we kind of start to meander out of here for the day when the Capitals playing GP, you're not GP at all, you're Toby. Darius has this button he's going to push.
Okay.
Okay. You be ready for it.
Sure.
So it could take you back if you're not ready for it. He's going to push it now. So we're talking about the Capitals and their game tonight. They got the Detroit Red Wings in town, Tobes. Their schedule the rest of the way is fairly arduous, and I actually like that a lot. And here's my take on that. They're so far out ahead of everybody in their dumb division, and 11 points clear, I think, 10 points clear of Carolina for number 1 overall seed in the Eastern Conference. I want them to have to play against some teams like Detroit that are scraping to get in. As you kind of look ahead to their schedule, they got to go to Winnipeg, and they're playing Carolina down the stretch a couple different times. They've got a bunch of teams that are scrapping and hungry, so the intensity's ramping up. They need a dose of that heading into the postseason. You saw this with the Nationals years ago. It's the curse of winning your division by 15 games. You're not as sharp. Now, you want to rest guys. You want to be, as healthy as possible going in, and you win your division. You don't really care how it happens. But if you could choose it, I'd almost rather a team chasing you on your heels. So I like the fact they're playing a team that is desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2 points behind. Talking about the Red Wings, they're 2 points behind the Rangers for that second wild card spot, so they got a lot to play for. The Caps kind of wrapped up being the top seed in the Eastern Conference. They're so far ahead. Last time out, 11 days ago, when they faced the Red Wings, they won 5-2. Really good defensively against the Red Wings, only allowing 19 shots on goal. Logan Thompson getting the win on that one. He's going to be in net tonight, so looking for a repeat of that performance.
And the chase continues. It's a home game. That's a nice little homestand here against some quality opponents, Detroit, Philly, and Florida, all visiting Washington. And Alex Ovechkin, he's 7 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky.
Crazy.
7 goals shy. But that's how we do it, Darius. That is your Capitals power play. So tonight gets underway. You heard Earl in the update, your sort of soft opening for the NCAA tournament, Alabama State, St. Francis, and then San Diego State in North Carolina, part of your first 4. And then tomorrow night that features Texas and Xavier, and America and Mount St. Mary's. America, I'm sure. America's playing Mount St. Mary's. American here.
Let's go USA.
Locally. Yeah, let's go United States. It'd be really cool. I have a quart of gold on my mind. That's why I said that. But the NCAA tournament gets going. I love this kind of appetizer, the intensity of it. A lot of times it can catapult you. You're one of these 11 seeds that probably may or may not deserve to get in there. That's totally fine. The debate, I think, is fun. We're going to get into that more tomorrow, by the way, about some of the decisions. And I hate doing the regular shouty sports talk radio about one team got jobbed and one team didn't. It's like, dude, you were going to be an 11 seed. It stinks for you and your fans, but I'm not really that into the individual decision. It's more the process that I think needs some examining because it leads to questions that are unnecessary. It's an own goal. It's a self-own that doesn't happen. We'll explain that to you. We'll talk about that some tomorrow, but that gets underway tonight with the tournament. We mentioned the Capitals. Nathaniel Low, let's talk about him super quick. I like this guy a lot personally. He was awesome and super entertaining.
Yes.
Are you worried at all?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. I think he's great defensively, so I think he's going to be able to overcome some of those things. But at the plate, both of their first basemen look a little bit underwhelming so far.
The fact that Texas was willing to trade him for a lefty reliever and not the lefty reliever,
sure,
not Jose Ferrer, who was filth, who was, closer type stuff, makes me a little bit nervous. Now, I get it. You're a first division club where you aspire to be, and you want that's one of the few spots where you can go, I'll pay a premium, let them go get a bopper, and that's not who Low is. Just a solid big leaguer. You can, most years you can book 265, 270, 19, 20 homers. That's not that sexy for a lot of teams that want to go win for a first baseman.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he does. I think he could hit 20 homers. He's kind of declined a little bit from, I think it was 2021 was his really, really good Silver Slugger year. We'll see if he can get back to that. But I think regardless, defensively, he's going to really help this team out. I think he'll figure it out, but I think he's a good veteran in that clubhouse as well.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. He is a fantastic dude. He's got a lot of Sean Casey to him, so gregarious, not as loud, but just funny and good-natured. Everybody likes him right away, and he'll fit right in. He's going to save some errors for some of the infielders, I think, a number of times over. He'll have RBI spots, I think, with the top part of that order. Getting on base, hopefully a ton if James Wood does what we think he's going to do. Cruz starts to thrive. Abrams is, all-star type form. He'll have a chance to knock in some runs. But want to get you guys this conversation that we had with Nathaniel Low down in West Palm Beach, Florida. He was fantastic. We'll have more Nats interviews throughout the week.
Nathaniel Low joins us now. This is one of the big additions of the offseason. The Nats starting first baseman, get a bad cleanup. I don't know how they got you for a reliever. That shouldn't have really happened. But they did, and you're here, and we're jacked up about it. An everyday player for the Nationals who's going to play Gold Glove caliber D and drive in some runs. First of all, we're Grant and Danny, so we broadcast in D.C. We have a show from 2 to 6:30.
When you're working.
After this interview, you'll never think about us again. But I just wanted to get the pleasantries out of the way so you know who we are.
All right. Well, it's nice to kick it off. Yeah. Good morning.
Good
morning.
morning.
It was funny. So Nathaniel comes out, and Cal Finnegan's here, and he sort of stood here for like a minute and was like, I'm not going to wait for this, and then went inside.
Nobody wants to pitch behind the closer. Nobody wants to wait on the closer. Like, come on. After the closer, you're playing extras. We should have won already.
That's true. He was showing us the splitter grip, though. We're getting a little nerdy with him.
Okay.
And you were saying you could throw a pitch or two, like in the outfield, like just messing around.
Oh, yeah.
But I asked you, I said, then what about there's going to be a game? We all know
there are always games.
It's 162.
Yeah, at some point.
There's going to be a game where Davey's looking around going, I'm not burning another reliever.
Hey, Skip.
Could it be Nathaniel Low who does the position player pitching thing?
I'm going to lobby for it. I mean, ideally, we're never in that situation where we are, like, just wasting out.
Well, maybe you're up 18-1.
That'd be great. But at the same time, though, maybe there's a guy that needs a couple innings of work.
That's a good point.
Maybe a little Band-Aid after giving up a couple runs and getting a little comfortable situation to pitch, right? But if my name is called, I will take the mound and be excited to be out there.
Fangraphs repertoire, go as a pitcher.
It's a two-seam splitter, and I don't even want to call it a curveball, just some sort of mystery breaking ball.
Mhm.
It'll be top spinning.
Is it like Beefy? Like
yeah. There's
49 mile an hour.
I need gravity to help it break because I don't really like spin the ball overhand well enough to get it to break on its own. Like the seams just don't grab the air.
Nathaniel Low is with us here on Grant and Danny, a World Series champion in 2023, who's been a Gold Glove winner and a Silver Slugger in Major League Baseball. You got to feel good about just where you're at 29 now with the career you've had, winning the title and being accomplished both offensively, defensively. So many guys don't get this far. I mean, do you have a chance to take inventory a little bit and say, at one point I've made it, now I've become an everyday player, now you've become a really good one?
Yeah, but I've heard the adage, right? You have rear view mirrors for a reason, but they're much smaller than the window, the dash, right? Like you can take inventory, you can be appreciative of what you've done to get to this point, but there's a whole lot more in front than what's happened in years previous.
As a hitter, how have you evolved since when you first came up?
See, I'm a pretty tough critic because I think that I've regressed a little bit, and I'm looking to get back.
How? What do you mean?
I just haven't put up the power production that I've wanted. I haven't gotten as many hits as I've wanted. I mean, but even in a season, say I hit 350, you want to hit 355, right? Of
course, yeah.
So, like, ideally, we're staying positive and looking forward to what's going to happen this year. I'm excited to play in the East again. I'm excited to play with young, talented players. I think that we have a lot to prove this season as a team, and individually, I fall into that category as well. So it's nice to have, the accolades and the resume at this point, but there's a whole lot more good things to come this season.
Do you feel like you have to, there's a balance sometimes we have to push and pull where you go, I'd like to hit for more power. Well, does that necessarily mean you're going to dip in batting average, contact rates, or I'd like to hit for more average?
Where are you? You got to take your shots.
Right.
You definitely have to take your shots.
Plus count, you feel like you're looking for something.
Yeah. And like capitalizing on a good pitch to hit, like obviously you love a line drive and you take your singles, but we want extra bases.
Mm-hmm.
Extra bases pay the bills. Extra bases drive in runs. It creates big innings. Like I think that hitting doubles, hitting homers, like it's a byproduct of having a good approach, getting good pitches to hit. Like when you are driving the ball in the gap, off the wall, in the seats, good things are happening for the team and for yourself as an individual.
So along those lines, when I think of you and you're saying you want to hit more power, I'm thinking if it's 17, 18 home runs,
right?
I'm fine with that. You're 97th percentile walk rate and 82nd percentile chase rate.
Right.
Like that's hit tool. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's definitely the foundation for it.
But so for you, when you think of yourself, like if I was to tell you right now, you could hit 27 home runs, but that other stuff changes more negatively. Would you want that, or?
I don't know. It'd be a give and take. It'd have to be like, do you want that RBI in a one-run game in late innings, or do you want that RBI in a blowout to cut the lead to 6 or to go up by 10? Like ideally, I'd like to be better at coming through in big situations like everybody else does, and then really want that at bat in a tight game when you need it.
So just a quick cursory look, not knowing what anything means. I'm a guy in a science lab going, there's a potion over there.
Sure.
But like the first thing I see is last year you squared up way more baseballs, but your like launch angle sweet spot went down considerably.
Okay.
When you hear that, what does that mean to you?
That tells me I'm hitting it too deep.
Okay.
Either like my body's getting in front of me, right, and I'm going too far forward, and so my bat's working down too much to the ball, or I'm just not catching the ball far enough out front where my bat is working up through the zone.
And that's obviously not the first time you've thought of that or heard that. So
no way.
All off season.
That's been my life, honestly. Honestly, if you need a hard ground ball, I am your guy. Like, if you want to hit through the left side, I'm your guy. If you want me to roll over, no problem. I can put the ball.
Awesome at that. So that's what's so different. It is because all the information we have now,
right?
Data nerds are going, well, he's been unlucky. Because that's what's happened. Your hard hit percentage is right there. Line drive percentage is there, but you're going, no, that's a different feel.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's interesting.
Well, infield shift also plays into it too.
Yeah.
Because you notice it a couple times, even in spring training, where I've hammered a ball on the backside and it feels like there's no defenders on that side of the field and it goes straight up third baseman, right? Like the ball that's straight in the 6 hole, where if your infield is straight up, you're hitting it into left, giving the dugout a high five and having a good day. But sometimes it's the game just telling you, all right, let's get the ball out front again. Let's get it in the air. Like good things happen when you hit the ball hard in the air.
Defensively, sensational.
You're so smooth.
Thank you.
Is that always been the case?
No way.
Okay.
No way. I was not a good defender at the beginning. I really wasn't, and I'm okay with saying that because it's just true. I know that defense is just caring. It feels like like guys can go through the motions and play defense to get to your next at bat, or guys can play defense to make outs. And I feel like when you care about making outs and like really hone in on I'm going to be the best version of me, whether this ball hits me in the ribs or not, and I can throw it to the pitcher. I know my pitcher is going to cover first base. You're playing good team defense, and I think that's been a big key for me in the last 2 years.
So I always tell my son sharing is caring. Should I be telling him defense is also caring?
Defense is caring too.
Okay.
Base running is caring. Defense is caring. Like, guys can definitely go through the motions, not care, lay the ball that maybe you wouldn't get in front of. Maybe not get your face in there with a tough hop or something like that. But when you keep the ball in front and you care about making outs, like, you're going to be a better defender.
Nathaniel Low of the Washington Nationals joining us here on Grant and Danny on an exceptionally special, just unbelievably special.
What a special one.
Yeah, it's a special day. Here on a Sunday on the Fan. Do you have little guys, by the way?
Not yet.
Okay. I wonder, with veterans in the clubhouse who do, and then the guys that don't yet, I'm interested just – like the dynamic of, in my life, in Danny's life, he just had another baby. You can't put in the same hours. Like, you can't do it the same way, and how, that changes, or for you, when you get married, you experience that where it's like, baseball was the sun in the universe.
Right.
Now you have a family. Now you have a wife and people that are counting on you. How did that change your career?
Well, this will be my first season playing married. And then,
okay, congratulations.
Thank you. And then she hasn't put it on social media yet, but she's due in September. So yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Let's
go.
Let's go. Made it all 2 weeks being married before we're pregnant, But that's how it goes.
That is a good 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Boy or girl, do you know?
Boy.
Let's go.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes. We're very excited. But so a big thing that I learned from Marcus Semien, right after I told him we're pregnant and whatever, he's like, dude, your filter just gets better, right? It's not that you can't put in the hours to do the things that you love to do and the things that are conducive to playing better. You just get less caught up on things that don't matter, which I'm really excited for.
Oh, right on.
I
love that.
Like, if it matters, you're going to do it, right? So, there are nights where you can stay up upset, and maybe it didn't go my way on the field, or things aren't really going my way for a week at a time, a couple days at a time. But when you get to come home to a family, right, to a child that you and your wife get to reproduce and raise and turn into a functioning adult, ideally, it just makes it easier, I would say, to come to the field, do the things that matter, and not worry about the things that don't matter.
I think that's perfect. Yeah, bad days for everybody in every walk of life, and it's sort of like, my kid's excited now. Like, they're all surly and cranky and use words I don't understand what they mean. I don't know if I'm skibbity or like the iPad is. I don't know who skibbity is.
Somebody's alpha
or somebody's risen. There's sigma involved. My son called me blood the other day, and I'm like, that's wrong. Okay. I just know it is.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I can't.
No,
it's not
going to work. No, I don't know what the vocab's going to be, but ideally, if there's a bat and ball in his hands, I think we'll be okay.
Who are your best friends in baseball?
My best friends in baseball.
You get to golf. You get to bring 3 buddies that you've kept up with.
Oh, man.
Who are you bringing?
Oh, my golf foursome. My golf foursome would be so much fun. Kirby Yates is coming to the golf course with me.
God, he's so good.
100%.
How did he get so much better so late in his career?
He started doing things that matter.
Yeah.
Not that he was doing things that didn't matter before, but not to give away all the industry secrets, but Kirby is very, very set on getting strike one.
Okay.
And a lot of guys overlook that, especially now with all the nerd numbers of my fastball's doing this and my slider's doing that. He doesn't care. He can throw you a bad fastball, but if he's ahead in the count, then he thinks he's in the driver's seat. And that's something that I can appreciate, right? Because it might be that simple. Count leverage is everything.
Mm-hmm.
But we play pretty straight up. Like, I'm not giving strokes. He's not giving me strokes. We're probably taking in the same amount of beers. Like, we're in
a good match.
Yeah, we have a good mix.
All right, so you got 2 more.
Kirby for sure. Let's go. I like taking Mackenzie Gore out here. We've had a great time so far this spring.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, great guy. I met him at a golf tournament in the winter 2 years ago, so it's kind of been an ongoing progression to watch each other just kind of shank it around out there and then get out here and relax and unbutton a little bit and have a good time. Will Smith. Left-handed pitcher Will Smith, not the catcher Will Smith.
I was going to say,
nor actor.
Nor the
Will
actor.
Not the guy that slapped the guy.
Nor slapped him.
Not him.
There's so many Will Smiths.
No,
a lot of Will Smiths.
Left-hand reliever Will Smith was a great time on the golf course. He actually got me with the rubber snake one of the first times we played together in Arizona.
Love it.
And,
Did he do the string on the back of your?
No, not the string, but he pulled it out behind the car, and he got a pretty sweet video of me giving some
high-pitched squeal.
Expletives that we don't have the rating for.
When we plugged in that power cord over there, a lizard jumped out of that thing.
Oh, no.
And this guy made a noise I've never heard before.
It'll get you.
It come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it was like in the power outlet somehow.
Yeah. So if you run back a couple transfusions or whatever you have out there, and then throw a snake down out of the bag in Arizona, you get a pretty good reaction.
Rapid fire. Let's do some before we let Nate Low go. For Nats fans who have not known him until this interview, maybe personally. Rapid fire. Let's get to know him a little bit.
Death row cheat meal. Last one. Go.
Mom's lasagna.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's really good.
I don't know if I'd call it a cheat meal. It's just a great meal.
It's just a great meal.
Yeah,
it's just a Tuesday.
Yep. Well, it's Christmas.
Oh, is that
birthday and Christmas?
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go. You've got to do a 10-minute stand-up set.
Oh, geez.
But you need to have a teammate open for you. Who's doing it?
Derek Law.
Oh, I love that.
Derek Law. I think he's dry enough,
Yes.
He could definitely branch out a little bit. Obviously, relievers never really get the limelight, especially setup guys or utility pitchers, as he calls himself. But yeah, he could open up and do great.
Last show you binged?
Last show I binged. My wife is on Southern Charm right now. I don't know if you guys have watched it, but don't.
I have not.
Don't.
Skip that one.
Yep. Yeah. Any of the E shows,
Okay.
Love is Blind, Love Island.
Oh, Love is Blind.
Oh,
Island of Love.
Yeah, it's just awful. But it's like you can't look away.
No, it's a car wreck.
Like, look at these idiots, and all of a sudden you're 6 episodes in, you're like, don't watch it.
And now the idiot is your idiot.
Yes.
You're like, I just want Charlie to be happy.
Right? Or am I the idiot for sitting here?
Right.
I think the answer to all of it is yes, and we've all done it. We all know it.
Actor to play in a movie.
I have no idea. Literally no idea. I'd be honored for Larry David to play my part. I think he's just so trivial. I really would.
That would be great.
I really would. Because he says things that come out, and I've been thinking them. And even in the show, even when I watch Curb, man, don't do this, and he does it,
So good. It's awesome to have you on the show. We're really excited you're in D.C. Have a bang-up year, man.
Thanks, guys.
That was Nathaniel Low hanging out with your pals G&D down in West Palm Beach. We will have more interviews and content and coverage throughout the week right here on Grant and Danny. Speaking of throughout the week on Grant and Danny, your chance to win Nationals opening day tickets, 4 p.m. when you hang out with us from 2 to 6:30 every single day. Don't miss it. And we'll be at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor Thursday and Friday for the tournament. As I said, head on a swivel. So much fun happening this week. It's the best sports week of the year, perhaps. Thanks to Toby for sitting in. He'll be with us all week. Thanks to Darius as well for everybody listening. Enjoy the kind of start of the tournament tonight, but Ovechkin hopefully lighting the lamp 3 more times. We'll be back at it tomorrow with 2.
Thank you for